Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Top U.S. immigration official Gregory Bovino is expected to leave Minneapolis after the fatal shooting of Alex Pretty as Trump's border czar takes over. Meanwhile, the acting director of ICE is ordered to appear before a judge over allegations of defying court orders. The Rafah crossing could reopen this week after the remains of Israel's final hostage, Ram Gaveli, are recovered. And India and the EU strike a landmark trade deal, deepening diplomatic and economic ties between the two regions. Now, U.S. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino is expected to leave the U.S. city of Minneapolis following the second fatal shooting of a U.S. citizen by ICE. Bovino publicly defended the agents who fired at Alex Pretty, claiming the ICU nurse intended to massacre the federal agents. Writing on Truth Social, President Trump announced his border czar, Tom Burges, will now lead the operation in a major shift from the White House. Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt told reporters a review was now underway.
Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Pretty, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI. The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As President Trump said yesterday, the administration is reviewing everything with respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out. But let's be clear about the circumstances which led to that moment on Saturday. This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota.
We can now go live to Minneapolis to speak to field reporter and former U.S. Marine Julio Rosas. Julio, thank you so much for joining me. It's great to have you on the show. I just want to start there. We obviously heard from Karoline Leavitt, and she's blaming Democratic leaders in Minnesota for what's been happening. You've been covering these protests in Minneapolis. Do you agree with the White House that President Donald Trump is aiming to protect Americans?
Well, that's the whole reason for these mass deportations, because of the open borders that I personally covered for the past 4 years under the Biden administration. But no, the White House is correct in the sense that the Democrats, especially Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey, they haven't been doing their best to lower the tensions. They have repeatedly said that these agents are Gestapo, they're a secret police force, they're just going out and doing all these random things unjustly when that's not the case. And so when you combine that with what I've seen with these street activists and agitators going out of their way to insert themselves into these very tense, very high-stakes situations, then unfortunately we get situations like with Renee Good and now Alex Pretty. So I can tell you that people are obviously on the Democrat side, they're very angry about these arrests and about these deportations, but they have to come to the fact that President Trump won largely on carrying out this promise of mass deportations.
And it's really interesting because the latest poll that I've actually seen from Reuters and Ipsos shows 58% of people in America say the ICE crackdown has gone too far. But you just said to me what you have seen on the streets could have been different, could have been agitators. So how are the protesters behaving? And can you tell us more about what's actually happening on the ground?
So it depends, right? I mean, so they've been outside the federal building on the southern part of the metro area. And there are times where, things are peaceful. They're staying on the sidewalk. They're just holding signs. They're very angry. They're yelling at cars as they drive by from the building. But things get really, really very hectic when they're out on the streets, when they encounter or they see federal agents making an arrest. And that's what makes it very, very dangerous and for everybody involved, because you got the person that they're trying to target. with federal law enforcement. Then you have people trying to contain the scene, and then you have more and more people because this is organized. So they are in Signal group chats. They're in Facebook groups trying to, see, hey, if you see something, you should let everybody know so that the rest of the community, the local community, if they're in the area, to come out and confront the agents. So, beyond just Renee Good and Alex Pretty, there have been other times where arrests have had to be made because they're not following law enforcement, they're assaulting law enforcement. Mm-hmm. And then that's what we've seen, tear gas being used, pepper spray being used. And now, most disturbingly, they've been targeting hotels in the area where they have suspected federal agents are staying at. And sometimes they're correct, sometimes they're not. But, people who are staying at these hotels that are not part of this operation then get caught in the middle. And as we saw just recently last night, where they went after a hotel at a suburb, and Minnesota State Police and the local police, not Minneapolis because it's a different city, they had to come in and make arrests to disperse the crowd.
And Julio, the immigration chief at the center of President Donald Trump's crackdown, is now set to leave Minneapolis. But what will his replacement border czar, Tom Homan, do differently? And is this what the protesters wanted?
No, this is not what the protesters and the agitators have wanted. They have repeatedly said, and even and Democrats too, not just people out in the street, they're calling for ICE and Border Patrol to be removed from the state entirely, which is nonsensical. I mean, ICE is an interior enforcement. Border Patrol was sent to reinforce the area because the resistance had grown to such a high level. So this is not something that they're going to be happy with. They want a total removal of federal agents from enforcing federal immigration law. And Minnesota is part of the United States, so therefore they're subjected to those immigration laws. And so it will be interesting to see if this new approach from Tom Homan, because Tom comes from ICE, and ICE generally does targeted enforcement. They will arrest anybody else who they encounter that is in the United States illegally. But Border Patrol has done these sweeps, and that's kind of what, the back and forth within DHS is figuring out what is the better route to do these types of arrests. So, but I can tell you from, just being among the protesters and seeing their rhetoric in person and online, they are not going to be happy with someone like Tom Homan, because again, the goal is just total abolishing of federal immigration enforcement.
And like you said, that's something that is not plausible. But President Donald Trump and the Minnesota governor, Tim Walz, apparently struck a conciliatory note after a private phone call that they both had together. Do you think personally this is a sign that both sides want to diffuse the crisis right now?
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, that's a step in the right direction. But the other contention is that, and Mayor Frey made it known after the phone call, he said, but we're still not going to assist federal agents with federal immigration laws. And obviously they're not required to do that, but it is helpful because when you look at states like Texas and Florida, where there is much greater cooperation, and even in Florida, the governor signed a law that mandated that all local departments were to assist ICE or Border Patrol. We're not seeing the same types of scenes that we're seeing in Minneapolis. And so there is something to be said about local and state entities helping with federal immigration law. Obviously, they don't have to solely focus on that, but in their day-to-day encounters with the local population, they are going to come across people who are in the United States illegally. And so the question is are they going to help, or are they going to prevent, that cooperation? And so I think, unfortunately, it's had to take 2 deaths for people to want to say, hey, we should probably do something different. But I can tell you that a lot of the fault is on the people who are riling the general populace up against federal agents. And, whether you like it or not, you're not allowed, it's against the law, to attack or try to impede their operations.
And just a quick thought from you. I don't have much time left, but what's going to be the fate of Kristi Noem? Because lots of people have been discussing this in the media, especially today.
So I think this next week will be indicative, because she's had strong support from the president in the past. The White House has said that, again, she is going to lead this, but it all depends on whether or not this change in tactics and change in leadership will be beneficial. And so Personally, I don't know. I know there's a lot of back and forth internally. There's some people on the Republican side that aren't happy. And so I think ultimately it depends on the president. I do know for a fact that probably Kristi Noem is not going to voluntarily step down because having interacted with her, she does believe in the mission. She does believe that this is a big issue that needs to be solved. But ultimately that decision lies with the president.
Julio Rosas in Minnesota, stay safe. And thank you so much for coming on and speaking to us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
We can continue this conversation and the political implications with Nick Lampson, former Democratic Congressman of Texas. There we are. So we just had our former guest on, Julio, who we were speaking to. He actually mentioned Texas when he was talking, saying that Texas have been cooperating with ICE and it's been somewhat successful. What are your thoughts of what's going on at the moment?
Well, it's I think the first thing that needs to be said is something about Alex Preddy and the loss of life. Any loss of life is something to be concerned with. There is a right in the United States of America, different than most countries, to be able to speak out against the concerns of the government or actions of the government. And that's what has been happening there. Unfortunately, there has been conflict raised to the point, bad rhetoric, whatever you want to refer to it as, overreach that's caused people to become greater on edge, and untoward things happen when that begins to happen. That's what's happened there, and that's why we have seen a loss of life. Things are pretty calm here in the state of Texas. We understand that when criminals who are either currently in prison or being held in jails are released. That's what's happening here in Texas. They'll turn over to ICE and ICE deports them. If those same things are not happening in exactly the same timely manner in Minnesota, as what I understand, but certainly when people sit down and respectfully talk with each other, I believe that those kinds of issues can be resolved. We're a good people. We've known as a good nation, and we want to live all of that. Our Constitution gives us the right to protest peacefully, and it must be done. But we also must have agencies of government that don't goad people into overreacting, and I think that's part of what the problem has been, part of it.
And Nick, Minnesota's chief judge has ordered the head of ICE to appear in court this week. Is this not going to add fuel to the fire as we see federal and local authorities just do not appear to be working in sync together at the moment?
They're not, and that's my whole point. If we can't be respectful to one another, if we can't sit down and talk and iron out issues without having to fight over them, without having to become angry over them, pull weapons and push people around, those don't, all they do is fan the flame of fire and make things worse. Calm is what we always want. We want people to protest. We have the right within our Constitution to do that. And they need to do it peacefully. And they also need to be protected when they do, not attacked when they do. So I think bringing rhetoric down, sitting down with each other, looking face to face to one another, and finding common ground is the solution to all of those problems.
And the FBI Director Kash Patel says they have found groups funding protests in Minneapolis. And if the funding is cut off, will the demonstrations stop? And who is funding this protest movement?
In my opinion, the protests won't stop. First of all, I have not seen proof that such funding has existed. When I asked friends about it, they would say, well, a person, and use a name of a Democratic funder for the country, that he's been or that person has been putting money into these. The people in Minneapolis are outside their homes. They're not being paid to go out there. I don't think that they are being They're paying people to come in and help them organize. I think they are legitimately concerned. They're legitimately following what our Constitution provides, which is the right to peacefully protest. Peacefully protest. And I think that's what has to be emphasized. So until there's proof that there has been money put into that, I say that that's perhaps a mistake on the part of Mr. Patel, and let's wait and see what happens. I don't think I don't think any protests are going to stop anytime soon, just because that's America. We've always done that. There have always been protests. And as long as we can emphasize that they need to be peaceful and productive, then I think we are a better nation because of it. We're a good nation, Leigh Ann. We are a nation of good people. That's the reputation that we have had. That's the reputation I pray that we will continue to have and let people of the world see.
And do you think, we've just been talking here about people being able to peacefully protest, about more conversation between local and federal authorities just to find common ground. Do you think that President Donald Trump is listening to the growing voices on both sides of the political aisle in America, and he's trying to tone down the temperature in Minneapolis?
I actually do. I believe that because of his statements yesterday, because of the conversations that occurred between the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, and the president of the United States, I think that was a start toward getting people to begin to lower the rhetoric, talk to each other, find out what they truly believe and what they truly want, and to make sure that the issues that are put on the table truly affect the worst people among us, the criminals that happen to be here in the United States, not the good citizens who have unfortunately been hurt, not other actors in all of this. People, citizens who are getting pulled out of cars or out of their homes and mistreated in an effort that does nothing but cause other people around them to be more concerned about us and them. It's got to be a we, not separated. When we pull ourselves together and unify, there's strength in that unity. There is not in division. So that's what I'm hoping we'll continue to see. I believe that yesterday's conversations were a good step forward, and I think that we can achieve the peace that we want and the information, the circumstances of confidence that both sides are being handled correctly when we do begin those talks to a greater extent.
Nick Lamson, as always, it's brilliant to have your analysis and thoughts on the show. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you again.
Pleasure. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. At least 3 people have died in Oman after their boat capsized, according to the Royal Oman Police. The vessel was carrying 25 French tourists when it tipped over 2.5 nautical miles off the capital of Muscat. Russian drones and missiles have hit Ukraine's second largest city, injuring 2 people and damaging a couple of schools. The attack on Kharkiv also knocked out power. Another 23 people were wounded on an attack on the Ukrainian city of Odessa. Iran may restore internet access for businesses in a few days, according to a senior official. That's after authorities imposed a nationwide blackout following anti-government protests. It's thought that over 6,000 people were killed during the demonstrations, according to a US-based human rights agency. French President Emmanuel Macron is meeting the leaders of Denmark and Greenland in Paris. It comes days after President Trump backed down from threats to seize the Arctic island. And Timothée Chalamet, Emma Stone, Jessie Buckley and Jacob Elordi are among this year's BAFTA nominees. One battle after another leads the nominations with 14 nods. Actor Alan Cumming will host the event in London on the 22nd of February. The remains of the last hostage held in Gaza have been recovered by Israel, delivering a key phase one condition of President Trump's Gaza peace plan. Police officer Ran Gavili was one of the 251 hostages taken during October the 7th attacks in 2023. The recovery could now see the reopening of the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt as soon as this week. We can now go live to New York to speak to Moshe Lavi, brother-in-law of former hostage Omri Muren. Thank you so much, Moshe, for joining me this evening. It's great to have you on the show. I just want to begin with what the U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff said. He called the return of the remains of the final hostage held in Gaza a historic day. What does this moment mean for the people of Israel and for yourself?
Thank you for having me. I think Special Envoy Witkoff, who has been in close contact with the families ever since he was appointed by President Trump to negotiate an agreement with Israel and Hamas, describe it clearly and well. It was a triumph that we managed to bring home all the hostages. Very few people believed it is even possible. But yesterday we finally were able to receive the remains of Master Sergeant Ran Gavili, a hero who fought on October the 7th against terrorists and fell in battle. And now he can be buried. And I think for Israelis, it means that a very painful chapter is closed. And especially for the hostage families, we need to understand now how to continue forward in a way. Our identity was linked to a continuous struggle that bonded us together up until yesterday to bring home all the hostages. And I think now we will focus on healing, rebuilding, and also demand accountability, whether from our own policymakers that need to establish a national inquiry committee, from Hamas and its accomplices for allowing October the 7th to happen, and for the international community for not doing everything it could to bring home the hostages earlier.
And Ran Gavili's return brings the end to the Gaza hostage story, Moshe, as you just told me. But as everyone takes a moment to breathe and reflect, how is your brother-in-law, Omri, who was taken hostage and later released? Because I think many people watching the show will remember those pictures of your brother-in-law seeing your sister, his wife, and his children for the first time after over 200 days in captivity.
Yeah, after more than 783 days in captivity, returned in October 2025. So a few months ago, it's hard to believe that a half a year ago, he was still held captive, held in a tunnel by Hamas terrorists. He's an exceptionally strong person, mentally and physically. He's healing. He's going through a lot of treatments, both physically and mentally. And we are there to support him, to take him to basketball games, the sport he loves, to ensure he spends time with the girls, Ronnie and Alma, who have missed their father so dearly. They were so young when he was taken, and they were held captive together with him in their home in Nahal Oz. And of course, be together with Lishai, my sister. It's so beautiful to see how he's reconnecting with everyone and how he's returned with so much strength despite everything he went through in captivity.
I do apologise, sorry, he was longer in captivity than I did say. Thank you for correcting me there, Moshe. But let's just talk a little bit about following the return of the last hostage. Israel has agreed to limited reopening of the Rafah border crossing, and that will be between Gaza and Egypt. Are you hopeful that phase 2 of the US-brokered peace deal will be successful and a return to fighting will not happen?
I hope that will be the case, but I'm also realistic. I grew up on the Israel-Gaza border in Sderot. I served as well for 6 years, and I understand the complexities on the ground. I think there is an opportunity here to start afresh and ensure that we are removing Hamas from power disbanding them, disarming them, and letting the people of Gaza rebuild their strip and also reconstitute it. That is creating a society that lives peacefully with us Israelis. And I hope it's also a path for ending the conflict generally, finding a solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, two-state solution, which is something I hope to see in my lifetime. But as I said, I'm realistic, and I know there are a lot of obstacles on the road. Currently, there's no clear path to disarming Hamas. There's no clear path to ensuring that they're not overseeing the independent committee, Palestinian committee that was established to rule Gaza in the interim. And I think until they are vowing to stop targeting Israel, targeting Israelis, and accepting the resolution of the conflict that is not maximalist, but rather a compromise based on territory and mutual recognition of rights and self-determination for both the Jewish people and the Palestinian people, I don't see how this conflict will end. And what I hope to see is that the people of Gaza receive everything they need to reestablish their communities and live peacefully. But I'm afraid that we are returning to problems of the old. I don't see how Hamas is being removed from power. And that's my concern, because that will mean that, again, within 10 years, perhaps we'll see another deadly conflict that will affect both us Israelis and the Gazans.
And you just spoke about accountability earlier. You would like to see accountability from authorities over what happened on October the 7th. In your opinion, do you think Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has done enough for the people of Israel, for yourself, for the hostage families?
I would say, first and foremost, that I understand that it is complex to be a policymaker, an elected official, and making decisions that are hard. I've met Prime Minister Netanyahu over the past 2 years, and I saw that he was truly believing that the path he has chosen is the right one. I was not elected to rule or be part of a parliament ever, and so I can't say that his decisions were wrong. What I do want to emphasize is that we need to have a national inquiry committee that will determine whether the policies, including the policies of Prime Minister Netanyahu in the run-up to the October 7th atrocities, to the attack on that terrible day, policies that including emboldening Hamas by allowing Qatar to funnel money to the Gaza Strip, by allowing the Gaza Strip to reconstruct after the 2014 war without Hamas being removed from power, and in a way tolerating the violence that Hamas instigated and Palestinian Islamic Jihad instigated over the past decade between 2014 and 2023. I want to see an inquiry. I want to see inquiry as well for how the hostage crisis was dealt. Was more could have been done? Possibly, yes. Perhaps we could have reached this agreement much earlier. Perhaps we could have saved lives that were lost in captivity. There are over 40 hostages who were murdered in captivity or killed as a result of war. And I want to ensure that the people of Israel receives the answers. And I think many families share these sentiments, families of bereaved, and families of hostages. And so there are movements in Israel calling for that inquiry to happen. I understand it's a complex political issue, but we need to receive answers. I hold Hamas accountable more than anybody else. I want to emphasize that. They instigated the October 7th attack. They kidnapped our people. But we need to ensure that our policymakers don't repeat those mistakes. And we can't do everything we can to stop Hamas from doing it ever again. And for, in my opinion, also sacrificing the people of Gaza for their maximalist and genocidal approach to the conflict. But what we can do is do better for our own people and for the region.
Moshe Lavi, it was so good to get your thoughts. Thank you so much. And lots of love to your family and your brother-in-law.
Thank you so much.
India and the EU have signed a landmark trade deal in Delhi today as the two sides form stronger ties amid growing tensions with the United States. It will allow the free trade of goods between 27 European states in the world's most populated country. India's Prime Minister called the agreement historic, whilst Europe's Ursula von der Leyen said it was the mother of all deals. Take a listen.
Friends, today, India has concluded the largest ever free trade agreement in its history. This free trade agreement will boost investment between India and the European Union. It will help forge new innovation partnerships and will strengthen supply chains at a global level, which means that this is not just a trade agreement, it is a new blueprint for shared prosperity. Friends, we are seeing a lot of turmoil today in the global order. At such a time, the partnership between India and the European Union will strengthen stability in international systems.
Prime Minister, distinguished friend, we did it. We delivered the mother of all deals. We are creating a market of 2 billion people. And this is the tale of two giants, the world's second and fourth largest economies. Two giants who choose partnership in a true win-win fashion.
Let's get the thoughts of journalist Lovina Tandoon. Lovina, thank you so much for joining me. First of all, why has the European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen called this the mother of all trade deals? We just heard her there.
Exactly. And it is mothers of all trade deal. Basically, because it's not only a bridge, creating a bridge between the world's fastest growing economy and the world's biggest kind of market, EU and India, but it actually is creating a motorway. It's creating architecture, like of entire economy, the kind of trade and market agreement that has gone through. So just scaling some numbers, it is actually a corridor of 2 billion people, almost impacting 25% of global GDP. And just from the EU point of view, by reducing 96.6% tariff, it's going to create 4 billion euros. So in the terms of numbers, number one, it is a mother of all agreements. Plus, it has taken a long time to come. It's been hanging about and in the making since 2007. So it's a big feat that's been achieved. It's a balancing of power in the world that is becoming more protectionist. So I just feel somehow, while the world, many economies are looking inward, this kind of situation, Trump politics, Trump tariffs have created a kind of democratization of the blocs and more conversation between economies. So for several reasons, this is genuinely something that is going to do well for the 27 countries group of EU and the 28 states, 8 union territories of India. So it's progress for all. It's a motorway. But I must say that the negotiations have happened. The politics begins because the ratification still has to happen.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to put it. The negotiations have stopped, but then the politics do begin. But Lovina, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed this as a new era in relations. But it's always difficult, the nuts and bolts of these kind of deals. How will the deal between the EU and India reduce tariffs? What exactly are they looking at?
So it is quite funny because this is what I felt, that the UK-India trade deal got scotch to India. This one is getting luxury cars and wines to India. But on the other hand, for India, it is not only just make in India. So India has this big thing about make in India, but this is also make in India plus serve by India and manufacturing in India. So it's going to show up in showrooms, so in the form of luxury cars from Europe, and it gets the big market and many other things. For India, it's, of course, gems and hospital tech. But let me just zoom out a little bit from the numbers and say what's happening here is, and how it is a win-win, is because EU gets access to the big market. India gets mobility and service outsourcing to the EU. So, for example, in India, there is very high level of skill and talent. It's 1.55, if I remember right, million people, just engineers being educated and graduating annually. So they get the IT, the design, the architecture, they get the skills can be transported as well. And India gets not only just by giving access to EU, it is also asking manufacture here, innovate here. So it's mobility of service and business, but also of making technology exchange. So it's going to show up in showrooms in the form of cars, manufacturing in the form of flows, and also hospital tech and a pharma is a big place where they'll do the exchange. But I will leave with just one bit, which is behind this whole trade and global market and all of that is also a very important strategic exchange of security and intelligence, which is quite important as well, which is not another time to talk, but this is definitely a win-win deal. One gets the market, the other gets make, manufacture and mobility.
So one gets luxury cars, which we always like. But Lavina, just a quick thought for me. Brussels and New Delhi have both faced a barrage of tariffs from the US. Will this new trade agreement concern President Donald Trump at all, do you think? Because, you know, we've been talking about how these trade deals are realigning a lot of the global supply chains.
Absolutely. He is going to be bothered. It is a deal that, in a way, brings two biggest markets, fastest growing economy together. And I would say, I just tweeted in the morning, thank you to Trump for this expediting and being the biggest catalyst to bring this deal together, because it's been happening for so long. We almost forgot in the middle how long it's been. So yes, it is going to bother, but one must remember, this is not anti-America. It's just an insurance for the rest of the world. It is democratizing the entire economy of the globe, bringing more supply chains, demand, so that it's balanced. When we just learned EU, UK, America access has just learned that you can't just rely on one country, one president or one person can come and just destabilize everything. So this is just trying to stabilize the global economy. No one wants to be in a situation where they are so dependent. And EU has shown a lot of strength. The way Ursula von der Leyen spoke in her welcome address in Davos was just to say, you know, we are open to America, but actually we are going to open to other countries in the world, and one can't ignore India at this point.
Lavina Tandoon, it was brilliant to speak to you. Thank you so much for bringing me all those interesting bits that I didn't know about that trade deal. Thanks once again.
Thank you, Leigh Ann.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. Shares in Puma have surged 15% after China's Anta Sports announced it will buy a major stake in the sportswear company. Anta will pay 1.5 billion euros for nearly 30% of Puma, making it the brand's biggest shareholder. Meta will introduce paid subscriptions across Instagram, Facebook and WhatsApp. The premium plans would unlock advanced AI features, while call services do remain free. Turning to all the sports now, and Carlos Alcaraz is through to the Australian Open semi-finals after winning against Alex de Minaur. At just 22 years old, he's the third youngest player to reach the semis at the all four Grand Slam tournaments. And ICE agents will help US security at the Winter Olympics in Italy next month, focusing on protecting the American delegation under Italian authority. Their presence has sparked debate in Italy, especially after the recent deaths of 2 civilians during ICE operations in Minneapolis. A reminder of our top stories. Top U.S. immigration official Gregory Bovino is expected to leave Minneapolis after the fatal shooting of Alex Pretty after Trump's border czar takes over. Meanwhile, the acting director of ICE is ordered to appear before a judge over allegations of defying court orders. The Rafah crossing could reopen this week after the remains of Israel's final hostage, Ran Gaveli, are recovered. And India and the EU strike a landmark trade deal, deepening diplomatic and economic ties between the two regions. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with the W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. Today's media coverage was dominated by the fallout from the fatal ICE shooting in Minneapolis, causing a number of changes in President Trump's immigration team amid growing political and legal backlash. We'll also look at America's historic winter storm, rising tensions in the Middle East as Iran continues its deadly protest crackdown. Gaza's fragile next phase also grabbed headlines after the remains of the last Israeli hostage were returned. Federal immigration enforcement remained front and center in America after the fatal shooting of Alex Pretty in Minneapolis sparked nationwide protests, legal challenges, and political backlash. The backlash prompted President Trump to shift tone and deploy a new border official to manage the response. Other big stories also grabbed headlines as a historic winter storm continues to disrupt travel and daily life across much of the country, causing deaths, power outages, and thousands of flight cancellations. We'll start with the backlash after the second ICE killing in Minneapolis. The Washington Times reported that Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino is leaving Minneapolis as President Trump reshuffles leadership of his immigration crackdown. Of course, that comes following the fatal shooting of Alex Pretty. The piece also notes that Trump has put border czar Tom Burges in charge, signaling a partial pullback and also softer tone amid mounting backlash. It also highlights legal repercussions as Minnesota officials and cities are now in court seeking to halt the federal search, arguing it targets sanctuary policies. Newsweek, on the other hand, focused on Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who is set to testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee on the 3rd of March amid of course, backlash over 2 fatal ICE and Border Patrol shootings in Minneapolis. The report explains that lawmakers are expected to push her and press her on aggressive enforcement tactics as Democrats push an impeachment effort that now has more than 100 co-sponsors. Also, the piece contends newly surfaced video that undercut Department of Homeland Security claims about Alex Pritty's death will probably deepen scrutiny. It adds that some Republicans are also calling for investigations, setting up a tense and highly charged congressional showdown. The Wall Street Journal details how President Trump reversed course in Minneapolis just 48 hours after the fatal shooting of Alex Pritty, as, of course, video evidence undercut officials' claims and backlash grew from Republicans, gun right allies, and also adversaries. The piece explains that the president, alarmed that the crackdown looked chaotic and not tough, replaced the local Border Patrol commander with border czar Tom Burges and sought to de-escalate tensions. The piece also concludes that the pivot reflects internal divisions over immigration tactics and rising concerns that the episode was becoming a political liability. Of course, this backlash intensified as video evidence revealed details of the shooting. The New York Times conducted a visual investigation using more than a dozen videos to reconstruct the fatal shooting of Alex Pritty in Minneapolis. By synchronizing eyewitnesses and also footage and analyzing it frame by frame, reporters established what they call ground truth: what happened and also when. Their findings contradicted federal claims that Pritty posed a threat, showing he was holding a phone and appeared restrained before being shot. The investigation highlights how visual evidence can challenge official narratives and help establish accountability. Politico reports that Republicans are increasingly alarmed by ICE shootings in Minneapolis, but are reluctant to confront President Trump directly. The report reveals that lawmakers privately fear the violence is undermining the GOP's strongest campaign issues, immigration and public safety, yet most communicate their concerns in coded language, blaming advisors rather than Trump. The piece shows how GOP leaders quietly push for investigations and softer tactics while avoiding open criticism, hoping the president adjusts course as public backlash and damaging images mount. The Economist explores whether Minnesota can prosecute federal agents over Alex Pritty's killing, despite claims of near-total federal immunity. The analysis explains that agents are shielded by Supremacy Clause immunity, but that protection isn't absolute, as states can still pursue charges if officers acted beyond what was necessary and also proper. The piece cites legal experts who say courts often apply an objective reasonable officer test, meaning accountability remains possible, especially if federal authorities decline to act. The other big story in America is the winter storm that is affecting more than half the population in the U.S. The Washington Post breaks down why Sunday's D.C. storm was far from ordinary, as we can see in those pictures. The analysis says that it wasn't just the snowfall, it was the rare combination of heavy sleet and deep cold. It also explains that several inches of icy pellets fell on top of snow, creating a dense frozen layer with the water content of a much larger blizzard, locking the region in ice for days. Also, the piece explains how Siberian Arctic air collided with Pacific moisture to produce this unusual storm, making it more disruptive and lasting longer probably than a typical winter event. International headlines today were centered on the Middle East after Israel recovered the remains of the last hostage in Gaza, opening the door to the next phase of a fragile ceasefire and the reopening of the Rafah crossing. At the same time, U.S.-Iran tensions are escalating, with Washington deploying an aircraft carrier to the region amid reports of deadly crackdowns on protests. The Guardian reports harrowing testimony from doctors, morgue workers, and also graveyard staff, suggesting Iran's protest death toll may be far higher than official figures, possibly exceeding 30,000. The report recounts how medics describe treating gunshot victims in secret, while witnesses recount bodies moved in refrigerated trucks and buried in mass graves. The piece highlights videos and forensic accounts that point to systematic killings, including close-range shots and deaths during medical care. It also notes internet shutdowns, state concealment continue, leading investigators to say the true scale of the crackdown may never be fully known. Israel Hayom reported that Phase 2 of President Trump's Gaza plan has begun following the return of the last hostage, but faces major obstacles, chiefly Hamas's refusal to disarm. The plan calls for demilitarizing Gaza, installing a technocratic civilian administration, reopening Rafah crossing for humanitarian cases, and launching reconstruction. The report notes that Washington is pressing ahead with talks involving Egypt, Qatar, and also Turkey, even as Israel insists Hamas must surrender its weapons before rehabilitation can move forward. The piece also highlights disagreements over governance, security forces, and international deployment, which all underscore how fragile this next phase remains. Haaretz argues that with the return of the last hostage, Israel has effectively closed the Gaza war chapter, but now faces uncomfortable realities. The analysis says that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu must confront a ceasefire he didn't fully shape, one that leaves Hamas still entrenched and opens the door to Qatar and Turkey's involvement. The piece also argues that while the hostage effort showed Israel's determination, the outcome exposes strategic failures and political fault lines, forcing a reckoning over Gaza's future much sooner than the government expected. And we'll end with Le Monde, which examined the French Parliament's decision to approve a landmark law banning social media access for children under the age of 15 and restricting mobile phone use in high schools as well, with President Macron pushing the measure through on a fast track. The report explains the government's argument that the move is aimed at protecting young people's mental health, but legal experts caution the legislation may indeed conflict with European regulations. It notes platforms will be expected to introduce age verification systems, and some messaging apps and gaming features could be affected, with the implementation plan to begin this September. That's it from us today. Thanks for watching the dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
It all comes down to Donbass. Russia and Ukraine have been fighting over the resources-rich territory for more than a decade. And now, reportedly, it's the only thing preventing a peace deal. Russia controls the majority of the hotly contested region. Should Ukraine give up the rest in return for peace? That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Geneva, a true gem of Switzerland, Geneva. Full of history, architecture, and sights, Geneva is a worthy place to visit. The amazing European city is best known for Lake Geneva, of course. The jet d'eau water jet should definitely be on top of your list. The jet of water from the lake can go so high and is considered the emblem of the city of Geneva. Go to the pier, get close to the water jet, and you'll feel the powerful pressure of water projected into the air. Geneva Lake is a central focus of the city. It is surrounded by a panoramic view of the mountains with great promenades too. Throughout the year, many boat trips travel to give tourists a view of the city's lakeside. The buildings and, of course, the jet d'eau water jet are terrific sights to see from afar. Next up is the Old Town. As Switzerland's biggest historical city and the home of the Reformation movement, there is so much to be uncovered here. Every corner of Geneva's cobbled streets, you will find Swiss shops and cafes that are worth dropping by. The town square is an active area and was originally a Roman forum. Not to be missed is the St. Peter's Cathedral. You'll find it at the very heart of Old Town. See its architectural beauty and think of how it took over 400 years to build. Now, the cathedral stands to almost 1,000 years old. St. Peter's Cathedral is also known for the archaeological museum you'll find in its basement and the panoramic views you can catch glimpses of from the North Tower. Want more views from the top? Try Mont Slieve. It's a mountain right outside the city where you'll see Geneva in its entirety. For a dose of the green scene in the city, the Parc de Bastion is where you should be. It's a pretty tree-lined park that dates from way back in the 1700s. It was home to the Reformation Wall, which commemorates the main founders of the Protestant faith, including John Calvin. More history? Head over to the Geneva Museums, the cultural and historical place to be. The Musée des Arts d'Extrême-Orient is home to art from Japan and China, and it is renowned internationally. Other notable stops are the Museum of Natural History, the Barbier-Mueller Museum, and the Museum of Art and History. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Their allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Wow, shukran, shukran.
Okay, we're going to start from the beginning and the retrospect moment. Have you always thought that you'd have a career as a performer?
You know, as a child, I live off of that energy of excitement and enthusiasm and inspiration, and I like how it feels to tell someone a story and they give their attention, and then when you get to the end of the story, there's the joyful release. So it's been something that I've loved my entire life, and then it's a natural part of me, and it became the energy of my desire to perform.
Throughout the years and all my interviews with you, I was thinking about it the other day. Is every time like a new world for you? It's a world of a movie.
Once you've started a film as a director, you can actually feel the thing taking over. The film is telling you what it wants to be. And that's especially so in the cutting room, you know.
Exactly. You can make 10 movies in a cutting room. 10 different things.
Yes. I'll do a bunch of 3-minute films.
Yes, exactly. After all these years and all your success, what is cinema to you?
It's life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's everything, as the festival says.
It's everything. I actually, strangely, and I don't know how to say it, the most important events of my life, I actually equate them to some kind of a film that I was doing at that time. So it's more than life.
The festival does want to, support and showcase female filmmakers and actresses. Fatima herself is an actress and filmmaker. You're an actress and a producer. And how important is it to be in the conversation of that and to kind of push and be all supportive of female filmmakers?
I mean, you're part of it. I think it is important, but that's sort of the byproduct of enjoying and wanting the conversation to be healthy and vibrant and constantly evolving. I mean, the conversation about filmmakers, it seems it's still sort of impossible for me to decide, we're going to speak about female or male. Let's just talk about filmmakers. But for me, it's a natural part of being around people who get great things done.
Show me how much you love Hritik Roshan. I have to say that I asked Jackie Chan to teach me a kung fu move, and he said stick to interviewing Raya, so I'm going to stick to it. Jackie, it's always such a pleasure to have you on the show. I want to go back to the beginning a little bit. You learned martial arts when you were young, and how much did it, influence you now that you're teaching it?
I'm pretty lucky. When I was 6.5, I'm in the martial arts school. It's called Northern Style. And after that, I was a child actor, then becoming a low-class stuntman, middle-class stuntman. Then when I finished my contract in my martial arts school, then I learned Southern Style. Judo, Hapkido, Taekwondo, boxing. Only those kind of plays can fit in us to release our energy. Training, then go home, sleep, then next day filming, then training.
I love this festival. I've attended before. They're incredibly hospitable, and I have many friends here in Saudi Arabia. And, I love that they're doing so much to empower people to tell stories.
I'm very excited. It's my first time at this festival, and it's my first time in Saudi. So I'm just happy to discover a new country and to learn about the traditions, to see the cinema, the Saudi cinema.
I love this event. This is the second time I've been here, and it's so beautiful. And it's just an honor to be back.
I'm very excited. I've never been to this particular film festival, and it's 5 years in and growing incrementally. It's wonderful how much great talent is coming in, but even more wonderful is the roster of films that represent Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Asia.
I have to be honest, I'm a really anxious person normally, so I'm really excited. I can tell that.
I've never been to a festival like this in the region. It's a region that I travel to a lot. I've been to Saudi before, I've come here with my family. So it's great to come here with work and bring, almost those two sides of me together in one place.
I think that the reality is it's such an international, global art form, so I'm happy to learn every day, so that's why I'm kind of here, really.
I was here 2 years ago with Jackie Chan for location scouting, and hope to make a movie in Saudi.
It's my first time here, so I'm excited to see how it's going. I've heard about the festival and how it does help young women directors, and I think it's great.
أول edition, I had 2 movies here, and one of them won the Best Saudi Film Award, so yes,
happy to be here. It's really an honor. I didn't think I'd ever come here, so it's a beautiful place to see, and the people have been amazing.
There's a really wonderful range of films, from very artistic art house films, and they have quite big blockbuster fare that are being produced within the region, so I'm excited about that. Yeah.
Well, there are 38 films by female filmmakers, and so I'm really excited to see those. Yeah, I always feel as though women have a different perspective, and it's underrepresented, so I'm excited to see what women have to say this year.
I know a little bit. I know that we have 5 films from female directors. I know we have at least 1 debut. It seems like quite an eclectic mix.
I am not on the jury. I'm a little jealous of the jury because I've heard the lineup of films from all over the world is extraordinary, and I've sat on many juries, and it's like a crash course in storytelling, culture from all around the world, and the real fusion of people together.
Giant's playing tonight, so I'm curious about that. And then a good girlfriend of mine has a friend whose films in the festival, so I'm not on the jury, so I'm not going to see all of them.
Well, I know tonight they're having a premiere of Giant, and this story is very interesting to me because I'm of mixed race as well, and I think that many people in the world now are a mixture of different cultures, and to be able to honor both of the cultures that you come from, or more than one culture that you come from, is very, very important, and to tell stories that reflect that dichotomy is a beautiful thing.
I always knew that Amir in the dramatic parts of the film was going to be fantastic. He's a BAFTA winner, and you know he's going to be walking down a lot more awards carpets. He's that kind of actor. But we had to train him to be a boxer in 4 weeks, and you know the transformation he made, I think, should go down in history. I mean, I've personally never seen anything like it, but I've also never read or heard about anything like it. It was a true transformation in the shortest time, which is testament to his work ethic.
Hamed has done it. The Prince is champion of the world.
I think Anne-Marie Jack here has got a film here, Palestine 36, which is screening, which I'm excited to see again on a big screen. I've seen it. It's a beautiful film, phenomenal.
So I'm going to give you this award on behalf of the Red Sea Film Festival.
I'm just so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Stranger to the big epic film and you know a lot of extras and what it means to have those huge sets when you're in an infrastructure that is burgeoning and new. How amazing is that on one hand because everybody's so enthusiastic, and on the other hand, what are the challenges?
Well, this was easily the most ambitious thing I've ever done.
Yeah.
And even though I've done, I guess, ambitious films in the past, the Planet of the Apes that I did, that was actually interestingly quite small, a practical film, because we were dealing with a lot of, it was a character drama in a way, and then post-production brought a lot of the scale to it.
And it's true that this doesn't have much visual effects, so this is
No, I mean, our visual effects company did an extraordinary job, and so they created the elephants and they created the hyenas.
But there's very little compared to the film.
Very little, yes, in terms of just the creature animation and things like that. And the landscapes, and that was the thing that we would always laugh about. We would see it through the lens of the camera, and we would say, people are going to think that this is CGI, But it was all there, and so we were very fortunate. We had the opportunity just to sort of line up what we wanted and then make it happen.
How much did the film immerse you historically, and also how great was it that it was a true melting pot in many ways, in the story, in the context of it, in the cast, and everything?
Yeah, huge amount of research, and it was fascinating. But I think it was really, in many ways, a very simple goal for us, which was to tell the story of unity, because we start a story with very disparate tribes, different religions, cultures, languages, and through the eyes of this young girl, and against all odds, she's able to then unify these warring parties under one banner and fight off oppression, which I think is a timely story.
What a pleasure it is to finally be talking about Desert Warrior. Labor of Love, it's taken so much time for the film to be seen by an international audience. So how excited are you to watch it in a communal audience?
I think that's what I'm most intrigued by, is I've seen the movie by myself in a theatre environment, but not with an audience, and it's a very unique film, so I'm very curious to see what people make of it. And it's been a very long journey, as you say. It's been, 4 years since we filmed it. This morning we were just going back through memories, talking to the cast, trying to get ourselves back there. And it's very easy to do, actually, because the cast have stayed very close. The key cast, a lot of us stayed very close over the years. It was a very special time.
Tell us about working with Aisha, who I think has amazing, strong presence, and of course Anthony Mackie and Sir Ben Kingsley. It's a very eclectic cast, but it's also a very interesting bunch of people.
Aisha was interesting because she comes across, when I met her, she's very skinny, she's beautiful, obviously. She looks like she's stepped off, sort of, when she's dressed up, looks like she stepped off a model rap. Yes, exactly. But she was tough, really physically tough woman, strong and tough. We would do stuff.
The character.
Yes, she just worked through the craziest of conditions too. I mean, sometimes it was absolutely freezing, sometimes absolutely boiling hot. Pretty demanding environment out there. Yeah, it was fun. I mean, Anthony, I didn't have too much time with him. We get to do a great fight together, but I had a great time with him. I've always admired him as an actor. I think he's great talent. And Ben Kingsley, Sir Ben.
Sir Ben. I don't think he answers if you say Ben Kingsley.
Yes, exactly. I would have had to call him Sir Ben, and I only ever saw him from the distance that I was in the movie, which is like I'm down here and he's up there in the VIP box, and I'm in the Coliseum fighting.
It's like there were like 300 actors, but you know, Sir Ben was in his pedestal, as any emperor should be.
Yes.
You start as a so-called bandit. For me, he's none of the above. What did you love about this onion type of character? You know, you kind of, peel the layers of him throughout the film.
Well, Hansela was a very interesting character for me, just simply because of his origin, his background, and how he ended up to be a part of this story. You know, if you look at him being a part of the Sudanese trade route between Eastern Africa and what's now known as the Middle East, and being a button virgin to the war that's taking place that he falls a part of. It was very unique and very eye-opening to be able to play the character and learn so much about this history that we've never really talked about outside of the myths and legends that we've heard.
Let's talk about Aisha. I just met her. I think she's got this, fascinating screen presence to her. How was it building the dynamic of those two leads for the film?
You know, it was really easy. Aisha and I, when we first met and first started working together, we really just fell into a groove with each other that kind of helped these characters in a great way. You know, because when it first starts, they don't know each other. They are from two completely different worlds, and they develop this relationship and this rapport of appreciation and respect. And I think that's how we were able to take our relationship and put it into these two characters throughout the course of filming.
My planet Arrakis is so beautiful when the sun is low. Rolling over the sands, you can see spice in the air.
Nice to see you guys.
Nice to
see you. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. How did you enjoy that amazing premiere last night? Zendaya, was it your first time?
It was my first, baby's first Venice Film Festival. And it was great. I had an excellent time. It was so much fun.
Crushed it.
I got to do it with some of my best friends around. This is just like, it's the coolest. I honestly, it was such a beautiful experience. Just seeing also all the fan love and support that was there. And getting to share the stage with this guy and so many other actors that I admire, and Denis and Hans. It's just this is like a dream. It's completely such a beautiful experience.
Venice is like a fairy tale. It's you're going around on boats. The space that the film shows in is iconic, if I can use that word.
I've been having dreams about a girl on Arrakis.
Those characters carry so much backstory and forthcoming story. So how much do you carry that when you're acting them?
I mean, like I said, I didn't maybe get as much prep time as I wish I did, as I wish I could have, to really spend time with everyone and work with Denny as much as possible, because he's so fun to work with. But even upon, kind of getting there, I felt like I literally landed on, Arrakis. It was this beautiful natural rock formations, and getting into the costumes and meeting everybody who was so lovely and kind and warm, and I just felt like I stepped right into the movie. I felt like I was in it, and it was very, there was also times where we were joking around and having a good time, where I was like, okay, this is very much a movie, and we're maybe but then there was these moments where I really felt like I was of this planet, and so it didn't have to really take much to imagine, because it's all there. So yeah, it's I don't even remember what the question was because I was just thinking about like where we were shooting and how gorgeous it was, and the experience, and like, you know, all the details and the costumes, you know, the tubes, and the, you know, my costume had like, you know, these little beads on it, like, you know, because
crazy detail.
Yeah, because Chani would have, you know, kind of customized her and had it for such a long time, you know.
We were all struggling with the nose pieces, and Zendaya got there and was just like, it's all good. Like, what? We have only been here a day.
Yeah.
But then, so then we all
it's a good
shook up and just did it.
It's time.
It all comes down to Donbass. Russia and Ukraine have been fighting over the resources-rich territory for more than a decade. And now, reportedly, it's the only thing preventing a peace deal. Russia controls the majority of the hotly contested region. Should Ukraine give up the rest in return for peace? That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Well, US President Donald Trump has called it one of the most consequential bodies ever created in the history of the world. His Board of Peace has been officially launched, promising not only stability in the Middle East, but also an avenue for broader global conflict resolution. For more insight on the role the board will play, we're joined by US Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Ambassador Huckabee, thank you for your time and welcome back to Counterpoints.
I appreciate it, Melinda. It's great to be back with you.
Let's start with the Board of Peace. Why do you think that this particular board can be a stabilising force in the Middle East where other groups and other institutions may have failed?
Oh, this is the first time we've seen anything this comprehensive that brings together people from across the political and even geographical spectrum. It's historic and epic in its very makeup. It's even more historic in its ambition, and the idea that you're going to bring all of these nations together who are going to collaborate on something that is uniquely focused on a region that has been the centerpiece of international attention for the past 2.5 years, and that has been the centerpiece of a very, very difficult war, difficult for the Israelis, difficult for many people who have watched it from afar, and unfortunately, especially difficult for those who forget why the war even happened. And it seems like a lot of people talk about what the future of Gaza is. That's the appropriate thing. But I hope we never forget what initiated it. And that was the October 7th slaughter of over 1,200 people and the taking of over 250 hostages.
Ambassador, there has been some concern from some politicians, from some commentators who are worried that the term Gaza isn't even mentioned in the Charter. Are you concerned, as the ambassador for Israel, that this will be too internationally focused and that the region that it was set up to stabilise may be forgotten in broader ambitions?
I think it may be a fair concern just looking at it from a distance, but I can assure you that everyone that is involved in it understands exactly why this was created. Maybe it's because there's hope that the model of the Board of Peace can serve as a model for other places around the globe where there have been similar conflicts, similar injustices, similar instances in which a lot of people have been caught up in a war. And so I wouldn't worry too much about what isn't mentioned. I would focus more on what is mentioned, and that is that there has got to be now a real effort to try to disarm Hamas, get the last hostage back, then move very quickly to phase 2 and start building a better future for the people who choose to remain there.
Can you see a situation where the Board of Peace, chaired by the president himself, gives a deadline to Hamas to disarm, gives a deadline to Israel to withdraw their troops? Do you think the Board of Peace will go that far?
Whether it's the Board of Peace officially or whether it's President Trump, I not only can foresee it, I would almost be assured of it. President Trump is a lot of things, but being patient with people who signed an agreement and don't keep it, well, that's not something he's really that patient with. Hamas signed the agreement. Let's never let them forget that. They agreed to disarm. They agreed that they would not have a future in the role of governing Gaza. So for them to violate that, and then to violate the return of all hostages, which they, to their credit, they at least let all the living hostages go, and most of it is ceased, but there's still a remaining deceased hostage that's being held. That too was something they agreed to. So they're the clear violators of the ceasefire agreement, and they've signed on to say they would do it. I think you can count on the fact that President Trump will hold them to that.
So you can foresee the president putting a deadline, in 2 weeks, on this date, they must disarm?
Yeah, I don't know what that's going to be, and only he could answer that. So I'm not going to try to speculate. Is it weeks? Is it a month? What is that deadline? I don't know. He will certainly tell us. As you know, the president's pretty good about expressing himself. He's not ambiguous when it comes to saying things out loud that he really believes and things that he sticks by. And I think it's one of the reasons that Hamas should pay attention, because he said consistently since he was sworn in just over a year ago that Hamas has no future there and they've got to disarm. And that was before the ceasefire agreement. He's never wavered from that, never even an iota. So the idea that they're going to somehow wait him out, it's not a good calculation on their part.
Seeing as we're talking about the president, let me put this to you. He sits at the head of the Board of Peace, and he alone has full veto power. Is that fair, that the veto rests with one person?
I would ask this: is there anyone else in the world who could lead this effort and bring it to where it already is? I would say the answer to that is an emphatic no. I can't think of anyone leading any nation, any organization, who has the moxie to pull off what he has already pulled off. The agreement at Sharm el-Sheikh itself was something that I think maybe went beyond what people would have ever expected. And that is, when you have the entire Arab world all signing that agreement, Israel signing the agreement, even Hamas signing the agreement, no one but President Donald J. Trump could have pulled that off. So I would just simply say, if anyone questions why should he be the head of the Board of Peace, you tell me who should. And I think you're going to have a hard time giving me a name of anybody who would be better suited to serve in that role than he would.
Here on Counterpoints, we've had some very experienced political commentators say to us that this board could eventually kill the United Nations. Do you think that that's a possibility?
I personally couldn't answer that. I don't think that that's the intent of the Board of Peace. In fact, I can say categorically that's never been discussed. No one has ever said, hey, if we really work this right, we'll replace it.
Of course, and the president in his address at Davos said that he will work in conjunction, but he has been very critical of the UN. Can you foresee a time where it rivals, threatens the UN?
I think if the UN is threatened or rivaled, it'll be because of its own incompetence. It won't be because of something that President Trump does. He's willing to work with the UN. He's gone to speak there. He's been very open about that. But he's also recognized that there are UN-affiliated organizations like UNRWA that were collaborators with Hamas. Even on October 7th itself, there's a lot of heartburn, I think, among many Americans and other nations of the world about some of the ways in which the UN conducts itself. So it's the UN that needs to reform. It's the UN that needs to make some serious changes to regain credibility in the world. But if you have let's say a Human Rights Council, and you take advice from Russia or North Korea, you just strain the credibility of the organization. So no, I don't think the Board of Peace was ever intended to be a replacement or to be a rival. It's intended to do what it's stated its intentions are, and that is to bring a global awareness and participation in bringing not only an end to a war, but a real rebuilding beyond it.
Well, you raise Russia there. But eyebrows were certainly raised when invitations were extended to Russia, to Belarus, to join the Board of Peace. Given what you've just said, is it appropriate that Presidents Putin and President Lukashenko are invited to sit on a Board of Peace?
I think, again, the president wants to bring as many people together as he possibly can, hoping that if they are a part of the Board of Peace, that it will have long-reaching implications and maybe lead to points of peace in other theaters, including Russia, Ukraine. Let's hope so. We all want to see that one end as well.
Would you like to see President Putin accept the invitation?
Not up for me. Look, I'm keeping my eyes on the portfolio of being U.S. ambassador to Israel, and I have great respect and genuine sense of confidence in the president's decisions. So far, even when people think they're wrong, they turn out to be right. And this has been my observation for many, many years of knowing him. I often, sometimes even will say, I wonder what he was thinking or what did he do? And then in a few days or a few weeks later, it's like, that was brilliant. What I love about President Trump is that he does not approach things in a conventional and in a traditional political calculation. He asks two questions of pretty much everything before him. Will it work, and will it make things better? He is the ultimate pragmatist. He is not an ideologue. And I tell my friends in the U.S. all the time who want to peg him left or right, I say, you're missing the point. That's not who he is. If he makes a decision, it's going to be based on will it work and will it make it better? If that lands a little left of center, that's not a big calculation. Most political figures are going to start and end within the box of their ideology. So if they're conservative, they're going to say everything we do has to start and end within the center to right horizontal line. He just doesn't think like that, and it's why he's been so successful, because he thinks beyond the expectations of a traditional political figure.
Well, Israel is concerned that this Board of Peace will make things better. It's raised worries about the invitations, for example, of Turkey and Qatar on the Board of Peace. Former National Security Advisor Yaakov Amidror to Israel said that it's a strategic error that would strengthen Hamas. Do you share Israel's concerns about their invitation to the board?
One of the things that was made very clear, and President Trump has said it, as have the envoys Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, is that there's an expectation that there will be a difference of opinion in who's on the board and how it's conducting its business. Every member always has the basic right to exit if they choose that it's not going to work for them. But I think the bigger picture is that President Trump is bringing together people that ordinarily wouldn't be together, but the goals are simple. And as it relates to particularly the disarming of those who started this in the first place, and I don't want the world ever to forget, this was not created because Israel did something. This was created because Hamas did something on October the 7th that was an atrocity so unspeakable that had it happened in the United States, it would have been the equivalent of over 40,000 Americans, not just murdered, but massacred and slaughtered. So I think it's one of those moments where Israel looks at this perhaps differently than anybody else in the world. President Trump understands that. He's made that clear. Everyone will make their own decisions about their future role in this.
Mm-hmm. Let's turn our attention slightly away from Israel and Gaza towards other parts of your region. President Trump has told reporters on Air Force One that the US has an armada heading towards Iran. What's he preparing for?
I think Iran will find out when it's time for them to know. The one thing he has said to the Ayatollah that he's continually made clear to Iran, last summer he made clear to them, you're not going to have enriched uranium and you're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They didn't believe him. He proved that he meant it. If he's saying to them, quit killing the protesters, quit slaughtering your own people who believe that they should be having food and water and an economy that works rather than one that gives all of its resources to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, then the supreme leader, or sometimes I call him the extreme leader, should pay attention to that. Melinda, where I come from, we have a statement, a colloquial comment that says there is no education in the second kick of a mule. Well, what that simply means is if the mule kicks you the first time because you stood behind him, not understanding what the mule could do, and you go and you stand behind him again, you're probably not going to have much education in the second kick of the mule because you didn't get much out of the first one. I would say to the Iranian leadership, you got kicked pretty hard last summer, and President Trump did exactly what he said he was going to do. He's saying to you again, you can choose a better course. I would strongly suggest that the Iranian leaders do that.
Is there underlying in that, you know, when you say Iran will find out when it's time for them to know, is the underlying sentiment then that perhaps President Trump isn't convinced when the Iranian authorities say that they aren't executing the protesters and that they have restored calm order?
I think President Trump is a person who is naturally skeptical when people have a long history of murdering their own people, that he's going to just believe that they've had a change of heart. So he's going to want evidence of that. If he doesn't get it, then I think that will be one of the bases upon which he will make whatever decision he will make. But he and he alone will make that decision. It won't be made by me, won't be made by anyone here in Israel. It will be made by the President of the United States. And when he makes that decision, it will be one that it will be carried out. But I don't know when, I don't know what. I just know that anyone who does not believe that President Trump makes promises that he keeps, they haven't been paying attention.
Do you think then that people in your region should be preparing seriously for another US intervention?
You know, I don't know that I would say that people ought to be preparing like they ought to be stocking up on water and bread and canned goods right now. I don't think we feel a sense of imminent threat. I'm not sensing that here in Israel. But look, we live in a part of the world that is volatile. There's a fragility, if you will, about what peace looks like on any given day. I think most Israelis went to bed on October the 6th, 2023, thinking life is good. Tomorrow's a religious holiday. It's going to be a wonderful day. Everything changed within a few hours. So people expect that you're prepared for anything. You hope for the best. Nobody's sitting around curled up in a fetal position right now, thinking that the opening salvos of Armageddon are about to happen. People are always on alert, and I think that's just being smart.
Let's, as we wrap up our interview, let's circle back to where we started with the Board of Peace, because part of that announcement, part of that official launch on the sidelines of the World Economic Forum in Davos included Jared Kushner presenting a reconstruction plan for Gaza. And in that, it suggested not just stable and economically prosperous Gaza, but a Gaza governed and controlled by Palestinians. Do you think that that sits comfortably with the people of Israel?
As long as there's going to be serious reform within the Palestinian culture and mindset, that's going to be a real key. But that's been true within the Palestinian Authority governed regions in Judea and Samaria. So will they change their textbooks and make it so that children are not taught that it's a wonderful thing to kill a Jew? That's going to be a part of it. Will they stop paying people who are terrorists for having murdered people who are Jewish and conducting all kinds of acts of terrorism? And if they die, will their families stop getting pensions for that? That's a part of the reforms that really need to happen, and I think the expectation is that it will. Let's hope that there's a massive reformation. There is a very different kind of culture that takes root in Gaza, and that, as the fairy tales say, let's hope that we all live happily ever after. That's the hope and the goal. But it's in the hands of the people who will have to make it in order for that to be true.
Well, on that, as we wrap up, one last question to you. If we are to live in that fairy tale of all living happily ever after, what is the first thing you would like to see the Board of Peace do? I know that you don't sit at the head, but if you could advise President Trump on day one, this is the first thing, what would you like that to be?
Well, I'm not sure that President Trump needs my advice. I think all of us, and the president has made this clear, we all want to see Hamas fade from the scene, a disarmed, demilitarized Hamas. They're the ones who are the root of this evil, and it really can't go forward as long as they are still holding weapons and as long as they're still holding the hate and the animosity in their heart toward the people who are so close to them.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, it's always a pleasure to have your analysis and insight here on Counterpoints. Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you, Melinda. It's always a pleasure to be with you, and I appreciate the conversation.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
It all comes down to Donbass. Russia and Ukraine have been fighting over the resources-rich territory for more than a decade. And now, reportedly, it's the only thing preventing a peace deal. Russia controls the majority of the hotly contested region. Should Ukraine give up the rest in return for peace? It's up for debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. The Donbass is Ukraine's industrial heartland. It's an agricultural basin, rich in coal, has a lucrative steel manufacturing industry and vast untapped mineral reserves. And Russia wants all of it. As trilateral peace talks resumed, Russia was holding firm on its territorial demands.
Russia's position that Ukrainian armed forces must leave the Donbass territory, must be pulled out of there, is well known. It is a very important condition.
Russia currently controls about 90% of the Donbass, but Ukraine refuses to simply hand over the rest. Dug-in positions on both sides meant the two-day peace negotiations in Abu Dhabi ended without much progress. So, what compromises, if any, are on the horizon? On this episode, we'll debate if Ukraine should accept defeat in Donbass. US security guarantees have reportedly been agreed to. Can and should Ukraine rely on the US? And amid reports that some European leaders are considering reopening diplomatic channels with Russia, we'll ask our panel if that's good policy or bad timing. To debate the latest developments on the Russia-Ukraine deal, I'm joined by Richard Sakwa, Emeritus Professor of Politics at the University of Kent and author of the upcoming book, The Russo-Ukrainian War, Follies of Empire. Ray McGovern is with us, former CIA analyst of Russia and a gentleman who participated delivering the high-level daily briefs to President Ronald Reagan. So a lot of insight on security there. And Valina Takharova is with us, rounding out our panel. She's a European geopolitical strategist and political scientist, and we appreciate having all of you here on Counterpoints. Thanks for being with us. Well, we've heard from the Ukrainian side that recent trilateral talks held in the UAE covered a range of important issues, and the Kremlin has intimated that talks will resume again later this week. Even though the sides have struck a somewhat optimistic tone, the major sticking point remains, seems to be as intractable as ever: who will control the Donbass region? During its military campaign, Russia has seized the vast majority of the two oblasts. It wants Ukraine to hand over the rest, something that Kyiv, thus far, is unwilling to do. Valina, let's start with you. Should Ukraine admit defeat in the Donbass and start considering territorial concessions?
Well, as a matter of fact, Ukraine has already been pushed politically to territorial concessions. The very fact that we are now in this trilateral format between the United States, Ukraine and Russia is, in fact, a proof that the Ukrainian delegation is open to the idea of making certain concessions also on the territorial dispute. Now, what we do not know for a fact, because right now we have these important negotiations on the technical issues, is what exactly this kind of territorial dispute will be. I mean, of course, obviously we know that it's about Donbass, Donetsk and Luhansk. That's the territory which is now more or less mostly disputed because Russia wants the full control, and Ukraine, which still controls parts, in fact, 20% of Donetsk doesn't want to give it away, also for strategic concerns because of fear of future military attacks that could be initiated. So this is now highly technical. It's up to the military representatives of both sides. And of course, the United States is in the lead in terms of mediating the process.
Mm-hmm. Richard, what do you make of Valina's comments there that Ukraine has already made concessions? Do you think, given the fact that Russia already controls about 10%, does it need to go further and hand over the rest? And if so, why?
It's a sort of, it's a de facto concession because it wasn't one made voluntarily, of course. It was made, first of all, over Crimea, now Lugansk and Donetsk. And, of course, the other two in play, which are considered and part of, in the Russian constitution, they're now listed, talking about Zaporozhye and Kherson oblasts. So there's a number of other issues in play. But indeed, this 15 to 20% of Donetsk is at the moment the sticking point. And more than that, for Ukraine, it is the part of the defensive fortifications. So it isn't just simply territory. It's also about long-term military security. There's a lot of ideas about how to deal with this. Initially, there was some sort of idea of demilitarization, foreign observers, monitoring mission, all sorts of ideas. But Russia is sticking to its position that these two, Lugansk and Donetsk, have to be transferred in their entirety. But this is, there's a larger issue, of course. What will be the status of these four territories plus Crimea? So as we move towards an end game, It's larger than that. I mean, you mentioned security guarantees, which we'll talk about later, but that's obviously part of the package.
Ray, how do you assess this dispute over territory? I mean, Ukraine is saying it's not up, Zelensky is saying it's not up to me to give it away. It's in the constitution. I can't hand it over. Russia is saying we won't settle for anything other than 100%. Where do you go from there?
I see it with profound sadness. Totally unnecessary. Almost 4 years ago, there was a deal. Zarachamia on the Ukrainian side, others on the Russian side got together, and within 6 weeks of the actually outbreak of hostilities, they had a deal in Istanbul. It required no transmission of territories one way or the other. All it required was for Ukraine to say, okay, we will not become part of NATO. There would be a ceasefire, and there would be reasonable limits on the amount of armed forces on each side. That's all that was required. Arachamia signed on the dotted line, so did the Russians, and who came in but Boris Johnson? I'm not making this up. Arachamia has said precisely this, and he said, no, don't do that. Go with the West, and we'll fight for you as long as it takes. Very bad decision on the Ukrainian part. They decided to believe the United States and the Western assurances, and so 1 million Ukrainian soldiers have dead, probably 500,000 Russians, all because it was totally unnecessary, and that's why I look at it with profound sadness.
Velina, what do you think about that? Could this have all been avoided, or has Europe really been the instigators of what is now a very difficult negotiating position?
I respectfully disagree with this position. It was up to the Ukrainian leadership to decide whether this was a good negotiation position or not. The very fact that at that time, if we carefully remember the situation, the military situation in 2022, so it was a very different situation. Russia actually had attacked from 5 different directions. So altogether, it was around 30% of military control at that time. And in fact, following this, let's say, failure of diplomatic efforts back in 2022, the reality is very different from geopolitical perspective, because Ukraine was able to exercise a successful counteroffensives. It has pushed the Russian forces, armed forces, from various areas. For instance, Kherson was a very, very successful military operation. And right now, we are at around less than 20% military control. I mean, the very fact that Russia is still desperately trying to achieve more on the diplomatic arena, combining this with this harsh military reality every day by attacking civilians, through drones and missiles, because Ukraine is still lacking the air missiles systems from Europe and from the United States, doesn't make the reality different on the front lines. And the reality is on the front lines is that in 2026, around 18% is under Russian control. None of the 4 oblasts, the 4 regions, are under complete military control of Russia. And that's the current situation from Ukrainian perspective, and from the perspective not just of the Ukrainian leadership, but also of the population of Ukraine, which has supported this leadership throughout the whole war effort.
Do you want to respond to any of that, Ray, before I go over to Richard for a different question?
Well, I just really, I can't get over my sadness, because what really happened was after the coup in Kiev, 2014, NATO built up the Ukrainian armed forces so that they were the best armed forces in Europe. And so the Ukrainian authorities felt there was no need to compromise. When NATO and the U.S. says, fight on, well, we could probably win this. Totally unrealistic against a much bigger, much stronger, and much more powerful enemy on the other side of the line there. So again, the ironies are here. The deceptions of Minsk, both of those accords, admitted to. The betrayals were admitted to by both the Chancellor of Germany, Merkel, and the Prime Minister or the President of France, Hollande. Oh yeah, we were just delaying things to give time enough so that the Ukrainian forces could be built up to NATO standards. The miscalculation was, yeah, the Russians had to build up, but they have, and it was inevitable. As a matter of fact, Obama warned back in 2015 it would be a bad mistake to tell the Ukrainians that they could contend with a much more powerful enemy on their border.
Richard, let me put this to you then. If Russia was so powerful and so much more capable, as Ray is saying there, I mean, Russia has been unable to take full control of the Donbass, despite more than a decade of this fighting, despite apparently their superior military. So if it could take it, wouldn't it have done so already?
It's not a decade. Yes, the conflict began effectively in 2014, and the Minsk Accords. I mean, it's very controversial about what was going on in the Donbass. There's one view that it was a civil war, in other words, a conflict within Ukraine, and that level of conflict, by the way, has not gone away even to this day. So, in my view, as part of the settlement, as the Russians would call it, a type of civil. Peace, harmony within Ukraine, which respects the other Ukraine, that is Russophone, the multi-confessional, pluralistic Ukraine. So that's a whole level of analysis when we come to the end game, which will have to be sorted. The Russians call it denazification. I think that's a misleading term, but what it does suggest is that there's a cultural, civilizational element to the conflict. But the key point is that what was in the Minsk was a way of returning these parts of the two oblasts, Donetsk and Lugansk, back to Ukrainian sovereignty and jurisdiction. If only they made this internal peace. They couldn't do it because within Ukraine, the agenda was dominated by a type of homogenizing discourse, nationalizing discourse, accompanied by an extraordinary, Westernophilia, that the leadership lost, if you like, a sense of its own statecraft, which for a leader, which is to look after the concerns of their own people. They failed to do it. So it wasn't just a betrayal by Hollande and Merkel. It was of their own leaders. Zelensky, of course, was elected in 2019 as a peace leader. He said he would do everything possible for reconciliation. Very quickly, his discourse was captured and sabotaged by the extreme nationalist wing, which has dominated since, which has gone for a military solution. In 2021, the big issue was Tomahawk missiles. There's a whole stack of issues. That's why, we need to talk about this 15% of Donetsk, but that's only a small part of the larger picture. The Russians like to talk about root causes, and they have to be dealt with at many levels. It's like a Rubik's Cube. To get it all together means it's a very complex business. So I'm not sure that this discussion where we are now, these peace talks, can go very far. But just one final point. What's interesting now is that the United States is emerging as an attempt to act as an honest broker in its own way. But this is unique. Of course, Istanbul, it was without the United States and the Western alliance. Now we have. So we see the split in the Western alliance between the United States, Trumpian US, and the Europeans, who seem to be intent on continuing the war to some sort of conclusive, well, it can't be a victory, but some sort of defeat of Russia.
Velina, give me your thoughts on what you've heard, and also answer me this. How does President Zelensky balance this then? It's politically unpopular and constitutionally challenging to cede the territory, but it's also untenable to keep this conflict going indefinitely.
So let me just start with some clarifications what we have at stake before I actually respond to your question and what's next. Now, first and foremost, the strategic goals of Russia haven't changed at all. No matter what kind of ceasefire or political agreement will be reached, because that's my base scenario for 2026. We will talk about it as well. But let's be real about it. The strategic goals of Russia haven't changed at all. And the core of the strategic goal of Russia, when it comes to not just Ukraine, but this specific region, which Russia has been defining as the near abroad. I mean, think of the Monroe Doctrine or the Monroe Doctrine and how the Americans are defining their direct neighborhood. So basically, you get the idea how Russia has been defining its near abroad. And they are denying Ukraine its very existence as territory, as people, and as sovereignty. So the end goal here is still very much the same. And it doesn't matter really about the continuum because, and I will remind you of something else. First and foremost, the attacks on Eastern Ukraine between 2014 and 2022 would have never been actually possible without the military of Russia. So it was a military operation, of course, in a hybrid form, packaged in a hybrid form, coupled with the annexation of Crimea. And basically, you get the idea where we are right now, because between 2014 and 2022, we had countless ceasefires. Now, the problem is that most people were not paying attention at that time. Ukraine was not interesting, and was actually most of the people were not able to point Ukraine on the map. But it was the very same modus operandi, countless ceasefires, every time violated. And it was a source of legitimization, such as the one that is going to happen right now, which is not going to stop the war. It's just going to prolong the continuum of the end goal, which is, again, as I said, the full subjugation of Ukraine in a long period of time, no matter whether Putin is going to be still in power or not. The system that's in charge is going to take care of it. So now going back to Zelensky, and rightfully you asked the question, which is how is Zelensky being now in the position of representing the interests of its people, somehow navigating this completely different geopolitical reality. The Americans want stabilization of the old continent. They want to withdraw from Europe. They want the Europeans to take care of the continent's security. And at the same time, they know that they can do it only when a peace is achieved. So here is how I think it's going to happen. There's going to be a political agreement between United States and Russia. It's inevitable to happen because it serves this new strategic documents and this new, if you like, doctrine of this Trump administration. And it has nothing to do with Ukraine. It has nothing to do with Europeans. And you rightfully pointed out, of course, the Europeans are now quite on a different page when it comes to the relations with Ukraine and the relations with Russia. And what I think might happen is some sort of South Korea, North Korea armistice, some sort of peace without peace treaty, when the two delegations will come together under the guidance of the Americans and will sign some sort of paper which will actually initiate the ceasefire. Of course, with all the technicalities of a ceasefire, similar to what was happening before. Trust me, the Ukrainian and the Russian delegations, especially the military intelligence, they fully understand the complexity of the situation, but it is, I think, the most realistic scenario for 2026. And this is going to be something that the population will accept, because you clearly see what is happening right now with the winter conditions, weeks of minus temperatures, people without electricity, without actually water, and basically under the most, the harshest conditions, where all of these drones and missiles are falling down from the sky because Ukraine is still lacking the required arms, the required air missile defense.
May I interject here?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Ray.
I agree that Russian goals have not changed. Ever since the coup in Kiev in 2014, Russia's goal was to prevent Ukraine from becoming part of NATO. Now, many of us have been saying that for years, but not until 2 years ago did the chief of NATO admit to that, Jens Stoltenberg, saying the Russians said, if you let or continue to want Ukraine in NATO, we will have to invade. Stoltenberg. We said no. And so the Russians invaded. So there you have it. But we got 2 more members, Finland and Sweden. So we got 2. It was that kind of mentality. Meanwhile, 500,000 by that time, Ukrainian youth have died. There is not a scintilla, not little millimeter of evidence that Russia decided to do anything with respect to Ukraine, including Crimea, until the coup in Kiev. So we have to remember that that was a Western-sponsored coup, and that the Europeans who guaranteed that Yanukovych would not have to run, they also betrayed. I'm talking about the president of Russia now, okay? And the other observers from England and from Poland at the time. So the thing has a long history, but I agree that Russia had one aim. It looks like they're going to achieve that aim. And Donald Trump himself has said, I find it reasonable that Russia would not want Ukraine to be a NATO member on its border. As a matter of fact, if the Ukrainians don't make a deal now, says Trump, they'll probably lose the rest of that territory in the Donbass anyway. So why don't they make a deal now? For once, I agree with Trump on that one.
Velina, I'm going to get you to respond to that, but I'm going to move us on to our next segment first, and then we can circle back to some of those points, because one thing that has given Ukraine a little bit of extra confidence, perhaps, is the news that an agreement on US security guarantees has been reached. Let's take a listen to what President Zelensky said on Sunday in Lithuania.
For us, security guarantees come first. These are bilateral security guarantees from the United States. The document is 100% ready, and we are waiting for our partners to confirm the date and place when we will sign it.
Velina, we've seen the US be a very transactional partner in its foreign policy approach recently, and at times it's been accused of being an outright untrustworthy partner. Can and should Ukraine rely on the US for security guarantees?
Yes, absolutely. And I think that the Ukrainian leadership recognized the need to have US security guarantees first and foremost. So the very fact that they did not go for European security guarantees, first and foremost, but try to ensure that the Americans are involved militarily. There will be a military presence. There will be a perpetual military aid. And yes, of course, it's not going to be about NATO membership. But in this case, it doesn't matter really, because Ukraine will be actually invited to join the European Union, the common market. It's already the strongest European army on the old continent. It has already created interoperability with the American defense system. So in that way, I mean, this was certainly the wisest decision on behalf of the Ukrainian leadership to go after the security guarantees. And the security guarantees are strengthening the Ukrainian position in the negotiations, because you have to look at it from both perspectives. On the one hand, the Americans have weakened the Russian geoeconomic position because the sanctions that they have imposed and threat with secondary sanctions. This is certainly working and is decimating the revenues from oil and gas. And now that the Americans, together with their allies, have decimated also key partners and allies of Russia, think of the weakened, Iranian support. Think of also the problems that China is facing right now. Think of Venezuela. where Russia had a very, very strong position for its shadow fleet. I mean, you get the idea. The Russians are really being squeezed economically. And, this combination of strengthening the Ukrainian position and weakening the Russian position, so they both come to the negotiation table, I think is really the intersection point that is going to result in something meaningful.
Okay. All right. Richard, do you agree? Do you think it strengthens Ukraine's position, or does this promise of security guarantees just add another layer of complexity to negotiations? Does Russia view them as provocative?
So much of this talk in the last few months, we're talking from the 28-point peace plan, which was announced in November, and then in December it was modified by the European Union, who went to Washington and begged, and they got the 20-point peace plan. Now these discussions in UAE. There seems to be a sort of a fantasy element about it all, and we've just heard elements of that. First of all, what were the Russian analysis of its goals right from the start? The near abroad applied only to the former Soviet states. It was the Eastern European states were as a sort of middle abroad, but even then it was never a genuine sense of infringing on the sovereignty of neighbours. The Russian policy had always been to precisely maintain the sovereignty. I mean, Putin came in, he signed the deals, border agreements, everything. Let's accept everything as it is. But there was always this question of what are Russia's legitimate security interests. I've been asking this question for 20 years. In the old days, when I used to go to the British Ministry of Defence, I would ask this question. I never got an answer. In other words, the implicit assumption was they don't have any, because we are an expanding Western alliance system. And of course, Ukraine then became a willing element in this element. Obviously, Ukraine wasn't going to join NATO, but NATO was in Ukraine, as we've just heard. If Russia really wanted to annex these territories, as it were, if it was all about empire, they could have done for the bits of Donetsk and Lugansk all the way back from 2014, 15, 16. They didn't want it. The whole point of Minsk was to return it to a sovereign, independent Ukraine, but they mismanaged that, and Western sponsors, call them what you like, misguided. The US embassy in Kiev was some sort of proconsul's office, which, again, everybody talks about Ukrainian agency, which I want, genuine agency, independence, to think how it can save its people now, how it can actually live normally. Russia is not on its knees. We've just heard a very, I think, misleading analysis. Its economy, yes, it has huge challenges, but sanctions will not work. That this geoeconomic element is not going to change Russia's main goal, which is that there has to be no security threat from Ukraine.
So how does the US security guarantees play into that then, though? Coming back to my question, does this add a dangerous level of complexity to negotiations?
It certainly does do that. But remember, it's also rather insulting for the so-called coalition of willing, that is, of the willing, that is Germany, France and the United Kingdom, and its allies, which have been talking for the last few months about they providing these security guarantees. And that's, as it were, been discarded with a rather contemptuous nod in these latest discussions. Yes, it does add a layer of complexity, because Russia does not want to alienate Washington today under Trump. They want to see this rapprochement between Washington and Moscow, and it serves, I think, everybody's interests to see this. Of course, we all want some sort of equitable, fair solution to the Ukrainian crisis, but we're not getting it at the moment. Security guarantees is part of the mix, but it's not the solution. The solution has to go far deeper than that to ensure. And by the way, just one final point. Russia also, Putin himself, also has his own constituency to bear in mind, that he is considered far too soft and far too willing to have an agreement. And even just recently an interview, I won't give names, but they're basically saying that he really should be much tougher. I know I have every sympathy for the Ukrainians suffering so much now, but there has to be an acceptance that this is an unnecessary war, that the Ukrainians were became effectively part of a larger onslaught to weaken Russia strategically. And there's a huge constituency in Russia which says, we will not accept this. So an armistice on the Korean style is not on the table. It's going to have to be the security threat from Ukraine will have to be removed, including the placement of missiles. And an 800,000 strong army is nonsense.
Okay.
So we're still on the base point, but to point naught in the negotiations ultimately.
Ray, I know you want to jump in. I can see it, but I just want to give Evelina the right of reply there to balance our debate, and then I'm going to come to you.
Sure.
I see it differently. I mean, geostrategically, Russia will have always invaded Ukraine because it's not just about Ukraine. It's about the restoring the great power status of Russia, which now Russia has successfully achieved with this new U.S. administration. Russia is back on the global arena together with China and United States. But it was not just because of the U.S. It was also because it strategically decided to side with China. It has built up this modus operandi of strategic coordination over the last 10 years, and then actually decided to make a move on Ukraine when it was at the height of its strength, because it was mentioned that it would have invaded earlier, but that's also not correct, because we saw actually the state of the Russian army in 2008 when they attacked Georgia. So basically, let's be real about it. I mean, Ukraine was really invaded by Russia, not because of any coups. There were no coups actually in 2013 and in the follow-up months. In fact, Ukraine was invaded because it was not a NATO member. And the reality as such is that now we have more NATO members close to the Russian border, and the behavior of Russia is completely different when it comes to the other NATO members, the new NATO members. For instance, when it comes to Finland, it's a very different behavior, which also comes to show that it's much more about the strategic goal also of destroying the European security order, of swallowing up Ukraine and actually getting all of this kind of territory and union together with Belarus and creating new facts on the ground, preparing for the 21st century global power projection. Now, going back to some rationale here, NATO is here to stay. We are going to have much stronger NATO along the eastern flank of NATO, including also cooperation with Ukraine, and that's a good thing for everybody. It's a good thing for the predictability of the European-Russia relationship in the future, and it's also good for the predictability of Ukraine-Russia relationship to avoid future scenarios of what I outlined as at least 10 years plan to actually subjugate the full of Ukraine. And for that matter, we need the Americans, but we need also the European NATO members. So they will also have to get their act together when it comes to actually participation and burden sharing. It's just a matter of time that this happens. And again, we are in a very different reality also when it comes to Ukraine, because Ukraine has been in a war, in a real war, since 2014. So right now there is also a lot of actually learning process when it comes to the European armies as a takeaway from the experience of Ukraine.
Okay. All right. Ray, jump in. I know that I interrupted you before. Go ahead now.
Security guarantees. From what? Now, NATO used to have Article 5 security guarantees. They are worth very little now, with NATO falling apart and very much at odds with each other. Will there be something less than Article 5 guarantees? Well, something less than that doesn't really matter. The more important question is, security against what? Now, there is no evidence that Russia decided to acquire Ukraine before the coup in Kiev in 2014. Even then, and even up till today, there are limited Russian designs. Now, President Biden can say, you think, in his last State of the Union address, anybody in this room think that Russia will stop in Ukraine and not go out to Poland and the Baltics, huh? Well, that's idiotic. The Russians already stopped in Ukraine. That's what I started with. April 2022. They stopped. There was an agreement. Arabiya initialed it. And you know what happened after that. So the notion that the Russians won't stop in Ukraine, of course they will. They already did. Will they go on to Poland? That's foolish. Would they go on to the Baltic states? I've been there, done that. I don't see any reason why the Russians would want to do that. And there is not a scintilla of evidence that they do. So, long story short, no Ukraine in NATO, no real reason for security guarantees. The Russians will be satisfied, and there will be a new realization that they are going to protect their own interests in the event of NATO infringement or infringement by anybody on their core interests.
Mm-hmm. Velina, give me your right of reply of that, and then I'm going to hand it over to Richard.
Yeah, I mean, very simple answer to that. So the security guarantees are actually meant to avoid any misjudgment of the situation in the future, which could lead to direct military clash between European NATO and Russia. So the risk of European NATO Russian military conflict remains as low as it was actually prior to 2022. There is no readiness on behalf of the European NATO countries to wage a war against Russia, and vice versa. So Russia doesn't want to wage a war against European NATO. Not to speak of United States, but the point here is how to avoid any future situations, let's say misjudgment, misperception. And I think that in that case, security guarantees, I mean, first and foremost, of course, are meant for Ukraine, being not a NATO member, because yes, I agree, Ukraine will not receive NATO membership invitation. That's going to be, part of the political conditioning. Mm-hmm. But in order to avoid this scenario, that's one way how, you create actually a situation of avoidance, of containment, or let's say of denial. And I think that this is where we are moving right now. I mean, it's going to be something like a new Iron Curtain 2.0 along the eastern flank of NATO.
Okay. I'm going to move us to our next segment in just a moment. But Richard, I want you to weigh in on this topic before we do.
Yeah, the European security order was mentioned earlier, and this is the fundamental issue. Velina just talked about a new Iron Curtain. Yes, de facto it's emerging, but I think that this war will continue until... So the last thing we want is, and certainly the last thing Moscow is wanting, is another armistice. This is why I say the Korean situation is a very unlikely outcome. There has to be an outcome which deals with a far larger, a larger picture, bigger picture across the European continent, as it were, so that Russia's we're just not waiting for, if you like, a short armistice, like in 1918, before we start fighting again in 1939. This is madness. There has to be a far more sustained solution to this question, which hasn't been solved since 1991, is how do we get a pan-continental security order? In Washington, this is now being talked about. Kiev, of course, is the huge fishbone in the gullet, which is just stopping Europe moving on to some, and certainly from Washington's perspective, to establish this framework. Yes, we understand we want emerging out of this a free, sovereign, democratic Ukraine, but one which is neutral. And the security guarantees at the moment, it's so much of the Western allies talking amongst themselves, or Kiev talking to Washington. Where's Moscow in all of this? Yes, they've been talking now, finally, the military people in these talks just this last weekend, finally brought the military on board, talking to Budanov and so on. So we don't know the details, but there has to be a bigger solution rather than just an armistice, in which case, what would be the missiles in Ukraine? The whole thing about these Tomahawk missiles, I go on about it, but this was the discussion in December 2021, just before the war, again when Blinken met Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister. These issues have the whole point. Russia's lost, I don't know how many, tens of thousands of men, Ukraine as well, that we need to get to some more sustainable peace order, not just a temporary end to fighting.
Mm-hmm. We're getting close to running out of time, so I'm going to move us to our final segment so we've got a little bit of room to breathe on this last topic, because there are concerns within the European Union that some leaders may be considering reopening diplomatic channels with Russia. Now, some say that's a good idea. France's Emmanuel Macron and Italy's Giorgia Meloni have flagged the possibility of restoring direct communication. That has other EU partners such as Poland worried. So, Ray, what do you think? Should EU leaders open direct channels with Russia?
Well, the answer is undeniably yes. And Putin, about a month ago, made a big thing of saying, okay, now Europe, it's really unfortunate what's happened over the last decade, but we're a European country and would like to deal. And even Chancellor Merz has said, yeah, well, actually, Russia is part of Europe and maybe we should talk. But the Russian reaction, and I can understand it, is, who are we going to talk to? Kaja Kallas? Just
why
over
not?
the weekend.
I mean, why not, though?
Well,
if she's Europe's representative, why do they treat her with derision?
Well, because I will quote Peskov, and he's Putin's spokesperson. It has nothing to do with the fact she's a woman. Let's let that one aside. She's not very smart. She didn't know that Russia and Japan helped. Russia and China helped win World War II. She thought it was all the Americans. She's just not very bright. And what she says is not really smart. And so she was really just a creature of Ursula von der Leyen. And so don't take it from me. Peskov said on Saturday, he said, look, we can't talk to this person. She doesn't know what gender's up. Who are we going to talk to? And Macron? Macron has been kind of humiliated by Putin himself, saying Macron says this today and says this the next day. And the other people, the other three of the coalition of the willing, so to speak, they've shown themselves to be way out of their depth. So Russia would be willing to entertain, as Putin said, a dialogue with European once it's been chastened and realized it's not going to seize Ukraine. But who's to talk to? It's a very real problem.
Who do you think, if you had to give me one name?
I would say the Europeans ought to get together and nominate somebody, but so far they haven't been able to do even that.
Okay. Velina, do you think that individual European countries should reopen direct lines of communications with the Kremlin?
Of course they should.
Oh, no, I'm going to hand this...
them.
I'm going to hand this one over to
sorry.
Melinda now, because I'm going to guess she disagrees with your point there, Ray.
Okay.
Not necessarily, but I want to make a clarification that what I actually outline as a possible or realistic scenario for what I think might happen doesn't have to do anything with my normative thinking or the way how I actually see things based on my own values. So it has nothing to do with my personal values-based system. It has all to do with my professional career, where I try to outline the most realistic way of things, how things might unfold. And here again, I have to say, I think that it's inevitable to happen. I think that in the next months and probably year or two, there will be an inevitability for both European states and Russia to get to some communication channels, similarly as the Americans and the Chinese have relaunched important military-to-military communication channels to avoid unnecessary or dangerous situations of misjudgment or misperception. And here again, I mean, the calculus is the following. If United States is relaunching strategic dialogue with Russia for their own national interest, because they try to lure Russia away from the dragon bear in the long run, I mean, there are now recalculations in some European capitals that there is a need for a European approach also to Russia in the post-peace period. Of course, all emphasis is being put on Ukraine and the integration of Ukraine into the European Union, as well as the launch of European military presence in Ukraine, and so on and so forth. All the stuff that we have already talked about. But the point here is that There is realpolitik calculus. It might come from Finland, it might come from Germany, it might come from Italy, it might come from France. So various capitals, as well as probably the European Union capital, which is Brussels. There are still some dependencies. There are still some issues which are burning issues in the short run. And again, I think it's inevitable to happen.
Melinda, I'm going to pose the same question to you as I did to Ray. If you had to give one name, who do you think is the best placed?
I wouldn't say best place, but I actually would name the Finnish the Finnish political figure, which is Alexander Stubb, who is actually quite familiar with the Russian calculus, and I think he's also on very good terms with the United States right now, with Trump, and I think it will be a very, very good representative of the European interests in, let's say, if it comes to some direct dialogue between Russia and Europe.
Okay, Richard, round out our debate for us. What's your position? Do you think Europe should reopen these diplomatic channels?
Yes, and it's only 4 years too late. It should have done this a long time ago. It's astonishing. We have a war on our European continent, and the major European leaders believe that they can just wage war. Even 2 years into the First World War, talking about December 1916, there were peace feelers, let's put it this way, and it was a path which could have gone forwards. Ray's mentioned the Istanbul talks earlier. We could talk about the various Minsk agreements. We could go back to 2013 when the association agreement was being discussed and the European Union leadership, when Moscow said we've got issues and concerns, the leadership of the European Union says, what's that got to do with you, apart from the fact that Russia and Ukraine were for many years a single economic unit and so on and so forth? It was this arrogance of the European leadership, which is one of the big provocative factors which has provoked this war. Again, Ukraine then became, after 2014, a willing accomplice of these, in my view, very short-sighted policies. We're still... as you say, of course there should be dialogue, and it's astonishing even that it's raised as a question. The idea of Alexander Stubb, the Finnish president, being a negotiator is, again, the West talking amongst itself. Yes, he plays golf with Donald Trump, so yeah, great. But of course, he's well known as being precisely one of the most hawk-like Russophobic elements in Finland. And if they're pointed, even the idea of naming him as a possible interlocutor in negotiation just shows how far the Western leaders and the Western position is from understanding the causes that provoked the war. It was not an imperialist war. It was a war about security, quite clearly outlined in the December 2021 treaties and a debate over 30 years about. It's not just NATO, the larger framework of security on the continent. There has not been a pan-continental
If not
order.
the Finnish leader, who do you think is a better candidate?
There is no one. There is no one in the European, including the United Kingdom, who has any respect in Moscow, who would be able to act as a genuine interlocutor. Of course, you then mentioned the Slovak or the Hungarian leaders, but they wouldn't have the backing of the Europeans. So Europe is, I'm afraid, and the fact that we're having this marginalized, it has suffered enormously economically. The idea of Ukraine joining the European Union next year, which is part of the 20-point peace plan, where the European leaders talk to each other. Yeah, I'd love to see it, but it'll mean a transformation of the European Union, a second-tier membership, who knows what. So this is, as I said, so much of the discussion for the last few months have been in some sort of fantasy world. And the hard reality is that we have to go back to basics. What was this war all about? And let's try to sort it out so that we do have an equitable solution for Moscow, for Kiev, for Brussels and Washington. That's where we have to start from.
That, unfortunately, seems like it could be a big ask. We are out of time, so I unfortunately have to leave it there because the insights across our panel have been really illuminating, and we appreciate all of your diverse opinions. It's what we love here on Counterpoints. Richard Sakwa, Emeritus Professor of Politics and author, Ray McGovern, former CIA analyst of Russia, and Valina Takharovka, my apologies, Trina Takharova, the European geopolitical strategist. Thank you for your time here on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Keep up to date with our latest interviews and debates by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you for the next episode.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Bali, home to some of the warmest, most welcoming people in the world, Bali. Travel the city and you're sure to be greeted with friendly smiles and accommodating locals. The people of Bali are known for being patriotic, and they would go out of their way to make tourists feel comfortable and make sure that they get to see the best of the city. For one, Bali is known for its rich culture and heritage. For the Balinese, religion is integral. There are in fact over 20,000 temples on the island, dedicated especially for spirituality and community. The city is also alive with festivals and ceremonies characterized by traditional Balinese dance, music, drama, and local cuisine that every tourist would definitely want to be a part of. Bali is also known for its breathtaking natural resources. You should see its picturesque rice terraces, soaring volcanoes, pristine crater lakes, sacred caves, and lush tropical forests. Many visit Bali for its tropical beaches, while its dramatic coastline never fails to impress. Waterfalls are also popular in Bali, as the city has a lot to explore. Visitors also like to try whitewater rafting in Bali, try the high ropes courses, or visit the Kintamani volcano. Kuta is a mecca for surfers and backpackers looking for lively nightlife and great waves. The botanical garden is also said to be one of the best in the world. Bali is also great for shopping. Popular marketplaces are found in Kuta, Ubud, and Sukawati. You're sure to find endless rows of stores selling a variety of knickknacks. For more unique finds, you should visit Seminyak. Seminyak is Bali's answer to the hipster movement, where eclectic bars, cool cafes, and chic international boutiques fill the streets. Food in Bali is just as amazing. Almost every warung or local eat shops offer the best local dishes, from satay ayam to soto ayam to nasi goreng. It's where you get to eat delicious meals for very affordable prices. But there are also fine dining restaurants in Bali that will serve all kinds of food. The city, after all, takes on many influences from all over the world. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. New Orleans. New Orleans, a city of jazz, Mardi Gras, and Cajun cuisine. It's alive and buzzing with activity for adults and youngsters too. The largest city in Louisiana is located along Mississippi River and has one of the largest inland ports in the United States. It is considered a melting pot of cultures, with French-speaking Cajuns, including Creoles, Italian, Irish, and German residents. As a result, the city's cultural diversity can be experienced through many things: its music, food, and its schedule of fun festivals you should definitely be part of. To some, it's called the Big Easy. For others, it's referred to as the Queen of the South. New Orleans is foremost known for its regular festivals, the most famous being the Mardi Gras. Come carnival season, which begins in January, flocks of people visit the city, but that's not all. A host of other events take place throughout the year. The Jazz Fest, perhaps the next most popular, happens every April. It offers visitors an event with local musicians together with other big names in the industry. And of course, there's the food. What makes up the unique New Orleans flavor? It can be described as diverse, unique, and easily recognizable. The Central Grocery is perhaps the most famous place to sample their authentic dishes. jambalaya, red beans and rice, Creole bread pudding, po' boy sandwiches, and practically anything that includes crawfish. These are certain must-tries. Next comes music. As you know, the city is regarded as the birthplace of jazz music. The city's history of jazz music, in fact, dates back to 1835, a time when slaves used to congregate in Congo Square for some singing and dancing. Over time, the jazz and brass bands formed and expanded throughout, and have even influenced each other. Now there are Creole contributions, ragtime, Dixieland, and soon blues and rock. And then, of course, there's shopping. It's got everything from old world antiques to the latest in fashion. Food lovers should visit the popular Crescent City Farmers Market, while the art enthusiasts should head over to the Bywater Art Market for healthy inspiration. Popular streets for women's wear are the Magazine Street and Canal Street. You'll also find music stores, shops for tourists, and yes, even voodoo shops. Time to explore! It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Top U.S. immigration official Gregory Bovino is expected to leave Minneapolis after the fatal shooting of Alex Pretty as Trump's border czar takes over. The Rafah crossing could reopen this week after the remains of Israel's final hostage, Ran Gaveli, are recovered. And India and the EU strike a landmark trade deal, deepening diplomatic and economic ties between the two regions. Now, U.S. Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino is expected to leave the U.S. city of Minneapolis following the second fatal shooting of a U.S. citizen by ICE. Bovino publicly defended the agents who fired at Alex Pretty, claiming the ICU nurse intended to massacre the federal agents. Writing on Truth Social, President Trump announced his border czar, Tom Homan, will now lead the operation in a major shift from the White House. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters a review was now underway.
Nobody in the White House, including President Trump, wants to see people getting hurt or killed in America's streets. This includes Renee Good, Alex Preddy, the brave men and women of federal law enforcement, and the many Americans who have been victimized at the hands of illegal alien criminals. Saturday's shooting remains under active investigation by Homeland Security Investigations and the FBI. The Customs and Border Protection is also conducting their own internal review. As President Trump said yesterday, the administration is reviewing everything with respect to the shooting, and we will let that investigation play out. But let's be clear about the circumstances which led to that moment on Saturday. This tragedy occurred as a result of a deliberate and hostile resistance by Democrat leaders in Minnesota.
So I would like to discuss all of today's stories, and I'll be joined by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Michael and Gemma, great to have you both on the show. So, Michael, we've been talking a lot about this shift in tone from Donald Trump that we're seeing over what's been happening in the US of recent times. But what do you think was the real turning point that made the immigration chief, Gregory Bovino, actually leave this role?
I think it was a culmination of many different moments. There were the optics of what Donald Trump was seeing on TV. That's definitely number one. I think people have to remember that there are, of the Fortune 500 companies, 17 have head offices in Minnesota. And as a result of those men and women speaking out and letting Donald Trump know that they were displeased, when Donald Trump feels pressure from the White House, from CEOs, that's when he starts to feel the pressure. Also, polls, of course, are showing that most Americans disagree with how ICE is handling the situation. You have Chris Medell, who's a Republican, running in the primaries for governor of Minnesota. He has withdrawn because he's so disappointed and disheartened with how things are progressing within his party. The shooting, of course, of Renee Good, and the fact that we could all see the video, and then the shooting of Alex Preddy, and again, we could all see the video ourselves. You also have the comments from the White House. You have Stephen Miller talking about a would-be assassin. You have people talking about domestic terrorists, Kristi Noem. You have Kristi Noem and Bovino, who were essentially reading the same speech. And then I think another big issue for Donald Trump is that there were so many Republicans who were calling on social media for investigations. When you have all of those coming together to create a massive amount of pressure on the administration, eventually, no matter how determined you are to stick to your guns, pardon the pun, I think you're going to have to relent. And that's where they found one person, Bovino, who I guess can be a little bit of a sacrificial lamb. And maybe he can step away. Maybe he's going to retire. Maybe he's going to be fired. Who knows? There's an awful lot of concern about his future from, obviously, some parties, others not so much concerned about his future. But it was, as I say, it was a culmination of all of these things that came together to make it almost untenable for Donald Trump to continue.
And it's so interesting because we just mentioned Kristi Noem there. Lots been said about how she's reacted to the latest shooting. And Donald Trump was speaking. He was off to Iowa a little bit earlier. And he did say the Homeland Security Chief, who is, of course, Kristi Noem, is to remain despite the Minneapolis shooting. So he does say right now Kristi Noem will be in her job despite the backlash that we've seen. And he also said, Donald Trump, the Minneapolis shooting was a very sad situation. So we're hearing more comments come out of the White House. But I find it interesting, too, because I spoke to a journalist a little bit earlier who's been in both Minnesota and Minneapolis throughout all of this. His name's Julio Rosas. And he was saying to me right now that there's also another side to the story, that the people out protesting are also provoking ICE agents, and things are becoming very tense. And the Democratic leaders have not tried to tone down that rhetoric. And he was saying time and time again, he sees that these protesters are outside the hotels where they believe these ICE agents are staying. And there's a whole simmering situation happening, and no one's toning down that rhetoric. So I wonder if Tom Homan is the man to do this.
He is known as a hardliner, so I don't think he's going to come in with a softly approach at all, although he has entered the fray, shall we call it, with a meeting today with, well, the appropriately named Mayor Jacob Frey in Minneapolis. So he has, that's one of his first actions, you know, is to initiate talks. And this follows on from Frey's discussions with Trump, which he's posted about on social media, and said, not that they were a great success, but, you know, he was pleased to be able to have had those conversations. So we are seeing the start of conversations happening. So he is a hardliner, but he's come in with a sort of open mic approach, which is very interesting. So he has been named the border czar. Homan actually began his federal career under Obama, where he was the Executive Associate Director for Enforcement and Removal Operations at ICE. This was from 2013 to 2017, where he oversaw deportation. And he was actually awarded a Presidential Rank Award in 2015 for his work. Now, he joined Trump's first administration for quite a short time, early 2017 to mid-2018, and then he left to become a Fox News contributor. And he joined quite a few organizations which are sort of anti-immigration, particularly one, Border 911. It's a non-profit organisation. They say they educate about illegal immigration, but their critics say that they use sort of different narratives and rhetoric to sort of really criminalise, you know, illegal immigrants. And then he returned. He returned to the administration, Trump's second term in November 2024, to become the border czar. You know, Trump loves a nice title on someone there. But yeah, he is very strict when it comes to enforcement. He supports deportations. He has publicly said he opposes sanctuary city policies, and he supports family separations at the border, which is a very controversial move. But yeah, interesting that this hardline has come in, and the first thing we're seeing is talks. So, as you say, perhaps another turning point.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think it's also important for us to remember that Donald Trump was elected just over a year ago now. And a lot of the reason he was elected on two things, and that was the US economy and sorting out immigration. So a lot of people in America are thinking right now, Donald Trump is almost doing what he said he would do, Michael, but things have got a little bit out of hand. And the fact that these talks are happening and Donald Trump appears to be listening to the concerns of the people is a good step in the right direction.
So it is a good step, but you know, the issue that many Americans have when they look at the ICE agents is not that they're doing their job, it's how they're doing it. And it's one thing for somebody to sign up for it, but when you start to see how, you know, the meat is made, maybe you're not necessarily going to be a meat eater. And I think because of the way that everybody is able to and encouraged to video everything, you know, the administration can come out and say what happened in their narrative, but we can just watch the video and we can see for ourselves what happened, and we know that what they're saying is not true. So Americans definitely want immigration handled. And I would say this, granted, Barack Obama had 8 years, but he deported more than 3 million people. And at his peak, it was 36,000 a month on average, whereas Donald Trump's best month was last year, and it was 14,000. And a lot of that was under Tom Homan, as when he was, you know, in the Barack Obama administration. So there is a way to do it, and this is what I think most Americans would have felt. There is a way to do it. There is a way to do it legally, and there's a way to do it so that it doesn't look so messy, and the optics don't look so bad, regardless of what side you're on.
As well, and we were saying this earlier, the way they're dressed, the balaclavas and the mask covering their face, that's aggressive immediately. So obviously the protesters are kind of, I feel like, meeting them on their own terms. They're turning up in full tactical gear. They're turning up with their faces covered. And so, yeah, I do feel that's further inflaming the situation.
And obviously the rhetoric coming out of the White House and out of the Democrats in the area where we're seeing these protests is inflaming it too, because Frey came out and he was pretty hardline in what he said, and it was very anti what the government was trying to do, and there has been discretion there. So the fact that we see conversations, I think, is a positive step forward.
Absolutely, and I think both sides have to tone down the rhetoric, because what we do know is that, you know, in civics class, Americans are taught to protest.
Of course.
And if it's something that you believe in, then you're going to learn how to do it even better. And when you do it even better, you become a little bit more aggressive. And is it legal to stand there and have your phone out recording everything that's happening? Yes. I would argue it's a little bit of a passive-aggressive move as well. I don't think any of us like to be in that situation, and I think it gets people's backs up. And the ICE agents, you know, they're not trained to de-escalate situations. They're not like police officers trained in that same way. And so I think a lot of instinct kicks in. When you know you're in a hostile environment and someone starts recording you, it becomes like, should anybody have died? No, nobody would say that that should have happened. But I think that if you're going to be acting as a professional protester, dealing with professional agents, there are going to be conflicts, and then, unfortunately, there are going to be tragedies.
And it's been so interesting because we could talk about this story all evening, because Kash Patel, the head of the FBI, is also saying that these protesters are being funded to go out and to protest. And it's been such an interesting conversation happening in the US, these big divisions we see between the Democrats and Republicans. But I'm sure we'll discuss this story a lot more. Michael and Gemma, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to another story now, and the remains of the last hostage held in Gaza have been recovered by Israel, delivering a key Phase 1 condition of President Donald Trump's Gaza peace plan. Police officer Ran Gavelli was one of the 251 hostages taken during the October the 7th attacks in 2023. The recovery could now see the reopening of the Rafah crossing between Gaza and Egypt, and that could be as soon as this week. Gemma, let's have a little bit of a reflection, because we're hearing the remains of the final hostage, who was Ran Gavelli, have now been taken back to Israel. Who was Ran Gavelli?
Right, so he was a 24-year-old Israeli police sergeant, and he was actually a sergeant in the Israel Police Special Patrol Unit, which is an elite counter-terrorist unit. Now, on the morning of the attacks, he was at home recovering from a broken shoulder, and he responded to the crisis. And he was helping rescue civilians, and he was actually killed there in the grounds of the music festival, and his body was then taken into Gaza. Now, no one knew if he was dead or alive for a very long time, for quite a few months, and his death was officially confirmed in early 2024. So his remains have been in Gaza for about 2.5 years. And yesterday, the IDF located and retrieved his body from a cemetery in Gaza City. Now, what's very interesting is with this recovery, that means there are no Israeli hostages in Gaza for the first time since 2014, which is quite a big thing to consider. Now, Netanyahu has called this an unbelievable achievement for the state of Israel. It's seen as very symbolic. Insofar as it can be, it's being seen as closure, finally, for the families and the hostages. This was Netanyahu's big promise. Every single hostage, dead or alive, has to come back. And, yeah, I'm just wondering how this will play out for all the, well, promises or agreements that were made once every hostage was returned.
And a clear marker in the sand that this is Phase 2 of that peace agreement that the US brokered needs to come into force, because that was the main agreement. Phase 1, all the hostages have been returned, and this was a big sticking point for Israel. So as we talked about the Rafah crossing, it's going to be so interesting to see what comes next.
I think it's will put the Israeli government in a tricky position. If Hamas complies with everything that's expected or being demanded of them based on the U.S. peace policy or the U.S. peace proposal, if they do everything, Israel is stuck because there's so much that Israel does not want to give them. And you know that there will be many people within the Israeli government who would hope that Hamas would drag their feet and not do everything that they have to do because they don't necessarily want to play ball with them.
Hamas have been really vocal, haven't they, as well, about we led Israel, we led the IDF here. Like, they've been really public about how much they are cooperating. I guess the question of disarmament is the thing that comes next.
Absolutely. And I think the problem is, right now, the issue with disarmament is Hamas want IDF and the Israeli forces to move further out of Gaza before they make the decisions to give up their weapons too. But like we've spoken about it before, it takes years for a weapon amnesty. But it will be interesting how Hamas move into the next phase.
And that's tricky. You know, if you are a militant group, terrorist organization that is resisting, and you give up all your weapons, what cards do you have left to play?
And I think therein lies the problem, and that's why we're seeing this huge resistance come into play. But I also find it interesting because I did speak to somebody a little bit earlier, and his brother-in-law had been held in Gaza for nearly 800 days and was released after this brokered peace plan came into play. And I found what he said so interesting to me, because when he was saying what they'd been through, he said, we really want accountability. You know, the hostages' families, where do we go next? We fought for the release, they've all been released. And now we're looking for accountability. You know, how were the October the 7th attacks allowed to happen?
Yeah.
How didn't we reach a deal earlier? There's so many questions that still surround all of it, and it's very complicated and very complex.
Yeah, and there are many people who will say that the peace proposal that was put forth by the Trump administration was not so different from what the Joe Biden administration had put forward a year earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's going to be still big questions around all of what's happened. But, Michael, also, Israel's reportedly seeking a new security deal with the U.S. What do we know about this?
So you have to understand the way that Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken for, I would say, certainly the last year or so. So the Financial Times reported on Friday through an interview with the outgoing chief financial advisor for the military and defense ministries that Israel recognizes that they receive so much aid, military weapons, as well as joint training exercises, as well as cash credits that essentially allow them to buy U.S. weapons, that because of the PR backlash that a lot of lawmakers in the U.S. are facing, they might not get a lot of the cash credits moving forward. Their current deal that they signed, I believe it was in 2016, when that expires, I think 2018, they understand that there's going to be less money available to them. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu has spoken for, as I say, about the last 12 months or so, about how Israel needs to be more self-sufficient and they need to develop their own military industry so that they don't have to rely on America. I believe, my thesis is that if they are going to attack neighbors, as they have, it was, 7 or 8 neighbors over the course of the last 12, 18 months. If they're going to do that and receive all the weapons from and all the money from the states, they probably are going to need the U.S. to sign off on that. If, however, they're able to produce these weapons and they're able to rely less and less on outside interests, then they can do more of what they want to do on their terms. So I don't think anybody would have expected them to fire weapons into Doha, and yet they did. And I don't know moving forward if Israel wants to be handcuffed when they feel they need to go after whoever it is. And this interview with the FT it shone a light on the way that Israel is changing so that they can be more of the player that they want to be without being beholden to anybody else.
I find that absolutely fascinating. And one of the reasons I find it fascinating is I think Israel is protected, and many people might agree with that, by the US. So when they go in, they have the backing of the US which makes them stronger. It will be interesting to see Israel doing it on its own without the support of America if it does come to that.
Absolutely, because when they bombed, when they fired missiles into Qatar, so the Qataris and the Americans are strong allies. But the Israelis might not see the Qataris as an ally.
Mm-hmm.
So if they have the backing of the U.S., they probably have to follow the American lead. But if they can be more self-sufficient, then they can decide that the Qataris are not our ally.
That's going to be fascinating to see.
They can learn from Europe.
Yeah.
Europe's lost American protection and kind of allyship, and now perhaps Israel is next. America really is kind of shedding its former allies. Yeah.
It's going to be, it will be a really interesting restructuring of allies in the region. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on now. And India and the EU have signed a landmark trade deal in Delhi today as the two sides form stronger ties amid growing tensions with the United States. It will allow the free trade of goods between 27 European states to the world's most populated country. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi called this agreement historic, whilst Europe's Ursula von der Leyen said it was the mother of all deals. I found this absolutely fascinating. And the reason I did is because Ursula von der Leyen last week at Davos trailed the fact that this historic deal was going to be signed. She was travelling to Europe. It was going to be the moment. It was going to be historic. But what's going to change and how? You know, we talk about these trade deals all the time. It's the nuts and bolts, isn't it, Michael? That's always the thing that we have to think about here.
It is the nuts and bolts, and I think that's what Ursula von der Leyen would sort of get excited about. But for the commentators amongst us, what we find are like the broad strokes and what this implies and reading between the lines. And I think that there's an awful lot of nations and blocs looking at the unpredictability versus the stability. And India is a very stable country. Yep. The EU, very stable, very predictable. America, however, which has traditionally been key for so many nations as they're trying to figure out how they can grow and how they can export more goods, because everybody wants access to the American market, because the middle class, because there's so much wealth, because some people have so much money to spend. But now there are decisions that are being made without America. We had Canada in China. We have the British Prime Minister, who's also going to China. We have this deal, which has been 20 years in the making. And now you have, I think it's combined 25% of global trade happening now because of these 27 countries and India and their 1.4 billion people. And it's changing the entire dynamics because markets and salespeople and CEOs love stability. And the trouble that Donald Trump has created is not just for Americans today, perhaps, or for even Americans in the next 4 or 5 years. It's for a generation or two. Because the fear is not just that Donald Trump has done this. It's that the next person could come in and be equally unpredictable in a completely different way. Yeah. And then the person after that, the same thing. And so you would probably need a run of 2 or 3 presidents to be consistent and stable for the world to recognize, oh, America is now acting the way that we would have expected them to act.
I know, and I read some really interesting pieces, actually, today, analysis on this. And, you know, trade talks between the EU and India were basically stuck for 20 years. And a lot of people were saying, what's changed now? And I think the general consensus across a lot of the analysts' points of views was the fast evolving geopolitical landscape and the unpredictability of the US administration. It's just forced so many alliances to wind up these deals quickly, not take years and years to hammer out the final print. So it's really interesting to see this. But, you know, away from politics, how will this trade deal actually affect people's lives? How will it make things better?
So here's what should happen.
Okay.
This is an only time will tell kind of situation. Because as well, I think we all believed that after the pandemic, all the prices would come down, and they simply have not. So it will mean lower prices for consumers and cheaper goods and services. That's your kind of baseline for what this deal means. Now, it removes tariffs on things like quite luxury items, including like European wine, olive oil, luxury goods, and medical and industrial equipment. Also specialty foods, imported packaged goods. This is important because of India's growing influential middle class as well, who have that money to spend, and they want to spend it on luxury goods in the way we saw the Chinese middle class growing and luxury goods becoming a huge boom there. For small and medium businesses, there's a lot of scope as well, especially for Indian businesses. So their tariffs on things like textiles, leather goods, gems and jewellery will be lowered or eliminated for the EU market. And that's a market of around 450 million consumers. So for the EU businesses, they could save about 4 billion euros a year in tariffs, and they get access to the biggest growing consumer market in the world. So again, time will tell if these savings and these profits will eventually be passed on to the consumer. I think as well, we're strengthening economic ties, we're boosting trade, we're creating jobs here, and also, as you say, we're strengthening allyship and different alignments.
And I think some of this trade deal is more strategic than it will be about the actual how much it will save people on the ground, because as we know, it takes years and years for these to implement and for the money to trickle down. But what I also found really fascinating is the EU-India Pact is the 7th trade deal India has completed recently, which is absolutely fascinating because, like you said, different countries are going to the likes of India, which has shown a lot of stability, the growing middle class. Also, apparently, India has become a top priority for Renault, which is the car maker in Europe. And the French car maker's chief growth officers basically said this because of the accessibility of European Union firms after the trade deal. So we're going to see a lot of luxury cars going over to India, which I just think is something that's so interesting at the moment, especially for the European Union.
Yeah, and when you have, you know, the US with their 350, 400 million people, or India with 1.4 billion. Now, not all of those people are, you know, in the middle class or upper class, but for European car makers that are trying to find new markets around the world, I'm sure that out of 1.4 billion people, there are a few who are going to want to buy, you know, a Mercedes.
Absolutely. And also, of course, Donald Trump put really high tariffs on India, and a lot of that was over them buying Russian oil, and that's something that he didn't want them to do because of the war in Ukraine. And also, the EU was threatened with an extra 25% tariff over not agreeing to Greenland. So I think people are thinking, wake up, move quickly. And obviously we're seeing that here. Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to another story now. And Timothée Chalamet, Emma Stone, Jessie Buckley and Jacob Elordi are among the BAFTA nominees for this year's ceremony. One battle after another does lead the nominations with 14 nods. Actor Alan Cumming will host the awards event in London, which is happening on the 22nd of February. I'm so glad you're here, Gemma, because yes.
We're both glad she's here.
We're both glad you're
I'm
here.
the only one who watches films.
She's the only one who watches films.
Yes, yeah, okay.
Michael and I have some general knowledge around the topic, but you're
very general
knowledge. But you, of course, are like the expert of all experts. So, what stood out to you after these nominations were announced?
So, the BAFTAs are quite a good indication of how the Oscars will go. That's why there's so much focus on them. They're not a crystal ball, but they can also show a sort of shift in narrative. Okay. So that's quite interesting because we saw Sinners absolutely dominate the Oscars with their nominations. And here, the script has been flipped a little bit. So, as an example of how the BAFTAs can be a precursor to what's going to happen at the Oscars, so all of last year's BAFTAs acting winners, Zoe Saldana, Kieran Culkin, Mikey Madison, Adrian Brody, went on to win in their categories at the Oscars. So that's pretty strong kind of contention. So there's not what we had. We had one battle after another, 14 noms, Sinner 13, Hamnet and Marty Supreme tying at 11. There aren't many surprises in the main films. And there's also not many surprises in Best Director or Leading Actress. And again, we have Benicio del Toro and Sean Penn, both in Supporting Actor category for One Battle After Another, which is going to be I think my favourite category when we get to the Oscars, because I really do believe it's a two-horse race there. Now, what really stood out for me, I think was very interesting, is the first-time nominees in names that you think, how have they not won a BAFTA? This is Rose Byrne, Michael B. Jordan and Stellan Skarsgård. And these are all first-time nominees. And you would think, surely they've won before. But no, they haven't. So that's a very pleasant surprise. Probably the name making the most headlines is Paul Mescal for Hamnet. Largely, critics feel that he was snubbed. He didn't get an Oscar nomination in Best Supporting Actor, but he is obviously nominated here. And Chase Infinity, who did not receive an Oscar nod for One Battle After Another in the Leading Actress category, she has a nomination here. The other thing making the big headlines is Wicked for Good, which apparently was snubbed. But to my mind, the first film had 10 Oscar nominations last year and just as many BAFTA nominations. So they're not really going to then offer the sequel the exact same. So when it's called a snub, I'm afraid I just don't agree with that.
OK. Right. We got that, Michael. We know.
Now discuss between you.
We know. I just want to say one thing. I was just having a list at which films are leaving BAFTA film nominations. I can't believe this. I've watched one of them. And the one I've watched is Frankenstein. And I found that really interesting.
I read the novel.
Oh, you read the novel. I watched the film.
You're so highbrow.
I liked it. But all I want to say when it comes to all of this film situation, Leonardo DiCaprio should win every year, and he never does, and it really gets on my nerves. And I just want to put that out there for all the people who are watching. A massive Leonardo DiCaprio fan. He's done some great films.
Yeah.
14 nominations for One Battle After Another. I think it'll be criminal if he doesn't get a BAFTA.
He's lost out on quite a few occasions when he certainly should have won. But this will make you happy as a Leonardo fan. This is his 7th nomination at the BAFTAs, so he joins the illustrious likes of Michael Caine, Daniel Day-Lewis and Laurence Olivier, who have all received 7 nominations, so that should bring you some joy as a Leo fan.
You know who else, if I'm not mistaken, who actually didn't win, he received a Lifetime Achievement, was Paul Newman. I don't think he won any, and yet he was in some fantastic films.
Yeah.
I think we should write to these people.
Right?
Because it's really the films...
We should protest.
We should protest peacefully.
Peacefully.
But also what I love the most about these award ceremonies, and I don't know if you agree with me, is just the next day, you know, the outfits. That's always the fascinating bit.
Analysing the red carpet is the most fun part.
And what I love is also, of late, you know, Timothée Chalamet and All the Men Go, and that now they really big into what watches the men are buying and wearing, so that's something for the people to see. And, you know, obviously that's where we get all our fashion trends from for the next year, isn't it?
I often wear ball gowns, so I'll be looking at the ball gowns that I'm going to be wearing, you know, to the office and stuff like that.
You wear it while you're watching it?
Yeah, very much so.
Oh, gosh.
I remember Timothy B. Jordan from The Wire. I thought he was quite good.
I remember him in Creed. I did watch Creed.
I saw that one too.
Yeah,
yes.
we saw that
I
one.
think I saw that on a plane, though.
So did I. It's fine. It counts.
So that's where you see your movies, on Netflix or aeroplanes?
Yeah, exactly. But we only had the Oscar nominations last week. You mentioned that. What can the BAFTAs tell us about them? There always seems to be winners and losers. Michael, what's the story here?
So I think the bigger issue here is that there shouldn't be a lot of surprises and there shouldn't be a lot of deviation. And I would argue that, I don't know how far back I would have to go, 30, 50 years maybe, perhaps. But today everything happens pretty much at the same time for all of us. There's no longer a show or a movie that is incredibly popular in one corner of the world. A nice example of that is 2020 Parasite, a South Korean film, won Best Picture, and this was the first non-English language movie to win Best Picture at the Oscars. So who would have thought at a certain point, again, how many generations ago, that a South Korean film, which isn't even in English, would be nominated, or would be shown in America, never mind nominated and never mind actually win an Oscar. I think it changes. I think we just live in a very different world. And I'll give you another example of how interconnected we all are. So the BAFTAs are really just a second kick at the can for some of these actors and for the films. July 16th of last year, the Coldplay Kiss Cam. That's all I have to say. We know everything that ensued as a result. And that was an instantaneous global viral moment. And I think that's pretty much what happens with a lot of the films today.
But they weren't having an affair.
Well,
apparently they weren't.
As it turns out, you know, because I did do a little bit of research into that. And her husband came out a few days after that kiss cam moment, and he said that they had separated weeks before, and the divorce proceedings had already begun. So at least from her point of view. His point of view, I think it was a little bit
Why
murky.
did they hide then if she's separated?
Because I don't think he was.
Right.
Recollections may vary. Anyway, let's move on from that. But absolutely fascinating. And Gemma, thank you so much for your expertise into that, because Michael and I, we listened, we learnt, we know a lot more than we did before this conversation. And finally, it's that time of the show where Gemma and Michael, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Gemma, we're going to stick with the movie theme of your story, and it's sci-fi films.
Yes, so unexpectedly, NASA has entered the chat with regards to films. Now, they've released their list of what they say are the most scientifically accurate sci-fi films. So, yeah, this is NASA. I know what you're thinking, but Independence Day did not make the cut, okay?
Oh, because it's going to be E.T.
That would be amazing. Also, E.T., not War of the Worlds, not Men in Black. See, that would be awesome if they came out and said, yeah, we've got that Men in Black technology. Yes, that would be incredible, but, you know, unfortunately not. So they said that Gattaca from 1997 was a realistic portrayal of genetics and DNA.
Okay.
They said Contact, the Jodie Foster film from '97, was a realistic depiction of radio astronomy and the way scientists search for extraterrestrial signals. Metropolis, which is from 1927. Now, they said the film accurately anticipated ethical concerns about machines replacing human labour. So even just under 100 years ago. Wow. Now, this is my favourite one, The Day the Earth Stood Still, the 1951 version. Now, NASA says the film's portrayal of aliens as advanced biological beings rather than monsters is accurate. And I thought, do they know something that we don't? Like, that was my main question
Area 51.
Exactly. Woman in the Moon, again, 1929. Now, this portrayed rocket launches, space travel and weightlessness even before real lunar missions had actually occurred. That's kind of fascinating. And then we had two more, The Thing from Another World, 1951, and of course Jurassic Park, 93, for its accurate explanation of DNA, genetics and chaos theory.
7 films, I've seen 1.
Jurassic Park?
Yeah.
Me too. Is that bad?
No, I think it's healthy.
Okay. Yeah.
But so if you want to know what NASA are up to, these are the films you should be watching.
And to put your mind at ease, I haven't read any of the books.
I've read a few good books. We can't get into that now because I'm being told off about time.
Okay.
And Michael, I'm sorry about that. And yours is about some viral bald eagles. I wonder why you chose them.
So, did you just think of that? That's very good.
I just thought of that. Can you imagine?
We should end the show there.
And good night.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Good night and goodbye. Go for it. I'm actually starting to turn red now just because it was so good. You caught me off guard there. So we're excited about Jackie and Shadow, who are 2 American bald eagles in the San Bernardino National Forest. They are friends of the Friends of Big Bear Valley, which is a nonprofit that runs 24/7 cameras in their nests. And you will see that they have they have laid the first egg of 2026. Now, why I find this interesting is, of course, it's 2026. It's the 250th year of America. And moments like this can sometimes do a really interesting job of bringing, in this case, Americans together. And this is what is quite cool, and I'm going to use my cheat sheets here. So, the American bald eagle was removed from the endangered species list in 2007 because they had gone from, in 1963, only 417 known breeding pairs left to today. In California, for instance, they have 400 breeding pairs alone. throughout the 48 contiguous states, they estimate that there are more than 300,000 individual bald eagles.
Awesome.
So conservation,
wow.
despite Donald Trump's best comments, actually does work. And in this particular case, Jackie and Shadow are, which is a great name for a film, Jackie and Shadow are actually the perfect example of how, maybe Americans can come together and change their course.
And it's so true that conservation definitely does work, especially when it comes to wildlife and preserving it. And we are so lucky that people made that effort to make that happen, especially for the bald eagle. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. We won't go any further into the bald eagle. Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Thank you very much. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday on Arabiya English. I'm Catalina Marchand-Abreu. Coming up, President Trump has sent in his border czar, Tom Homan, to Minnesota following the fatal shooting of a second U.S. citizen by federal agents. We'll look at the situation in the state that has become a focal point for President Trump's immigration crackdown. We also get the latest on Iran as U.S. warships move with strike range, and President Trump says he believes Iran still wants to make a deal. That's next on Global News Today. Hello and welcome. We begin in the U.S., where another deadly shooting involving federal agents has put the state of Minnesota on edge. Protests and political pressure are growing after a man was shot dead in broad daylight over the weekend. 37-year-old nurse Alex Preddy was shot and killed, the second such incident in the state this month, prompting questions from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, with President Donald Trump himself reportedly trying to lower tensions. Following the shooting, senior U.S. immigration official Greg Bovino was asked to leave Minneapolis along with his agents, a move that may signal a shift in tone even as the White House continues its crackdown on immigration. Residents in the city welcomed this announcement. Let's take a look.
Tell him he's not welcome here! He stands for murdering people! I think we're putting pressure on them, and that's exactly what we need to do.
For more on this, I'm joined by Greg Swenson, chair of Republicans Overseas, and David K. Johnson, who is a former New York Times Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. Thank you both for joining us today on the program.
Thanks, Katerina.
So we're going to start with Greg first, Mr. Greg Swenson. So we're seeing new reports today that President Trump has actually shifted his tone on the immigration crackdown in Minnesota, including what he called a very good call with Governor Tim Walz. So walk us through what's actually been agreed to here and what Minnesotans should actually expect in the coming days.
Well, there wasn't much detail on what they specifically discussed. He just said it was productive, and he also had a phone call with the mayor of Minneapolis, Mayor Fry. So, I think this is progress. I think it's actually a great pivot by the president to reach out, and perhaps he did it earlier in his second term. I don't know that, but it's sort of, I would argue, overdue, because what's really important in this situation is cooperation from state and local government. There's been many more deportations, 10 times more deportations, for example, in Texas at about 30,000 than in Minneapolis. There are 10,000 deportations in Florida, and yet there's no protest, there's no friction. But it comes with cooperation from local government. So I think it's really important that they work together on this.
Exactly. Cooperation, I think, has been the big word here. And we're also seeing that the White House and Trump is now facing bipartisan criticism here after federal ICE agents fatally shot a second U.S. citizen in just a matter of weeks. Even more and more Republicans, for example, are calling for an investigation into Alex Pretty's death. Does this moment mark a turning point for President Trump with parts of his support base here?
No, I don't think so. I think, if anything, the criticism was that the Department of Homeland Security came out of the gates too quickly and made some comments about the tragic accident, or whatever you want to call it, the tragic situation on Saturday. And I don't think they had all the facts. I think they were a little aggressive, and that's what pushed back some of the Republicans to suggest that, let's have an investigation first and then make your comments.
And there's been some pushback on the administration's early description of Alex Pretty as a terrorist. What's your take here, Greg? Was it appropriate to frame the situation as domestic terrorism?
Well, I don't think so. I think, if anything, it's too early, especially before they really knew anything about about the victim. And so I think it's just wise to let the investigation play out. Yes, there are domestic terrorists in Minneapolis. Yes, there are organized. These are not organic protests. They're organized, in many ways, insurrections, or at the very least, obstructionist. So these are professional agitators that are trying to stop federal law enforcement. And so, this is very troubling, but it doesn't mean that everyone involved some of them are innocent victims that are just recruited on these signal chats, or they're somehow manipulated into these protests. And again, peaceful protesting is fine. And if that was their intention, great. But if you start obstructing federal agents and using violence, then I think, that's where it gets problematic. So I would hope that that they dial down the rhetoric, but find these organized Antifa groups, same ones that were there in 2020 after the George Floyd fentanyl overdose. And that was Antifa and BLM. They're using the same tactics and probably many of the same people. So I hope they get to those people. That doesn't necessarily mean that the shooting victim was one of them, but he was obstructing at that time.
David, what's your opinion on the matter? You've written extensively about Donald Trump, and you've also studied law enforcement tactics. So what's your take here? Do you think that Pretty was obstructing law enforcement here?
Not in any way. The video is quite clear that these were officers who were escalating rather than de-escalating, and we've seen throughout bad tactics. And there have been a number of police officers who now teach criminal justice, as I do, on TV and radio in America, taking apart image by image what happened here. I would expect that the state government or Hennepin County District Attorney will prosecute the shooters, and that they will be convicted and sent to prison. This was murder. This was not proper police tactics. The nurse went to help a woman who was gratuitously thrown to the ground by ICE officers who crossed the street to reach her. And after the gun that he legally carried under his coat, and therefore inaccessible, was removed by one of the ICE officers, that's when he got shot, when he was no longer a danger to anyone. He was on the ground. He was covered by officers. So this is a very serious matter, and Trump is getting pushback for the first time, serious pushback from brand name Republicans who are as appalled as I think every decent person is over seeing law enforcement gratuitously murder a nurse who went to help a woman who'd been pushed to the ground.
And David, you take me to my next question here because you mentioned prosecution. So how about the federal ICE and Border Patrol agents that were involved here in this Alex Preddy situation and shooting? Do you believe their actions were lawful? They say that Preddy posed an immediate threat when shots were fired.
Right. Well, the video shows very clearly that that is simply a lie. It is not true. And we've seen throughout that the Trump administration has jumped ahead and issued false statements. For example, the Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said he brandished a weapon, which is an absolute lie. So what you're seeing now is Donald, who is in feral mode. He recognizes that he has brand name Republicans criticizing what he's doing because he's the one who's authorized these aggressive tactics. And Donald is now trying to find some way to back off from this, blame others, insist, you will hear him insist before long, this was not what I wanted. Because it's Donald's nature when he falls into feral mode to blame everybody else and never take responsibility himself.
And here's the question for the both of you. Let's start here with Greg, because as a result of all this, Donald Trump is actually reshuffling his Minnesota operation. So President Trump is now sending Tom Homan, who is the so-called border czar, to take the lead here. Who is Tom Homan? And do you think, Greg, that this was for the best?
Yes, I think it's a great idea because I think Kristi Noem was, went out of the gates a little bit too quickly without getting the details with some of those comments and some of those statements. And so Tom Homan has been in this business for a long time, this specifically in immigration enforcement. So he worked for President Obama. President Obama gave him a Congressional Medal of Honor. I think that was the specific title, but a medal for his service. And of course, President Obama had 1.8 million evictions during his 2 terms. And so I think it's important to note that, Tom is a seasoned professional here. He's tough. He's not soft on crime. He's not soft on immigration crime. But I do think, he's better suited to handle things on the ground in Minneapolis. And again, he worked for, a Democrat president. And I would also note that during that time, President Obama had much better cooperation from the state and local government, whereas President Trump is getting that in most states, but not in Illinois, not in New York, not in Minnesota. And that's where, there's been 175 incidents of violence against ICE, against federal agents, federal law enforcement officers. And, of those, 74 of those were in just 4 cities, starting with Minneapolis and New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. So, most of the violence against ICE is in these are in these blue states, blue cities that are also sanctuary cities. So I think Tom Homan will bring some calm to the situation, hopefully work with state and local government and get them involved, because that's really what we need in Minneapolis is support, not, an adversarial position from state and local police.
And David, what's your take on this? How do you expect Tom Homan's approach to actually differ from outgoing immigration chief Greg Bovino? Because Greg, you mentioned that Tom was tough, but from what I saw, I think Greg Bovino was actually also pretty tough here, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Right. Well,
There's
Commander
no doubt about
Bovino,
that,
who has been wearing great coats, very reminiscent of Nazi SS officers, and making statements that anyone who questions what they do if you're a journalist is a so-called journalist, and generally attacking people, and raising this red herring, as your other guest has, of professional protesters. Getting him out of there is important to lowering the heat, and Homan will be better than Bovino. But keep in mind that people are turning out in the streets because ICE is not arresting, as Trump promised, the worst of the worst. They are arresting and putting in handcuffs 2-year-old children, 5-year-old children, teenagers walking to school. They have smashed windows on cars and businesses. They have entered homes without a warrant, which violates the Fourth Amendment. And I would expect as a Republican that your other guest would say that's abhorrent and needs to stop yesterday. So the reason people are turning out in these locations, which have very little crime, Minneapolis is a city of almost 500,000 people. It only has 600 police officers because there is so little crime. In fact, of the 3 homicides this year so far in Minneapolis, 2 of them were by ICE and Border Patrol agents. There'd be 1 homicide but for the federal government.
And this case on another debate has also reignited the debate over the Second Amendment. So gun ownership is legal in Minnesota, and carrying a weapon, to my knowledge, was not illegal here. So, Greg, what's your take on how the Second Amendment is being used here? Do you think it's actually being misused?
Well, I'm glad to see Democrats fighting for the Second Amendment. That's refreshing. And so, but look, if you have a concealed handgun license, you're required to do training for that. One of the requirements in training, or maybe the first rule in the training is that if you're engaged with police, you have to indicate that you have a weapon on you and show them your license. So I don't believe that he was carrying a license. I'm not 100% sure of that, but I've read that. But surely there were mistakes made on both sides, and it's again a tragic situation. I think the hyperbole doesn't help. There was this story about the 5-year-old that went around left-leaning media a few weeks ago. No, the 5-year-old was not handcuffed. The father abandoned the 5-year-old when he was solicited by ICE for a warrant for his arrest. He abandoned the 5-year-old, and they looked after the 5-year-old. I don't know how that story got twisted into, ICE is going after 5-year-olds.
That's it for now. David K. Johnston, a former New York Times Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, and Greg Swenson, chair of Republicans Overseas. Thank you both for joining us today. And now we turn to the Middle East. Iran and the U.S. are exchanging threats as an American warship heads towards the region. President Donald Trump said earlier that the USS Abraham Lincoln is near Iran, calling it a big armada. Iran responded by saying the carrier's arrival will not stop the country from defending itself, and warned of serious consequences if the U.S. launches military strikes. The tension comes as more people are arrested in connection with deadly protests in Iran. U.S. officials say President Trump is open to a deal with Tehran. Joining us for more analysis is Mick Mulroy, former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under President Donald Trump. Mick, thank you for joining us today.
Great to be with you, Catalina.
From your own experience at the Pentagon, Mick, what message is Washington sending to Tehran right now?
So this is certainly a considerable amount of U.S. military force projection. We have the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln, which is one of the most sophisticated naval weapon systems, quite frankly, ever. It's now in the Middle East, and it is in position to take strikes. There's also the USS George Bush in the Mediterranean that can also reach Iran and defend Israel if needed. And I think the message that they're sending is either come to the table and negotiate a new nuclear agreement, which would also include, from President Trump's perspective, the ballistic missile program and their support to proxy forces like Hezbollah and Hamas, or the United States is prepared to take significant military action. And they certainly have the capability to do so now.
And does deploying an aircraft carrier strike group significantly change the military balance here, or is this more about deterrence more than imminent action? What do you think?
I think it's more about imminent action. I mean, I don't think there was any real chance that Iran would take some kind of preemptive strike. They have a lot going on, of course, with these massive protests. President Trump has actually said that he would strike regime targets because of the protests, certainly if they kept killing innocent civilians. So it might be for two reasons. One, there is some reports that the Iranians are looking to restart their nuclear weapons program. And as I just mentioned, there is these massive protests. And I think they might take the opportunity, if they do. I don't know that, obviously, I don't know that the decision has been made, but to do two types of strikes, one against the nuclear facilities, the other against regime security targets like the IRGC, the siege force.
And from your own experience, from your knowledge, how quickly could the U.S. forces move from positioning from where they are or from where they're getting to launching a strike if President Trump actually gave the order?
Not much time at all. I think if you're looking for any kind of heads up, it would be U.S. military personnel evacuating from certain key bases in the Middle East, specifically Al Udeid in Qatar. That's exactly what happened last time. They take all the non-essential troops out of there and just leave the necessary, because Iran is likely to strike at that facility. They did last time. And of course, we shot down all the missiles. But that is, I think, would be the only indication that a strike is imminent. If they don't do that, it could be very quick. It's just a matter of the president giving the execution order. I am sure they have the entire plan already prepared and at least rehearsed as far as doing it what we call a rock drill. So already having planned it all the way out, just not actually executing.
And so Iran is bracing now for what is a possible U.S.-Israeli attack here. So how coordinated would such an operation need to be effective? And how would this operation be different than the 12-day war that we saw last year?
So, Catalina, there is also reports that there's French and British air components that have surged forward. And of course, Israel might participate. So it needs to be heavily coordinated. That's why I think we saw the commander of Central Command, Admiral Cooper, in Tel Aviv earlier, just a few days ago. So it'll be heavily coordinated. I do think the difference will be it won't be just against the nuclear facilities like Fort Al, like it was last time. Predominantly, the U.S. just targeted that because of the munitions that we have available to us. It may also include regime targets, such as the Supreme Leader and the senior security cabinet officials, as well as the IRGC leadership, which is one of the concerns that if there is a toppling of the regime, the IRGC would simply take over. So they might try to mitigate that as a potential by targeting them if they take these strikes. So it wouldn't be just nuclear, it'd also be regime and security targets.
And you've dealt with the Middle East strategy firsthand here, Mike. So how risky is escalation in the region, having already stretched by multiple conflicts?
So, of course, the Iranians will feel like they have to strike back. They have rebuilt some of their ballistic missile capability. I don't think it'll be much more on that front than it was last time. But one of the most concerning actions the Iranians could take is the sea mining of the Straits of Hormuz. About 40% of the world's energy supply comes from this region, and that could essentially cripple it, at least as far as moving it by sea, which is how all this energy is usually transported. That wouldn't affect the United States so much. We don't get much of our energy from there, but certainly around the world, in Indo-Pacific especially, that could have a very crippling effect on economies. So it is something they could do, but they would be doing it essentially to the entire world, and it would actually hurt them as well because they bring their oil out through the same maritime passageway.
And you were mentioning cooperation here. You mentioned France as well as the UK. Here there's other reports because Iran claims it's more prepared than ever to respond to a U.S. attack. Could this involve a closer cooperation with China or Russia here?
I don't know that they would. I certainly wouldn't be involved. I don't know if there would be any kind of dialogue between the United States and Russia or China prior to. I think it would be probably immediately after, and not to make excuses or try to get them on board. That's never going to happen. But certainly to quell any potential for this to escalate. Basically use them to negotiate with Iran like they did last time, where Iran felt like they had to respond. It was mostly symbolic. It didn't injure or really do any damage but they could say and, tell their people they essentially did all these things and caused all this damage when in fact they didn't. But I think that kind of negotiation or at least dialogue will happen. But I don't think there'll be any kind of pre-warning to any country except for the countries involved. And then immediately thereafter, all of the partners in the regions, I believe the United States will be reaching out to talk to them. And of course, they'll be ready to defend them. And as last time, when Iran did send multiple missiles and drones at Israel, a lot of the partners in the region participated in shooting them down. So it wasn't just the U.S. and Israel and the U.K. and France. It was also Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and other countries in the region as those munitions flew over their territory.
And could this deployment still lead to diplomacy? Or once an aircraft carrier arrives to the Middle East, does momentum shift here towards conflict?
So it could certainly lead to diplomacy. It is, I think, one of the tactics they're using. Project the force, get them to be very concerned about what could happen, get them to the negotiation table. But if they don't come to the negotiation table, I don't think that the Pentagon, that the president, the White House would have decided to do this and then balk. So I think there's a very good chance that this happens. It really comes down to the willingness of the Iranians not only to negotiate, but to negotiate on terms that the United States is presenting now. And that is, I think, broader than just them not attaining a nuclear weapon, and includes those other factors, the ballistic missile program, and their support to all these terrorist groups that destabilize the entire Middle East region.
And bottom line here, Mick, in your view, is the U.S. preparing for war or trying to prevent one through overwhelming force? What do you think?
I think the U.S. is trying to prevent the need for, well, I wouldn't say war. I mean, it's certainly, one could say it's an act of war, obviously, to attack a country, but I would say it's limited war, right? So Iran's talking total war. Total war obviously involves ground troops, occupation. That's not happening. I think this is going to be a very limited, very targeted event if it occurs at all. And again, that really comes down to whether Iran takes the diplomatic off-ramp, or they insist on this going forward. And then, of course, the decision's up to the president, the commander-in-chief. But it does look like it would go toward some kind of kinetic action of limited duration, but could be significant. It really depends also of how Iran responds.
That was Mick Mulroy for us. Thank you for joining us and for your perspective. Former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Middle East under President Donald Trump. For more on this, we're joined by Daniel Surwer, professor and a senior fellow for the Foreign Policy Institute at Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. Daniel, thank you for joining us.
My pleasure.
Daniel, now, recent reports suggest the U.S. may pressure Iran through a naval blockade rather than airstrikes. Is this an attempt to raise tensions without direct confrontation?
I suppose so. There's no point in airstrikes. Airstrikes will only cause Iranians to rally around the flag. They may kill people who are opposed to the regime. It doesn't make any sense to do airstrikes. An embargo is just an intensification of the sanctions. The sanctions are certainly part of what have brought on the demonstrations. But I'm not sure that an embargo will be seen much better by Iranians, ordinary Iranians, than airstrikes. Cuba has suffered an embargo for many, many years. Venezuela suffered it as well. I just think that the Americans have overestimated their own impact on the situation inside Iran. Iran's a big country with a lot of people. And the basic decisions will be made by Iranians.
And the Trump administration did say it's open for business with Iran, claiming frequent contact between both. Does this mean there's still a chance for dialogue to avoid escalation?
Well, I certainly hope there's a chance for dialogue. The fact of the matter is that The United States and Iran are not historical enemies in any sense, and they have a lot of interests in common, I would say. But since the founding of the Islamic Republic, it's been very difficult to give priority to common interests. Instead, priority has been given to some very serious problems, the biggest one being the nuclear issue, but also Iran's regional behavior.
And the U.S. military buildup near Iran continues with the USS Abraham Lincoln's arrival that we've seen in reports. Is this precautionary, or does it hint that a strike is actually likely or soon or imminent?
Well, if I knew, I couldn't tell you, right? I'm not sure that a decision has really been made, but there are lots of rumors that President Trump is having second thoughts about the bombing. So I think for the moment, I think we should consider this as a ratcheting up of pressure on Iran, not necessarily as a prelude to an attack.
And you lead us to our next question here. You said Trump has had second thoughts on a strike. Evidently, Trump hasn't made a final call on Iran just yet. He's swung between escalation and dialogue here. What might be holding him back from after initially threatening Iran?
I think a lot of sensible people are telling him that an attack is not a way to cause regime change. What's really happened here is that the Americans failing to continue the nuclear agreement, withdrawn from the nuclear agreement, the Americans have drifted into a policy of regime change. And the regime in Iran has no higher priority than preserving itself. And it's a delicate moment for preserving the regime in Iran because there's a succession that has to come within the next few years. I think the Americans will find it impossible to be satisfied with whatever the Iranians offer. But we don't know what the Iranians are offering. I think it's pretty clear they're offering something. But are they offering zero enrichment? Are they offering an end to the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea and against Israel? I doubt it.
There are also increasing reports that suggest that Iran's government is weakened, increasingly so. So is a collapse inevitable, or is the regime still strong enough to resist a U.S.-Israeli coordinated attack, for example, a second one?
A succession is inevitable. I don't think regime collapse is necessarily inevitable. Partly because ordinary Iranians, as unsatisfied as they are with the economic conditions and with the abuse of demonstrators and restrictions on normal human rights, they look at Syria and they look at Yemen and they look at Libya, and they see chaos, and they don't want that in Iran. And there's a good deal of respect for the Iranian state, even if there's a general feeling that the Islamic Republic is coming to an end. But that's a distinction that holds in my mind, but not necessarily in the minds of the demonstrators. So I think it's very difficult to predict regime change. What we know will happen is that at some point the supreme leader will either resign or die, and that will present the Islamic Republic with a very serious problem of succession.
And if a strike does happen, reports do suggest it would be a swift one. Why target Iran this way?
Well, I think there's a lot of internal political pressure on the Trump administration, not only to pressure Iran, but frankly, to distract attention from things going on in the United States, things going on with Venezuela. it's a little bit difficult to, normally when we analyze a president of the United States, we can look to what his thinking has been in the past, what his overall ideological bent is, what his inclinations are. And all of those things don't work with President Trump because he prides himself on being erratic. And so we don't really, and it's not entirely clear that thinking is the right way to describe his decision making. He's very impulsive. He's very instinctual. And I think we just don't know what he's likely to do vis-a-vis Iran. We do know that he'll look for an agreement before bombing, but whether he can get one that he can be satisfied with isn't clear to me.
And finally, Iran does claim it's more prepared than ever now to respond to a U.S. attack, especially following the 12-day war between Iran, Israel, and the U.S. So, in your opinion, is Iran effectively more prepared this time around than they were before? And what could this mean?
It strikes me as pure propaganda. I mean, Iran was badly hurt by the 12-day war. Its air defenses were taken down very, very quickly. Maybe they've restored some of those. Maybe they can use them more effectively than they did in the past. But I don't think Iran's better prepared today than it was before the 12-day war. That just doesn't sound credible to me.
All right, that was Daniel Sorer who joined us right there. Thank you for all your analysis, Professor and Senior Fellow for the Foreign Policy Institute at Johns Hopkins University. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's all we have time for on Global News Today. Thanks for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the dressing room with Al Arabiya News. You have a special guest today with over 450 appearances, 48 goals, played for Forest, Newcastle, Spurs, Villa, England. He was a League Cup winner 2007 and 8, thanks to me, penalty away. And PFA Young Player of the Year 2002-03, Jermaine Jenner.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Mad Gang.
Is JJ the first guest? I think he is.
Nice.
He must have had somebody else
second.
on.
Siddy, we had Siddy.
Oh, you had
Siddy
on.
Second
guest. Yeah,
Thank you. No,
Second
I
guest.
Sean.
Oh, Sean,
this is going. I felt special for a
What's
second.
going on here? Bang out, we've had Lescott. Hold on a minute.
I like it.
Just cancelling everyone out, man. What happened to our friends? We said the same thing the last time.
It's kind of the start of a new season, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's where his head went. Pre-season, new season.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I get it.
So, what we've been up to this week, Bridgie?
You go.
Me go. Mate, I've had a heavy week. So I had a. First of all, I had a wedding on Tuesday night.
Oh yeah.
Got messy. So you know when your two worlds collide. So I do a bit of work at Brentford. Do a bit of coaching and ad hoc. So there's some of the guys there, great guys, the Brentford coaches. So I've been going into that with my professional head on. Do you know, like, you go to a football club, you know, you're responsible for looking after the players, helping them. But it was actually with the lads from Lillishall. It was one of the guys' weddings. So, you know, when you ain't seen your mates who for years, and they're like, they're 15 last time you saw them, 16. So by the end of the wedding, like, you're acting like a 16-year-old, and you're throwing burgers around the wedding party.
Burgers.
Mate,
Showed him the real Joe.
What the hell's going on in this wedding?
Yeah, so like the mask slip, JJ. This is good for. I feel like people can come here and say, you know, I'm. Yeah, so that happened. Ended up in the back of my mates. The wedding finished at 1 a.m. And then you don't want to stop, do you? Like Tuesday night in Manchester, so we're searching. One of my mates is a delivery driver, so we had a white van. So it's about 6 of us in back of the white van driving around Manchester looking for a bar.
What the hell?
Yeah.
What's going on here?
It was a great night, mate. It was a great night. We've seen your old mates.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. Done that, mate.
Nice.
That was good. What else I do? I had the boys played a tournament.
Cool.
In Bedfont. Both of them on a Saturday Saturday and Sunday.
Bedfont. That's
Bedfont in
Feltham.
Feltham.
My neck of the woods.
Yeah. I didn't. Your name was mentioned.
Was it?
Yeah, your name was mentioned.
When you come around them zones there,
it was exalted. People were like, this guy.
Yeah?
Okay, King of the Manor.
I like it.
Yeah, no,
well,
it was
I
good.
don't know about that, but
there was we had the little fella got to the semi-final, and then the big fella, he won it on the Sunday, so there's a little bit of friction at home.
Oh, Is nice. There?
You know, one of them won a tournament, one of them didn't, but that's football. What else did it? Yeah.
Kids playing football is class, isn't it?
Do you know what? We had one of them. We had one
football.
So good, isn't it?
Yeah, I love it. We had one of them
intense,
moments.
Yeah.
I need to say this. We had one of them moments on Saturday where they're playing against semi-final. Kids got fouled. It was a foul. The ref didn't give it. Fellas chirping up at the ref, and it was getting a bit heated. And the parents, and you're like, and then guys had to come onto the pitch and tell the parents to calm down.
Yeah, it's mad.
And it's just, the geezer's just gone again. And it's just like, I'm thinking, oh, mate, do you know, like, only kids football does that to people. Normal people sends them mad, doesn't it?
I run the line on a Saturday for my daughter's team. Cool. It's like the best thing I do. So good, but obviously, you know, like the parents give it to you every now and again when you're giving certain decisions. I'm having to give a few looks, like don't even know the rules.
Biased.
I just shut your mouth. Do you know what I mean? But no, those like kids football. It's so weird, like when you kind of in our world and it's like go. You're playing football, then you retire, and then obviously you stumble across like your kids get to that age, don't they? Where all of a sudden you're mixing with different dads, different people, and I find it amazing, to be honest with you. I really enjoyed it, and then it was like on a Saturday. It was one of the things actually that kind of pulled me back from doing Match of the Day so much, because on Saturdays I was always in Manchester and it was like such a long day, and my daughter was playing and I was like, I'm missing it.
Yeah.
So I was like, I need to just get back down there and running the line, man. You hear some stuff.
I've done that.
I wouldn't want to be a ref for a kid's game.
Mate.
Nah.
Do you know what happened to me? I got dragged in. I got stitched up. Mate, I've gone there. I'm all like, I've got designer wear on. Yeah,
it's a bad start.
So I just because I was gonna just watch the game, then I was gonna be off because I had something to do.
Okay.
So
what did you have to do?
I had things to do, man. On a Sunday, you know what I mean? Let's go to church. So I was dressed to the nines, innit? And then no one, like all the other parents, I think they'd had their turn to do it.
Right. Okay.
I was the only one. I'm like the guy that. Not interested in it. I've come in designer wear, head to toe. They've asked me, I've gone, you want me to run the line like this? I said, they go, Colton, you've never done it. I was like, do you know what? I'm going to do it this time.
Your turn.
Mate, I'm on the side, on the grass with my Travis Scott's on.
That's not going to work.
And the worst thing about it, I said, do you know what? I'm not moving from this spot. But because I've never done the line before, mate, it's hard work, you know.
I know.
Mate, you got to keep on the line. And listen, I was getting all the calls wrong because I couldn't keep up with the team. So when they're bolting for, I'm like, oh man, and I'm there hobbling. And you know, I got to hobble with it.
That's why I don't do it. It's easy way to get out of it.
Yeah, but I did say that, but I had to do it this time.
What do you mean? The way you get out of it?
Well, see, what run can I?
What do you mean you can't run?
I've seen you bouncing round places.
I've seen you.
That's under the influence.
I've seen you dancing on the ceiling.
You fooling.
Yeah, but I wake up in the morning, mate. I can't get downstairs.
Mate, I call you Lionel Richie, mate.
And you enjoy pain. There's a difference. You know what I mean with us lot.
So running the line. that's a no-go for me. But it's nice to go and watch the kids and that. But I get so frustrated at kids football because when you like my son, I tell him something. Now he's playing academy football. But when I used to tell him something, he's actually good. He'll go and do it. But then some of the other players are not as good, and he gets frustrated. I can see he's getting frustrated, so I'll get frustrated too.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, why didn't he just pass the ball there? Why didn't he do that? And I'm thinking, these guys are kids.
Yeah.
I'm talking to this guy like he's a man. Like, I'm thinking, did you see that pass? I did not see that pass. It's bang out of order, isn't it? So, and that's why parents, I can see why parents get really frustrated.
Yeah.
And they get all uptight on the side of the pitch because you can see, and you want your son to score, didn't you? Or your daughter to score.
Yeah.
So he's like, pull it on the plate. Why are you so? He's so greedy, man. He's so greedy.
Demands.
My father-in-law, he's the worst as well because what he'll do, mate, he hasn't got no filter.
Right.
So he'll just say what he sees,
And doesn't realise the parents.
And doesn't realise mate. So as soon as he says it, I'm like Homer going into the bushes.
You just got to be quiet and let him enjoy the game.
And then I'm like to my missus, I'm like, come on, calm him down. It's embarrassing us. He watches this as well, and Pete, he knows, he just got no filter. Good old Pete. Love it. But yeah, what else have you been on? What have you been doing? Like you usually.
He's been quiet this week.
You've been quiet.
I did get a
I played golf.
Yeah.
And then I went Joel Dommett's 40th.
Yeah. This is the cheese sandwich story. The cheese.
What are you got to bring up cheese sandwich for? Right, look, it was a good party, to be fair. It was good. Sam Thompson turned up. You know Sam?
I love him.
Yeah,
what a
great
guy.
lad. He just done that challenge. Is it cycling and running? Yeah.
Did he?
But like, you know, everyone walks in, don't they? Say, "Oh, mate, amazing!" I was just like, "You made a meal of that, didn't you?" He goes, typical Wayne Bridge comment. I was going, "No, well done, mate. Well done."
His calf blew up.
Yeah, his car, bad.
Everything blew up. His whole leg was bandaged, wasn't it?
I didn't. Bad.
That's such a pure soul.
That's a good word for him. Pure soul.
Oh, he's a great lad.
Great lad.
He brings so much energy, doesn't he?
Chelsea
like a little
fan.
kid. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because he's done that. He's made in Chelsea.
Yeah.
Because you can see that when I see him in the jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looked really like warming. Like I wanted him to win. He's a top guy.
Do you know him, JJ?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know him well. Yeah. I've just come across him from working in television for years. But I think I worked with him like one time on this show I was doing called MOTDX. And then I think I saw him.
That's a good show, by the way.
Yeah. Well, it's not anymore because it's not going. But it was a good show. Yeah. They lost something there. But and then I remember I went to House Festival. Like Soho House did that festival in the summer. Yeah. And I was just walking through. And
I saw you.
Yeah. And I just saw this guy just like in the distance just running, and I was like, and it was him, and he just made a beeline for me, and literally next thing I know, he's ran and jumped in my arms, and I've had to catch him. I've had to catch him midway, and he's like rubbing my head. He's like, oh my god, so good to see you. And I was just like, this guy's energy is mad. It's hard to not love him. Do you know what I mean? He's a great guy.
Everyone does. Yeah, it was good though. A lot of dancing. It was good.
Yeah. So that must have been. There's a lot of vibes at that party then. You and him together.
Right. Lee Mack was there. He's good lad.
Oh, mate,
I love Lee Mack.
Great lad.
How quick is he?
He's
got to be
wicked.
sharp around those comedians, don't you? Like he's
watched that 1% fit. Have you watched that 1%
I saw it last night.
It was on last night. It was quite funny.
I know.
Hey, see, he went out first.
Who went out
The ref went out first.
Yeah.
The ref
I
went
saw
out
that.
first.
I thought Marlon Harewood would have gone out first.
Who was it?
Marlon Harewood was on it.
Marlon Harewood was on it.
No, because Pugach was out early as well, weren't he? They were talking about that.
If you went out, mate, I would have done all right, you know.
Would you get enough?
I was thinking, I'm all right.
See, that's where you get sucked in.
I'll tell you what.
What did you do?
Come on, man.
Oh, the chase. We had a poker night round my house. And we were having a good time. My missus come run up and go, Carlton Cole's on the chase. And we were like, what? He's on TV. So we're playing poker. We stopped to watch him on the chase.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was quite bizarre, isn't it?
It was bizarre.
Yeah, because me on the I was playing poker with you lot, and then all of a sudden I'm on a TV show, and I'm watching myself fail. And
when you got a question right, everyone was like,
yeah! And I was like, yeah, I knew that.
Fair play to you. Fair play.
But listen, this is like, what did I do this week? I didn't. Oh, actually, I went to watch my son. He had finals at schools. He had like district finals. So yeah, he played and didn't really do too well.
Wow, you're calling him out on
listen,
on the airwaves.
He knows, because he'll be watching this. And, But do you know what it is? I think because he's had such a long season, so he started from grassroots to the start of the season.
Right.
He's been on trial with one particular club, done really well, aced it, and then didn't get in. And that was quite of a sucker punch, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like to ace a trial and not get in.
Yeah.
So that takes a lot of energy away from you. And so I've been trying to just like be a dad.
Yeah,
try
of course.
and help him through that. Then he went to West Ham and he signed with West Ham now.
Good.
Oh, you pulled the Carlton card.
Well, no, because he's a good player. He's actually a good player.
Was he a
you know what I
striker?
mean?
Or?
Striker.
Okay.
He's a striker. And my older son's up at Hull, so he's down as well.
Oh, wow.
So he's just got a girlfriend as well. So that's a whole new thing that I've got to deal with this week. I met his girl. And I'm like, mate. So
how old is he?
He's 17. Well, the older one's 17 next week.
Wow.
So you had to do the meeting, the girlfriend thing.
Yeah. So I was doing the dad thing.
It's better that way than the way I've got to do it with my girls.
Yeah.
To tell you that. If you bowl through my door at 17, bro, it's not happening.
Do you know what? I was a good guy.
We were all good guys. We're all good guys.
I was a great guy. Like, you would love to have me walk through your door.
Who would you rather, Colt or Joe?
Oh, here we go. Anyway, moving on swiftly.
1, 2, and 3.
Bridget, I choose your poison. Choose your poison. Choose your poison.
It literally.
I think, listen, we've all got.
Can I just phrase that there?
Go on.
Players you've played with.
Yeah.
Who would you want your daughter to come in with? What players are like you like? That's a good guy.
Mason Mount. Mason Mount.
Michael Carrick.
Did you play with him?
Scott Parker.
Yeah,
Scott Parker. Yeah, Scott Parker.
I'm going Michael Carrick.
He like Lionel Richie.
Michael Carrick.
Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, Michael. Yeah,
solid guy, Carrick. You know. The thing is, like we all know, we've all been on like Christmas parties and so on. And you know the ones that you've tried to drag into a few situations. Man, Carrick was a solid. He was just like, one of those guys. You come out, have a good night, but then he's just going home.
Yeah.
I was always just chasing the night. I was just like, there's got to be something else to do. Do you know what I mean? There's always a couple of like.
Look at me, I'm 43. I'm sitting in the back of a white van, riding around Manchester at 1:30 in the morning, trying to find something.
Yeah, but you know what? I like that though in somebody as well. If my daughter's going to meet someone, then
Gotta be real.
I just think they've got to have that little something as well. Do you know what I mean? Because I'm going to have to chill them at some point.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I'd go for Saka. I wouldn't mind.
Bukayo,
Bukayo Saka's a lovely kid, isn't it?
What about the opposite?
Christian boy?
What about the opposite? Who's not coming through the door?
Oh, mate. I'm not, definitely. Definitely not me. I'm not. I don't know.
God.
Oh, man.
There's too many.
Too many.
Basically, all of the above.
That's true. It's very true.
Everyone's got some kind of nonsense that they go through.
We know too much. That's the problem.
That is the
problem. We know too much
in our industry. And then we've got a bad rep as well.
Yeah.
People like myself and you.
Yeah.
And you. All of you lot. You've given me a bad rep, you lot. I'll tell you. And I'll play on it. I'll play on it. Anyway, moving on swiftly.
Jay, what have you been up to?
A lot of golf this week. Yeah, I've been out twice this week. Twice last week playing golf.
You love golf, didn't you?
Mate, I'm obsessed with it. Like,
what do you play off?
Two is my handicap. Yeah, so I'm non-stop playing, mate. Yeah, when I retired, it was 2018 when I first took it on. I don't know, there was just something about it that I just. Originally, it weren't even the golf. Like, let's be honest. Like, you don't take it serious like you two, but you like going out.
Love it. Yeah, love it.
And I think almost like that kind of like mental health part of it. Of like, there's nothing else I do where I get my phone, I stick it in my bag, and it don't come out for 4 hours. And I just talk to my mates. Do you know what I mean? And we go around. You play. I'm competitive with it, but it's still the best thing I do with regards to like just walking, talking. I think as men in particular. Like, there's not really a space like pubs it used to be, didn't it?
Yeah.
No one really goes down the pub anymore and just chat. So having a group and keeping it competitive. I like it, but it's just like
it's different, isn't it? It's not. It's lovely being on a golf course.
I think so. And going to the pub every day and getting on the sauce. It's a bit like you know.
I didn't get into it when I was playing.
No, I didn't.
I didn't either.
I was like, no, but I wanted to. It's not like I went in a few lessons, but I was just like, do you know what? With my swing, I was practicing my swing and I done my back. I blew my back out.
Yeah.
And then,
sorry, kids.
It's stiff, innit?
You don't strike me as someone who can rotate.
No. I'm like,
You got to have that short backswing and follow through.
Like, the Buffalo don't have them sort of movements in the lockup.
Have you had loads
You
of
need to
lessons?
activate your glutes. Loads, yeah. I mean, I have lessons. Like at one point, I'm having them like once a week. Then when I kind of get it, like I get to summer usually, I just leave it alone and I play. But as soon as winter kicks in again, I'll be like once every other week.
I had one lesson. It just sent me sideways.
Yeah, it does some people. I've had like 4 different coaches though. I mean, you got to find the one that works for you.
Really?
Yeah.
What I'm doing this summer, because the boys are starting to want to play, I'm going to go over like as a little par 3 course, like when they're and just go and have lessons with them, and play the little 9 holes and just try and get to a level they get into it.
Yeah.
Because playing with your kids would be great.
Yeah, they'll be better than you, I reckon.
Of course they will. I'm terrible.
It's like, because Carter's had lessons. He's 9, mate. He's better than me.
Mate, I saw him. See, like in that little video that you sent.
Yeah.
I see him practicing.
Mate.
But he's got it to a T,
He's
innit?
got
With the little leg.
Yeah.
Really?
Kids are free though, aren't they? That's why kids are free in their minds. Whereas we're like, got to get it here, and you think about it way too much and that messes
I have like my life flashes between my eyes by the time I hit the ball backswing. There's so many things going on. I'm like,
That's hitting like baseball, you know.
I played with him in Tell, like about was it 4 years ago now, or something like that, at the Shire in this golf day, man. These two are giving gimmies that are like off the green. It's off the green, and they're like, "That's fine, JJ, take that." And I'm like, "Mate, I ain't trying to win this tournament. Like, I'm not getting up there with some mad amount of points that I've won."
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh mate,
but yeah,
that's it. That's golf for you, though, man. That's golf life.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Like, listen, we've got to talk about your career, JJ.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean? Let's start. Where do we want to start? Where would you like to start?
No, Nottingham. Because
you want to start Sunday League?
I didn't play Sunday League, bro.
You didn't play Sunday League?
No, I'm strictly academy boy.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So from what age?
Like, I was at Forest from the age of like 9.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, 8 or 9, and then like
straight in.
Yeah, that's it. I started playing football in teams at the age of 7.
Okay.
Like my dad was a coach.
Your dad was a player, right?
Yeah,
Semi-pro.
he played semi-pro. Like he played for like Shepshed, Nuneaton Borough.
What's your dad's name?
Dennis Genus.
Dennis Genus.
Yeah.
Big up, Den.
But then he went into coaching.
And he's saying pirate radio.
But he was a good coach, and he was like in my area, so he was coaching people like Darren Huckabee. Michael Johnson, who went to Notts County, he was at Notts County as well, so he kind of developed them as kids, and I just used to go along whilst he was coaching all the older kids, and it got to an age when I was about 5 or 6, and he was like, "Oh, just come and do these drills." He's just doing like figure of 8 drills, step overs, and I was joining in, and he was just like, "Geez, he's like better than this lot." So it can't. And then obviously you get the bug, but yeah, Forest from the age of 9, and it was, it's like Tuesday, Thursday, centre of excellence type times, and I just kind of
centre of excellence
worked my way through basically, and so no Sunday League for me. Thankfully, those leagues were brutal, man. I used to go and watch, and it was just like
I used to love it. So much freedom.
I think you learn a lot at those times.
7 to 14, I think I played Sunday League. Yeah.
Did you? Yeah. Who did you play for?
Oliver's Battery.
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah, terrible. They weren't terrible. We go up to the Premier League, get relegated, win the first division, go up, get relegated. It was a bit like that all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at least you're learning those things.
Yeah.
So I think that you don't get taught those things really as a kid, because you're just playing, and all of a sudden it's like you go to play first team football, and it's like, no, every single point matters here.
Yeah. That's the problem they're trying to address with because they're doing a lot of good things with the academy, and one of the things that when they go, and I know people I talk to, there's not a competitive. The kids want a league. They want to know where they are. If you're Brentford and you're going to be playing against Chelsea, Spurs, Arsenal, Fulham, like it's right. You play the game and it's like a friendly every week.
Correct. Yeah.
They don't get tournament football until they play an actual tournament. But that
needs to matter, doesn't it?
That needs to matter. I think up to 16, maybe 13, 14, start playing a little league. The kids would love it. It's important.
Yeah, I think it is, definitely. I see, because obviously when you're working in an academy, they kind of mirror who they're playing. So one will be, say, the 14s will be at home, the 15s will be away, and but 15s will be with the 16s, because maybe one of them's going to be getting bumped up because one of the 16s have gone up to the under 18s. So they all get the experience, but it's a game program where you have to nurture it to what because say Crystal Palace, for instance, they were known for being a robust team, and so what they would organise between themselves, say, okay, well, we want to practice passing out from the back.
Right.
So what do we need this week? Let's try and get a team that won't let us do that, and we still have to. So the games program's really good for
Really?
that. Yeah, just to tailor what you're going for. Yeah,
Really?
That's what you've got to do. Yeah,
That's
so
mad,
that's what
isn't
it is now. But I don't know what it used to be back in the day. I think everyone used to mirror what the first teams play.
You just go and play.
Yeah. No, but it's all tailored now,
Richie,
mate.
there's so much that goes into the development of young kids. It's like every kid has. My little boy played in a tournament in Burnley the other day, and he's got clips. He's sending. I'm in Munich doing he's sending me clips of like things he's done. Wow. So they're getting that level of detail. So if you're smart now, as a young player, and you can take on information, you've got all the information there to help you become a player, ain't you?
Yeah. Because you've got cameras.
Yeah.
Like, see, look, when we were growing, we didn't have no cameras. So
I don't know if I don't like that.
I know
I wouldn't have enjoyed it as much.
When I used to, remember we used to go on like England trials and stuff like that. They always did like the filming of the training sessions, and then you'd sit in meetings for hours, wouldn't you, while they were filming training. And you used to do my nutting. I used to think like,
but you got a VO now, and you got a huddle.
Yeah, but that's because we wasn't used to it, JJ.
Maybe.
Maybe. Do you remember Techno Dave?
Yeah.
Do you remember Techno Dave? Was he there with you?
Yeah.
Dave. Like he was like the first guy I'd ever seen to video training, and then, like we'd be in like. I think we talked about it.
We did talk about Techno Dave.
He could get like Sky Sports News off of a coat hanger in Moldova. Howard Wilkins.
He's the guy that didn't stitch you up. Was he the guy that didn't stitch you up?
A lot of guys didn't stitch you up.
You know what? I do remember
when you went out and you weren't supposed to be out one time.
There's a lot of that.
I remember going to La Manga once with England. I think I was with the 21s or something. It was like a post-season tour.
Yeah.
And I remember Harold Wilkinson was there. I think the first team was there.
I was there.
I was going to say, and you probably trained where he had the headset on.
Oh God, yeah.
And he had all the speakers around the pitch and all that. And the first time I saw that kind of level of technology, it was like it was.
Oh, this is serious.
Oh my God, yeah, it was. You were watching it thinking,
these guys know what they're doing.
I was here for a post-season bit of a jolly up. This is legit. Yeah.
Man had the beat speakers on the side of the bit. But the thing was, I remember him like because he had the.
It does make sense though.
And he would like say, and it'd be like, Cole, tuck in.
Yeah.
And he'd forget he'd have the speakers and he'd go, oh shit. You can hear it.
I'm sick of him, man.
He's not coming back.
This guy.
What is he doing? But I love. Listen, so you started that. Obviously, you started playing for England and that, and then obviously, what was the was you playing for Forest first team?
Yeah.
Before you went to England?
Yeah. I didn't get picked. I didn't get picked for the 21s until I went to Newcastle.
Oh, yeah. Really?
Yeah, but I was in the first team at like 16, 17 at Forest. Like David Platt.
16 was it?
I got into the squad at 16.
Okay.
Like one of the first, I remember it was like the end of one of the seasons, and I got a phone call from Paul Hart, who was our youth team manager at the time. And it was, I think it was the last game of the season. The first team were playing Crystal Palace away. And he's like, right, you're going with the first team tomorrow, so you're not with us. Bring like your boots. This is what time you got to be at the training at the stadium. Coach leaves, blah, blah, blah. So I've turned up my boots and everything. Anyway, got on the coach. As I was about to get on the coach, Paul Hart was stood by the coach at the City Ground. And he just went, by the way, you're not playing. You're just going down to make teas and coffees and whatever the first team want, basically, to Crystal Palace and back. I was still buzzing. Do you know what I mean? I was like, I was young. Yeah. So I've literally...
How old were you then?
Yeah, I think I was 16 at the time.
16,
yeah.
bang on 16.
And they just, and obviously, once you're around that first team group, and we had people like Alan Rogers, the left back tank, he was a bit of a nutter. Andy Johnson, who was lively, Bart Williams, and it was it was a kind of group where old school, do you know what I mean? You had to really look after yourself around those times. So when I'm on the coach and they're like, JJ, tea, 2 sugars, like you got to get it right as well. They're not messing about. So I went all the way down, did that, and then Platty kind of pulled me. He went, look, go and put on a kit, and you can go and warm up with them, and I was buzzing. I was just out there, Palace, last game of the season, sun's out, and that was it. The minute I had that flavour, I wanted it anyway. But then when you see the fans and stuff, but then start of next season, I was straight in, basically straight in the team, starting first game of the season. And it was mad really, because it was my boyhood club. I was like 17. I given the armband as well. I was captain of the club at 17.
At 17?
That's
mad, that's incredible, JD.
Yeah, it was mad.
Incredible.
I think it's
When
still...
you think of that now.
I know, it's mad, yeah.
Captain.
Captain of Nottingham Forest at 17.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Really.
That's
It
like,
was mad.
you know, that's like Jude Bellingham status.
Yeah, it was insane. I think that my younger years, I was very mature as a footballer. I was very fearless. Do you know what I mean? And also, I think the beauty of being at a club like Forest, like you was at Chelsea, weren't you, at a young age and stuff. So you might not have felt it. You two may have at your football clubs. But I remember, you'd play on a Saturday morning for that youth team. Every time I sat in the stands, in my mind, I was like, "There's no way I don't play in this team." Because it's of a certain level where you're looking at it going like, they're good players, they're top players, but number one, this club's not got the money to go and buy whatever they want to buy, and I know I'm better than these guys. So
I never felt that.
I didn't think that either.
You was watching Franco Zola. I was watching Zola.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Johnson. I'm thinking, oh mate, I've got my work cut out.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I always used to say to kids, like when I was at Spurs, I was like, get out of here, go and play Championship football or League One football or somewhere where you're going to get some confidence. I was like, I was thrown in. Like, and when they gave me the armband, I remember they pulled me in. I'm thinking I've got to go back into this dressing room, and there's like Ricardo Schumacher's in there and like experienced pros. Do you know what I mean? And I thought, are they going to respond?
How did they?
They were brilliant.
Yeah, and can I ask you, what do you think that was in you at 17 for the manager to go, that's my captain? Was it your dad?
How long was it? You made your debut.
Yeah.
How long did you got made captain?
I reckon it was within 2 months.
Oh.
Yeah, pretty much.
So they lined you up early then?
Yeah, because look, as you get older, you realise a couple of different things. You know what I mean? Like, I was always going to be the one where Forest were going to make their money. Because Forest was struggling at that particular time, I think. And there was talk about the club going into administration, or they were trying to sell it or something. And I was, even just coming out of the youth team, I was their most prized asset at the time. So kind of when I look back on it now, I'm like, there's some smart stuff going on with regards to like make him captain, that'll add another $1 million and stuff like that. But at the same time, you still got to be respected by your peers. You know what I mean, in the dressing room. And I think that I'd captained, at every level for England in my career, from the age of 15 all the way to 21s. I'd captained, all my youth teams and so on. So I knew what kind of like leadership and all that was about. And it was just a matter of, like walking in and just owning it a little bit. And then I think when you go into the game and you're on the pitch, you just do what you do, don't you? Yeah. And then everybody was like, oh, we can handle it. It's fine. So, yeah, it was a mad experience, I think, still to this day. I'm the youngest.
What kind of skipper were you at 17 when you're talking to the older pros? Like, what would you say to them?
Nothing.
You got to run. You got to run more.
Yeah, I think like when you go onto the pitch, you just naturally start doing stuff, don't you? I wasn't at that age.
Lead by example with your actions.
You was a talker.
I was a talker, yeah. On the pitch,
when we played for England, I remember.
Yeah, on the pitch, I was definitely a talker.
Yeah.
I think in midfield, you're always trying to get not other people to do your work, but the more talking I do, the less running I
say that to these kids now.
Yeah, and that's the bottom line of it.
So you got that at an early age.
Yeah, I think I figured it out. Yeah.
See that's what any of these kids that's watching this, like when we say talk more, there's a reason, because it's a form of defending. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? So you don't have to go and do...
You're helping everyone as well.
Yeah.
Talking, yeah.
I had a big awakening when I went to... I used to go on England trials and I was so shy. And, being at Forest, like we had this thing at Forest where, Paul Hart wouldn't let you have a boot deal for years, basically. So we were sponsored by Umbro. And... like Umbro they eventually got rid of the Speciale, which was their best boot. Then they had this dead boot. It was terrible.
I
don't know what it was, but like
I remember that.
It was dead. It was horrible. And I've turned up to England and I'm like dealing with all these players that play for Arsenal and Liverpool. They've all got boot deals. And you know what it's like? You used to stand in a tunnel, look at a boy's boots and be like, he's dead. He's getting ran today. That's what it used to be like, isn't it? He's not getting it today.
Basic player.
So I was like, I've turned up, confidence was low and all that. But then...
Do you know what? Like, that's another thing as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
When if you don't look the part, sometimes you don't feel the part.
Oh, mate, these guys are turning up with the new R9s, the new Vapors. I had some dead, big, fat Umbro on, and I was just like, oh, here we go.
Baggy boots.
Yeah, it was horrible. But I remember watching Pennant, in training, and I was so pent up and so, anxious and desperate to get in. Pennant didn't give a... He just didn't care.
Yeah, he just doesn't care.
We had one training session as kids. He just stopped training. and the coaches were like, what's going on? And he went, I need a Mars bar. And I was like, what? I was like, what? He went, I need a Mars bar. And someone went and got him a Mars bar, and then he just lit it up. And, you know, watching a bit of his mentality, I just then started to kind of create this, like, I called it, are you allowed to swear on this podcast or not? They're going to bleep it out. I'll call it an FU mentality, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, in my mind, I was like, okay, I've got to create something here on the pitch. So I called it, like, my FU mentality, which meant basically, the minute I step onto this pitch, I'm just shouting at everyone. So I'm just, it's like, give me the ball. And people just started to react to it. Like, people just like, I'll just give it him, let him do it. And then I started to control games more. And I think that that level then made me realise how important communication was on the pitch. So I just think that's how I started to develop it.
That's brilliant.
For a young man.
Try and say that to my kids as well. Scream for the ball.
Yeah.
You'll get it.
They don't understand the impact
If they don't
of
give it to you, just carry on. Because if someone does scream at you, you will give it. Of course you do. If they're in the space, you will.
Of course you do. And then you've got to be able to kind of like, okay, you've given it me. And then you start to become the go-to person. And in midfield, it's more important in midfield that you've got a voice. Because there's so much going on. I was talking to someone about this the other day in terms of like how much the game's changed. And, you know, I think one of the reasons why we see a lot more young players now is because there's no... I feel like the fear has been taken out of football. So I would have games where I'm going onto a pitch and I'm playing against Roy Keane, for example. Yeah. Or like, I don't know, even if it's like a Joey Barton or a Scott Parker or whoever it may be.
Patrick Vieira.
Yeah, all these guys where it was like, this is not really about the technical side today. Like, I'm looking at these guys and I'm thinking, I've got to protect myself. And things like your first tackle used to matter. Do you know what I mean? It was like, if I went into that tackle like half-hearted as a kid, they would just walk all over you. You had to kind of like, it was like a boxer like landing that first punch type thing where it was like, okay, he's got a bit about him. That's kind of not really, they're so protected now. I feel like that mental element of, you know, just the fear factor of a game is not there anymore. So youngsters are allowed to come in and just obviously display their talents quite freely. I mean, I got elbowed in the throat by Keith Curl when I was playing for Forest.
Keith Curl?
In my throat, mate. Wow. You know what I mean? I thought I was being smart.
Welcome to the Premier League. Welcome to professional football.
Oh, mate, honestly. He was playing against Sheffield United and I don't know what it was. It was like a free kick had been given. And then he walked over to try and get the ball and I nutmegged him. And I went, Megs. And I thought,
and you said Megs.
Cheeky little figure. Cheeky little figure. Like doing that at Sheffield United. And then at a corner, I was so fresh, brand new, necks all up in the air. What's going on? And he just went, right in my windpipe. I couldn't breathe for like 2 minutes. And he was just like, he said something to me on the way by, like, you'll learn, basically. And I was like, get me out of this league now.
That is ruthless.
Because that championship, it was like Paul Ince was in there at the time. You had Keith Curl. Remember the guy used to try and break people's legs all the time.
Millwall. And Wolves.
Yes, him.
Yeah, I know you mean. Aussie guy.
Yeah. You know exactly what I'm about. It was.
So you learnt your lesson. Whereas if it was in today's game, you'd probably carry on doing it and giving them loads, wouldn't you?
No one's doing anything. Yeah, I was going to catch you, mate. Good luck.
Mate,
I can imagine what was that for you.
Mate, I might as well gone on a picture of Target on my back, right? But listen, David Batty done me, right? And he got sent off actually because it was just like, honestly, JJ, I've got the ball up some pot, I've turned into him, and he's tapping a forearm smash like that, like he's even like bang. My head spun round like that. I'm on the floor, but I bounced straight up, and I just grabbed him, pushed him, right? He got sent off. David O'Leary went mental, and then I went home. Someone sent it to me recently on Match of the Day. It's interesting what the commentators would say, right? Because straight away the commentator's gone, "Oh, the young man's got up there and shown his petulance. He needs to learn that side of his game." It's a man. And then as the commentator's saying that, you're seeing the replay, and he's spun me with the elbow in my face, and he's doubled down. The commentator, he's gone, David has caught him, but he's poor from the yellow. Mate, he nearly took my head off.
It's mad.
Mate, you always took a challenge well, you did.
Oh, Muscat.
You always took a challenge well.
Well, I had to.
But you used to get smashed all the time. I remember England training.
No, Kevin
Muscat.
When you got smashed proper a few times, mate, and you took it well all the time.
And I always got taught as a kid, never show them you hurt. Like that was it. Like, because the way I wanted to play, I was always gonna, I was always gonna get smashed. The hardest tackle I've ever received was from Scotty Parker, though.
Was it,
mate? He spun me in the air. I thought
You took flight.
He smashed me at Stamford Bridge. I thought I was at Craven Cottage.
I've seen this one actually.
You were still at Fulham, but you didn't know what stage.
I knew I was in the borough. exactly right. But the thing is, right, it's on YouTube. Like, it's got about 1 million followers. Like, my mates, when we're having because it does look funny. My mates, when we're having a booze or something, they'll be like, buzzing, look at this. I've gone to receive it on the back foot, and usually I'm aware, but he's come. And as it's turned, he's hit me and the outside of my foot, and he spun me. I've landed on my head, spun me upside down. No yellow card.
Yeah, none of that. I remember I sent you a picture. I sent him a picture about 3 weeks ago, not 3 years ago. I think something like that. Where I don't know. I think it was Chelsea against Newcastle, and I don't know if he was doing the game or I was doing the game. But I found this picture of me and Butty absolutely monorail. Butty's come over the top. Joey's like back to see the ball. Butty's like right over the top. I've gone low. He's just getting sandwiched by the both of them. I was like, I sent him a message saying, don't try those stepovers at St James's.
Oh, wow. That's all that malarkey round here.
Yeah, none of those stepovers.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, if these kids, mate, listen, for all you young number 10s, I took the hits for you. Yeah. I took them for you.
Now you're protected.
All these laws you got now.
I was saying it was Kevin Muscat.
That's
Kevin Muscat.
You're right. Yeah,
brilliant.
Absolute animal.
But yeah, good time.
So you went to Newcastle. I didn't realise it was that early.
How much did you go for? What was the transfer
$5
fee?
million at the time.
$5 million at the time.
Maybe,
would that be in today's market?
Yeah, well, it may be the third most expensive teenager in the world. Behind R9, Brazilian R9 was number 1. Then Robbie Keane was Inter Milan number 2, and then it was me going to Newcastle.
Wow!
So it was like it was massive at the time. Yeah. When I look back, I didn't feel it, but I remember the best parts of it were. I mean, I told like the story about kind of when I got the phone call from my manager, come in, and he was like, "We've had 3 offers. David O'Leary wants to, because Leeds wanted me. They offered 5. Ferguson had offered 3 million because he said it's a privilege to play for the club, so he's only offering 3.
Yeah.
And then they were like, "Oh, Newcastle's offered 5, so and the car's going to be here in like an hour." And I was like, "It takes longer than that from Nottingham." And it's mad. Like Shaka Histop's brother was a driver. He picked me up.
Really?
Mad, yeah. He picked me up.
Like Shaka.
I
He's a
cleaned
ledge,
Shaka's
by the way.
boots. Did you see? They were like size 15.
Monsters,
Like, how was he on the accelerator? Wait, I'm cleaning this boot now.
He got me up there quick. But no, and to be fair, like O'Leary was trying to call me. My agent was taking my phone off me and was like, "Don't speak to him. You're not going Leeds or whatever." And then Bobby Robson rang me, and once he rang me, I was like,
sold.
Yeah, I was in. I was done.
Oh, that's a brilliant. So you just knew I'm Premier League now.
Yeah.
As soon as like you get in, what was the mood like when you walked in the doors? Cause who did you know there already?
No. Shola. I knew Shola.
Shola.
Yeah, that
was you the first of? See, like, because the Ipswich boys came as well, didn't they?
Dyer was there before me, and Titus came afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But so Shola was the only one I knew. And my first thing I got there, I was like, right, Shola, one of the brothers.
Yeah.
Where do I get a trim?
Yeah. Oh, mate.
Yeah.
Oh,
Where do I get this is important. Shola was like, what do you mean? I was like, been wondering why he's been bopping around this baby throw for God knows how long.
I've just been going like that.
So I was like, okay, no barbers up here. I had to drive to Leeds to go and get a trim. Like, that's how mad it was. There was no barber shops. I used to have to go to Leeds or back to Nottingham.
See what happens
to get
for
a
us
trim.
black people. You see what we've had to go through.
The struggle was real.
The struggle was real for us, man. You lot don't think about this, mate. I swear, I remember I went up north one time. On loan. And I was like, I think I was at Wolves, and I just went to look for a barber. And back then, it should have been more. I don't know what's going on, but there was a massive queue for this one particular barber, and I was like, I need to get in there.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one.
Yeah.
So I'm like queuing up, and then I get close. Obviously, you're sitting down, and I get close, and then they said, "You got an appointment."
What?
Man, I got turned away. I got turned away.
What are you like? I can't do nothing with that.
I got turned because they didn't know me or anything like that at the time. Really? I thought I was like the Tony, and then it just didn't work out for me, so I had to flip and go home and do it myself. I had to go and get a babyless. You know what I mean?
Wow. But the rest of them at Newcastle, like obviously Shola I knew, but that was the first dressing room I walked in, and you're like,
was there any other brothers in there?
Carl Court was there.
Carl Court.
He went with braids at the time. He gave in and went, I'm just going to grow it.
I'm growing this out.
I think he found some like African girl up there that knew how to braid his hair, and he was like, yeah, this will do me nice. Do you know what I mean? But it was more to do with like Bellamy was in that dressing room, and Shearer, Gary Speed. It was the first dressing room I walked into, and I was like, oh, these guys are not messing about. And it was also in terms of like games and training and stuff like that, the standard would like of expectancy. There was arguments every single day. Like you'll know yourselves. I think when you're playing with like these top players, the standards are just like through the roof. And honestly, my first 10 days of training, I still to this day say were probably the worst 10 days of training I've ever produced. Like, I mean, honestly,
was you nervous?
Without knowing, yeah. And like, I've got like the lads like shouting non-stop, how much have we paid for him? And just
that's the worst.
I'm thinking, when
the lads are shouting that in training.
It was a
I
nightmare.
can imagine Bella's giving you a piss.
Bella's didn't
Ruthless.
stop. Bella's was just ruthless. But there was all these other elements as well that I didn't realise. So Rob Lee was still at the club at the time. And Rob Lee's a legend at Newcastle. And what a player, by the way. Yeah. And without knowing, Bobby Robson had took his shirt off him and given it to me.
Oh, mate.
And he's Shearer's mate, isn't he?
Yeah, so he just, I arrived and Bobby was like, what shirt do you want? I want you to wear number 7. And I was like, buzzing, yeah, I'll take the 7 all day. And then I've sat down in the dressing room and Rob Lee's just grilling me. And I'm like, wow, what's going on here? I don't even know the guy, do you know what I mean?
What was he saying?
He just wasn't really talking to me. And like, I think when a young lad comes in, you're expecting a little bit more warmth.
From the oldest.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
oldest, and guidance and so on, especially as a midfield player. To be fair to him, like he went to Derby. And it was I won Young Player of the Year that year, and he came up to me after the game and was just like, "Look, I'm really sorry. Do you know what I mean? I was just in a bad place, and you know, well done, keep it up." And I really like respected that.
Yeah.
So JJ.
Yes.
Newcastle.
Yeah,
so
man.
we talk Shearer, we talk Rob Lee. I need to ask you about one guy who I think is
iconic.
I think he transcends football. Sir Bobby.
Oh my God, yeah.
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 Well, you mentioned the first conversation you had on the phone. What was that like with him?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up around Italian United was my first World Cup, so just having Bobby Robson even ring you, like it was always the excitement on his voice. In his voice was just like incredible, and he just put so much belief in you as well. I wouldn't say that like tactically, he was like incredible, but his man management style, and you know, you stood in that tunnel wanting to kill. That's how you just felt after you'd started talking. But yeah, it was more to do. I remember going into the boardroom at Newcastle, and you know, he came flying through the doors, and he was just so excited, and he was just like, "All right, son, delighted to have you." And like the very first thing he said to me, he said, "Listen, you're playing. Like, you're not here like to be in the resis and go through." And he's like, you're going to be starting football. And like I said to you, like in the first part, my first 10 days in training were horrendous. And we had a training session on like the Thursday at St James's Park. And my first full game for Newcastle was against Sunderland away.
They're big as well up there, aren't they?
So I've come in for all this money, like spotlights on me. And then I've got the Timeware Derby staring me in the face. And the beauty of playing for these clubs like a Newcastle, and you'd have felt it at Southampton. You probably didn't feel it as much, Joe, because London clubs are very different. Do you know what I mean? But you wake up on a Saturday and that place just shuts down. Yeah. There's only one thing happening on that day, and it is football. Do you know what I mean? And you walk out and it's just black and white shirts everywhere. And so in training, he's on the Thursday. I finished the training session again, was bang average in training. And he just walked over to me and he just put his hand on my shoulder and he just went, "Listen, you're starting on Saturday, so just get your head around it." And that was it. And I was just like, right.
What day was this?
That was on the Thursday.
Right, okay.
So we trained again Friday back at the training ground, and then obviously we've gone to the game. It was a morning kickoff. I was so nervous, man. I'd roomed with like Nobby Solano, I think at the time, and Nobby was a pain in the arse, man. Honestly.
He's something else.
Yeah, he loved music, so he was always playing his bloody trumpet and stuff like that.
He had a band. He had a band.
I didn't realise that. Yeah, honestly, like it was about half 10 at night.
He played for us because remember.
You was at Villa with him.
I was at Villa with him and West Ham.
Oh, you would have been, yeah. Player, by the way. What a
I told him that.
A joke of a player. But yeah, it was about like half 10 at night, and I'm literally in bed, and I went on this TV show and told this, and like it came out so wrong because I was in bed at like half 10 at night, and Nobby started playing the trumpet, and I was like, but that's kind of what happened. I literally rolled over, and he's literally
just getting his brass band out.
He's literally got the full stand out with like, you know, the notes and everything, and he's just there just playing the trumpet.
Man trying to go sleep, bro.
And I'm like, mate, I've got the biggest game of my life tomorrow. You better put that down. so he's
you know, you got placed with him on purpose, right?
Yeah, probably.
So he got stitched up again.
I know. Come down in the morning and I was just like, I couldn't eat. It was like, you know, remember those early kickoffs when they first started? I've come down, I'm looking at Shearer and he's got like a plate of chicken and pasta and beans, and I'm like, fitness coach come up to me and he's like, "You need to eat something." I'm like, "I can't eat." I could not physically
Seriously?
eat. I said, just get me a Lucozade, I'll be sound. And and he was just trying to force feed me all his food. And anyway, I said, no, I'm good. I had the Lucozade. The minute I got onto that pitch, it was just like amazing. And then I played well. We won the game. And
your fitness coach nightmare.
Yeah. And then after that, the lads were like, okay, this guy can do it. And that was it. That was the start of my Premier League career.
Wicked.
Can I say, because he fascinates me, Sir Bobby Robson, because like, you know, like he won things as a coach, but he didn't win like loads. He managed Barcelona and obviously Newcastle and England. But it seems to me what he means to the players I speak to who played with him or the fans of the clubs, everyone loves it. Did he have that? Say, for instance, give me an example of when you would have got into trouble and how you would have dealt with it. Because do you know what I mean?
Because we know I've heard loads about Alex Ferguson, how he deals with misdemeanors.
You must have had a misdemeanor.
Loads. I mean, we was in Newcastle. I'm like 18 years old. I was out all the time. But he used to have this thing with me where, like, I don't know, he was almost like a father figure to me at that particular time. Like, I remember, like, one of the first things he said, like, when my mum brought me up, he was like, look, we're going to take care of him. And he'd have these little things to me where on a weekend, for example, he'd get to like Friday at training and he'd just literally come talk to me and just say, look, you know, you turn it on for me tomorrow, then you can go back to Nottingham and I don't want to see you till Thursday.
Really?
And things like that. He just had these little nuggets that were great. But, you know, one of the things, like the first time I kind of got in a bit of bother was Rio got in touch with Kieran and Usher at a concert in Manchester. So I was in, but it was on the Thursday. You know, you weren't supposed to go out on the Thursday. So I was like, frig it. I said to Kieran, like, I'll drive, right, and we'll just go down, and enjoy ourselves or whatever. But like, I'm not drinking because we've got the game at the weekend. So drove down there, and like Rio's on it, Kieran's like, everyone. I think Kieran was injured or something, and we went to the MEN Arena, watched Usher. Then Rio's like, come on, let's go to. There's like, you know, like where there was those bars. There was always one bar that everyone went to that was in Manchester on one of those docks somewhere. Anyway, I'm in the car on the way back, and you know, we get to train on Friday, and Bobby just walked over to me, and he just was like, you know, bearing in mind it's the day before the game as well now, and just straight away just went, you have a good night last night?
Wow,
and I was just like, how do you know?
This is
know
before internet, people. Like, this is like before, like.
But you have to remember, like, him and Ferguson were tight. And Ferguson knows everything that's going on in the area. It's like simple, really. But I don't know why you think you're going to get away with it. So he just went, you have a good time last night? And I was like, yeah. He went, you know you're not supposed to be doing that, don't you? I went, yeah, I'm sorry, Gaffer. And he actually said to me something along the lines. He went, listen, if I had a barbecue at my house, like, I wouldn't invite him, and I wouldn't invite him, but I'd invite you.
Right, okay.
And it was like one of those ones that like tapped into your soul. Because it's his way of like saying, I care about you. Do you know what I mean? And I would bring you close to my family.
See, that's genius.
And then he was just like, you know, just don't let me down again type stuff. So he had these little things. And also he was very approachable.
Yeah.
You could talk to him about everything and anything. And he was so like involved in training. It was like, you just could not love him. You just had to like just get on board with whatever he wanted.
I listened to Jose talk about him when he had the documentary, and this
was he not his interpreter?
Yeah, he was his interpreter. And Jose, like, you could see when Jose was talking about him, you could see him getting like emotional. And he said, and the guy asked him, "What did you learn about football from Sir Bobby?" You see Jose thinking about it and goes, he said, I couldn't. Jose said, I couldn't lose. He said sometimes he said something along the lines of that burns you, right, when you lose. And we all do it. Like, we don't like losing, but he said, Sir Bobby, they lost a big game at Barcelona, and Sir Bobby said to him, listen, we need to pick ourselves up, we need to go again, that's beauty of life, beauty of football. He said, and also the way to deal with it is like, they're celebrating the opposition. He said, Sir Bobby had a way of feeling positive for the team that's just beat him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, so I think he just had like, he had the keys to life, because when he passed and he had that, remember he met the players before, and I was like, that's a guy that's done so much for not just that city, but football.
He was about the fan. He was so much about the fans. The amount of games that we lost, and he would just be like, you know, these fans have spent their money, and like, a lot of times I remember we lost the game at Southampton once, and because of the journey that Newcastle fans have to take to Southampton, he made us like go out and basically almost apologise to them. Do you know what I mean? He was always about the fans, so he always had them on board. Well, why I say like tactically, you know, as a manager, it's not that I saw gaps or whatever because I was so young, but it was just when I think about some of the things we went to Juventus at the Stadio delle Alpi when we in the Champions League once, and their team was mad. It was like Nedved, David's in midfield, Trezeguet, Del Piero, Thuram was there. They had a proper team, and it was probably like my second or third game in the Champions League, and. Our team was attacking. Like our defense, when I look back on it, is like I don't know how we got where we got. Really, that was all it was, and we've gone there. And for some reason, he's decided to put Andy Griffin, who was our right back at the time, do a man-to-man job on Nedved, and Nedved's just gone. You're all right. He's just sacked it off and gone to the other side, and Griff's like. On the other side of the pitch, I'm right wing, getting absolutely mullered down this one side. It was just like he always just did mad things like that. But as a manager, honestly, at that football club at that time, all of us loved him. Every single person loved him. And when he got sacked, I mean, we were fifth when they sacked him. Yeah. But there was this thing about. I mean, they called us like the Brat Pack, basically. There was like me, Kieran, Bellas, and. Carl Court and a few others. We were just young lads enjoying ourselves in Newcastle. That's all it was. But they brought in Souness to absolutely dismantle us.
Dismantle the Brat Pack,
pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that was when you got tarnished with that. You know, like you weren't doing nothing no different to what we weren't doing in London.
No, none.
It was just that you. I can ask you about that, like that Goldfish Bowl at Newcastle. I think when you left the club, you said recently like you felt that. Could you come to London? But did you feel like it was hard to sort of get away with not get away with things, but live your life?
The polar opposite, Joe.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, the thing that annoyed me about that statement.
Keys to the city.
Yeah. The thing that annoyed me about that statement was like I never said it. Number one.
Right. Okay. Sorry.
No, it's fine. It was just like in my eyes, it was kind of like Graham Souness's way of softening, kind of like. The blow of losing a young player. You know, I was a young player who was still playing for England at the time, and it wasn't a good look on the club because I was like, I need to get out. If I wanted to go to the World Cup in 2006, which was my goal at that time, I knew I couldn't be at Newcastle because I could feel it going the wrong way. Their focus was too much on like destruction rather than like how do we build a great team. It was like. Craig Bellamy is a nuisance, like so, and you don't get on with Alan Shearer. So
he has a reputation that he doesn't deserve sometimes. I
love him. I also don't care. Like he's a freaking sensational footballer who, if he's in your team, like when you play with Bellas, you don't understand how rare his type of player is. Where every single day, every game matters. So, getting rid of him. Then got rid of Laurent Robert, who was a bit rogue, but he was like creative genius. So it was all these things that were happening where you were just looking at it going, this is not, like, we've got a good team already and you're breaking it down. Yeah. So I knew I needed to get out. So that statement kind of came from that. But because, like Colton says, like I'm playing for Newcastle in the Champions League at 18. I'm telling you now, there's some stuff up there that people know that never came out because that city protects you. Like you wouldn't. Yeah. Whereas I came to London.
Yeah. Exposure.
Swear to God, my first night out, I hadn't even played a game for the football club, right? I think we were away with England, and I literally signed for Spurs whilst we were away. I landed back at the airport. I went straight to Waltham Abbey or whatever, and there was about a week before the first game. Played the game. And I've gone out basically in London with someone. Mm-hmm. Anyway, not that I don't know who it was, but I decided to kind of like go home early. I don't know why. Did. Yeah. Anyway, I think I was at Funky Buddha or one of those places.
Yeah, it would have been.
I see you in there.
You saw me.
Yeah, I saw you in the corner.
You know I was there in the corner. I'm always lurking in the crevices, in the darkness. All you just see is like glaring eyes. Yeah, there's Coley's corner.
You were there. Yeah. You were definitely there. But I got home and I just had in the morning I got this phone call from Donna Cullen.
Yeah.
And she was just like going mad at me at the phone. She was like head of the press at the time. Yeah. She's going, "What are you doing? You're not even paid." And I'm like, "What's happened?" She's like, "You're on the front page of the paper." I was like, "What?" I was like, "What's happened?" Anyway, it turns out some cage fighter or someone had stabbed someone. Wow. And someone had took a picture of me when I came out of the club, and it was literally like it was something like Prem footballer in death scare type thing, and I was like, I was home.
Home.
What do you mean? So coming to London was a big wake up into it was way worse in London than it was in Newcastle.
Way worse. Oh come on,
way worse.
London was a cesspit for like any kind of drama. It could be the smallest one, but they'll just blow it up.
Yeah.
So you just have to tread
Also,
carefully.
There's paparazzi.
Yeah, that's all
you
it
don't
is.
have
Isn't it?
paparazzi
Mainly
in
that, is
Newcastle.
it? No.
Yeah.
Ever.
It's different.
So that
Like,
means
we were
never.
like, remember back in the, we were like rock stars, man. Like you come out. Well,
All right, Jimi
I
Hendrix. I definitely want a rock star. I wouldn't mind being one, like, but I definitely
I
would.
was like, I come out, I've got my guitar on my back.
That's an insight to this man's head. That's where he's at. I've just lit him up there, haven't I? He's a bit like, I remember those days. Yeah, the good times.
Yeah, but we had wild times, and it's not the same no more, obviously, because you got phones in clubs and that. So as soon as that started happening, I just fell back. I was like, this ain't for me no more.
Stepped into the light.
I was like, when you start getting photographed in the club, like I'm like, nah, this ain't for me.
This is your safe space.
Yeah, it was just a little bit like when we started getting the sat navs on our back when we was running on the pitch.
Yeah.
And they would test. I said, nah, football's not for me anymore. Things like that. I just say, well, it's not a safe space no more. I got to get out.
But Bobby was a great. He was a great.
See with Bobby, like, so he's talking about his coaching and was he just more of he just inspired you?
I think so, yeah.
And the whole team as well. So he had different techniques to get the best out of different set of players.
But also his history. You know, he would talk you about players that he's had and stuff.
That's
like
what
that.
I would say. That's what I was going to get into. So he's the history. So he's the one that really found R9.
Yeah.
So
he had him at PSV and then took him to
so
Barca.
he had an eye for youth coming through, didn't he?
Yeah. I think that was his thing. You know, he had a couple of good scouts around him who knew good young players. So you knew going to him, you know, you was going to elevate your game, number one, because he'd what he'd done with people in the past. But he, again, it's hard to put your finger on exactly why. I think as a player, most of your jumps that you take are around your surroundings. So, you know, at Forest, I got myself to a level where I was like, I'm the best player here, and if I stay here, this is where it stays. Whereas I think that then when you jump to Newcastle and you realise, well, there's another step I need to take. Then you go and play for England and you're like, geez, I need to step up even more. It's just constantly trying to prove yourself, isn't it? And I think that Bobby was just very good at, like, for example, he signed me. I win Young Player of the Year. The first thing he does the next year, he signs Hugo Viana, who at the time, Hugo Viana had just won Young European Footballer of the Year. So in my head, I'm like, oh, there's a big challenge already. Not only is he like young, but he's now bringing a different level, and he was that flair and stuff. And I mean,
he was a player when he first came.
Yeah, he's at Man City now, isn't he? He's their like sporting director or something.
So can I ask you? Ask you Spurs.
Yeah.
You moved to Spurs. Was that your only option, or what was it that made you go to? Because that at the time it was, I suppose, quite an exciting time to go there.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I'll be honest. Again, I think I've spoken about this, but I thought I was going to Arsenal at the time. Arsene Wenger had been like quite openly admiring of me, and then even at the year I won Young Player of the Year, I was speaking to, because Thierry won it that year. He won the main award. I won Young Player, and Thierry had mentioned, he said, like, the whole team voted for you to win Young Player of the Year. So you're like, okay, I'm respected in the dressing room. I know that Arsene Wenger had kind of like spoken about me in a certain way, and also Arsene Wenger was pretty much what Pep Guardiola is to football now for young players. He was developing them. But they'd just built the Emirates, so they didn't have the money really. Also, he was, you know, Fabregas was there and he had all these players, so that didn't quite work out. But we played against Spurs in the quarter-final of the FA Cup the year before, and I could see they were coming. You know, when Carrick was there, Pedro Mendes, Sean Davis, and they started to buy these players. Then they added to that in the summer bit with like Lennon, Tom Huddleston.
Was Defoe there?
Jammer was already there, I think, with Robbie Keane and so on. And I remember looking at them in that quarter-finals going, they're going to be better than us. And that hadn't been the case with Spurs for God knows how long. So I was like, they're buying young, they're buying English, they're going to have a right go. And I knew there was interest, so I just decided, you know what, that's the place, basically. But it was a big change. So I went from a dressing room of what I would say is like men to a dressing room of kids. And it was a different dynamic. Like at Newcastle, you'd finish, like half-time would come, and honestly, most weekends, a chair's getting thrown across the dressing room somewhere, like Speedo's going mad at someone. And it was so, the accountability was high. It was like, you know, if you weren't playing well, between like Speedo, Shearer, Bellamy, like someone's in your face saying you need to sort yourself out and digging you out personally. Then going to Spurs, it was like, I don't know what your lot's dressing rooms were like, but I remember like coming in at half time and everyone just sit there, just wait for the manager to talk. And I was like, God, this is weird. Like no one's really got that a kind of accountability. And I remember like Robbie Keane, because he was one that did have it, because he'd been in old school dressing rooms as well. He came up to me once at half time. And he just used to create scenarios, and he'd like say, right, Jay, when we go in at half time, I'm just gonna come for you.
Right.
So he says, let's me and you just have it out, because when they see me and you arguing, then the rest of the lads would be like, oh, damn, like and he'd just come in and just start freaking getting mad at me. I'd throw some at him, and he'd just like, and then we'd just settle, and we just make it up. But it was just a way of just like, if we weren't playing well, we just made stuff up.
I struggle to keep a straight face with that kind of dramatic.
I'll get well into character.
But that's because you lot are from my school. That's why I'm like, they're faking it.
I think at Southampton there was a bit of battering from the players when they needed it. But I don't think any of the other clubs are. Bella's obviously when I was at City, he would.
That's
Bella's
what I mean.
would just give it to you if you like.
But that's what was interesting about that Newcastle dressing room. That I don't think I've ever been around more egos. You know,
Really?
we had people like Shearer who, you know, at the time he's bowling around, I am the best goal scorer and the best player in the Premier League history. Then you got people like Speedo who are just born leaders and have got like 600 appearances and so on and so forth.
Won the title at Leeds.
Yeah,
as well, didn't he?
exactly. Then you got like Robert who just bowls in when he wants, but then will stick one in the top corner for 40 yards. And you know, Dyer's just like, you know, the characters were just so big.
You had a lot of mavericks in your team.
So many, and so many, and it was so hard to like for the manager to navigate. But that's where he was good, because he was like, he turned a blind eye to Lauren Robert being late every now and again, you know. But there was other bits and pieces where those characters are not easy to put together.
Do you know what? Yeah, like when I first broke into first team, like, I didn't see that argumentative side from the team. Everyone was on the same page and knew the common goal. And
who was the manager though, Coley?
Claudio Ranieri.
So we worked with Claudio.
Yeah.
I think Claudio had more of a disciplinarian.
Yeah, so he was already.
Bobby's more like he's working with what he. It seems like he's working with what he's got, so he's allowing for that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And Souness, I would imagine, pardon me, come in and try to.
He was on a war. He was on a warpath. Yeah.
But Bobby probably identified. No, that's our strength. These characters are our strength. Yeah. So he's a bit smart.
So when you went to Spurs, so who was the leader in the dressing room? Who would you say, or did you feel you had to go and be that leader?
I had to grow into it. I couldn't do it straight away, but I think that like as I walked in straight away, to be fair to Edgar Davids, Edgar, what I loved about Edgar, you know, there was two sides with Edgar. That like one was disappointing and one was like, I can see why you are what you are. Yeah. Like the disappointing side is like I grew up on the adverts of Edgar.
Yeah.
Like, and
Nike adverts. Yeah.
But then like when I played with him, as much as I loved him, like technically I just didn't see it. It weren't,
really?
Yeah, like
but was that JJ because he was at the end of his career, injuries?
I don't know. I don't know because I played against him at Juve as well, and when I look back, that you know all those tricks and stuff weren't really a big part of his game. If I'm honest with you,
no, he was a ball. Wasn't
yeah,
he?
that's what I'm saying. So you know, but if you ask him to hit like a 60-yard diag, you could only hit it about 30 yards. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it weren't really his bag. But when it came to like your mental
capacity,
I'm honestly when we were the year we were going for top 4 and the lasagna gate thing, he called on a meeting. It was the first time I'd seen a player call a meeting. So he's called on a meeting and he just was like, look, he just stood there, like, just got a shower, he got a towel around his waist, the whole dressing room's that together. And he went, look, what do you want? He says, I've done it all. I'm fine. Do you know what I mean? But if you don't want Champions League, that training session weren't acceptable. And he was very, and he was quite happy not being people's friends.
Right.
And I thought that was like amazing in terms of like something to learn and to see that like we're always trying to be friends with each other when in reality it's a business and you're trying to achieve something. And he was the only one we had in the dressing room that would lead like that. So
and he's achieved so much.
Correct. So yeah, he was the big leader. I mean, you know what? You lot know what Ledley's like. To this day, I think I can count probably 10 words I've heard Ledley say.
Until he has a drink.
Yeah, but then you can't understand them.
You don't understand anything.
Too busy
But
spitting
he's
on you.
saying something.
Just spitting all over you like leathers.
Let's go back to that.
We get you back to your freaking house, man. Spitting all over me.
Man's like got an apron, like an umbrella. Lasagna gate.
Yeah.
That was against West Ham, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Come on, talk us through that. Because we want to hear this lasagna gate.
Explain it to the people who are not listening.
Because we don't.
I remember hearing about this of the morning of it happening because it was a massive game, wasn't it?
Well, it was basically we win that. We're in the Champions League.
2006?
Yeah, 2006, the year of the World Cup. So we were already above Arsenal. We're above Arsenal. It's all we've got to do is win the game, and like wake up in the morning and I wasn't actually playing. I was I had a stress fracture in my shin, and you know, like when the England doctors come to see you, like before you're going to like a major tournament, and they were like, "Look, Jermaine, like." They gave me an inclination that I was going to be in the squad. Right. So they were like, you know, if you keep going on this, there's a good chance you're going to fracture it. So just don't. So, but I was with the team. So I was in the dressing room. I was in the hotel. weirdly, it was my mum that rang me and was like, "What's going on? Like, apparently Daniel Levy's trying to get the game pushed back or something." So I've gone down. Lads are in bits, like, and I mean, like, down for pre-match, everyone's just like that.
Really?
Just gone completely.
Drained,
different. Everyone's just a different shade. Ledley's turned into Joe Cole. It's mad. Like, everyone's lost like layers of freaking skin colour. So we're in the dressing room, and honestly, like, there's no music. Everyone's just like, "How am I gonna do this?" type thing. We go out, obviously play the game. One of the funnier things is like Edgar was always quite funny about his food. So I think even sometimes he'd have his own type of dish that he would always eat. So he was about the only player that didn't have food poisoning. And then during the game, it
was West Ham, right?
Yeah. Sorry, against West Ham. Yeah,
away at West Ham. So you'd all stay
away
at the
West
hotel.
Ham. Correct. Yeah, we was in Canary Wharf.
And you'd eaten something.
Yeah, they've had what turned out to be a dodgy lasagna or whatever. And
everyone loved the lasagna.
Mate, it was everyone was on it. Yeah, they massively sucked us in. Whoever did it, I don't know what they put in it.
This is the tastiest lasagna you will ever be exposed to. Have some.
That's what it was like. Honestly.
Everyone getting on this.
Yeah. But like before the game, people have been sick, throwing up, got the runs, everything you can imagine about having food poisoning is happening before the game. They go out and play. And, I think we got off to a decent start. And I remember Martin Yole's gone to try and take up, because Edgar, like I said, he'd eaten his own food, he was fine, but he was having a nightmare.
He was still having a nightmare.
He was having a beast. Martin Yole's gone,
I wish Ed could have
had lasagna. He's gone to try and take him off, right? So, obviously he's speaking to the assistant, but we're numbers, nearly gone up. Carrick has come running over and gone, absolutely no chance.
Really?
I'm not staying on his pitch.
Really?
Keep him on, I need to get off. And so, Carrick, everyone's coming off, and then obviously we lose the game.
Wow.
And look, the Spurs West Ham thing is what it is anyway. But I've never hated a football club more in my life. Because it was I was in this dressing room and I'm like, they are celebrating like they've just won the Champions League.
Yeah, that's what we do.
That's what we do.
It was.
Mate,
it was unreal.
Do you know who the man of the match was?
Who?
It was the chef. Mate, we'd won the game before we set foot in the stadium.
I just got visions of as you come in down Upton Park and JJ walking into the away dressing room. The West Ham, that door over the West Ham players celebrating, and there's geese with the chefs out.
We got him, lads.
Honestly.
We got him.
It was horrible. So we obviously got.
What was the turnout with that? Did anyone ever?
They just said it was a lasagna, but nobody knows if it was actually done or not. But I mean, if you go through history, has it ever happened?
No,
it's true. So it's very coincidental that on that biggest game that's happened.
We're still getting blamed for it. You know what I mean?
There's a geezer. There's some trainee chef in Canning Town.
You know what I mean?
Some pub guy that done
He's got to write a book or something, hasn't he?
He's got to write a book.
Just bring it out now.
Just say it now.
What it is.
Operation Lasagna.
I mean, it's a great story in Premier League history.
That's what I mean. We're talking. How long was that? 20 years ago. Nearly. We're talking about.
But ever since though, I think after that, loads of clubs started to employ their own chefs on the travels.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because you can't be infiltrated. I don't infiltrate the building, bro. Can't trust everyone to cook your food.
Exactly, but I remember. How are you going to what is it? You go in there and the chef's just watching everyone in case they pour something in. It's mad, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. The whole scenario is insane.
Yeah.
But usually, I mean,
most of the time,
it's allegations.
It's
allegations.
Unfounded allegations.
No, it's allegations. Allegations.
This part of London.
You come to East London, you got found out, mate. That's what it was. We did. With Edgar Davids having a beast anyway. You know what I mean?
We got found out.
Anyway. So I moved to Tottenham, and then obviously.
The 2007-2008 Cup final against me and Bridges.
Yeah, you know what?
How'd that go?
One of my big memories from that final. Yeah, I mean, look, again, Juande Ramos, for me, is a big reason why we won that game. It was the first time we had a manager who actually believed we would win. And, even to the point where, even if it was delusional, you'd start every pre-season. And at Spurs, usually you had managers who were a bit like, right, we'll try and get Champions League or whatever. Juande Ramos used to start every season to win the league. Right. That was just his mentality. It was like, well, we're trying to win the league. What do you mean? Yeah. Even if it didn't happen, he was trying to put that in your mind.
Yeah.
So going into that final, we were quite confident we'd just beat City, who had, the Robinho times. We beat them with 10 men. Then we beat Arsenal over 2 games, and you lot was easily going to be our biggest challenge. But we were quite confident. You know, the game was. I thought, you know, we played really well in the game. To be honest with you, I think one of the things that I'll never forget from that game was against Bridgie actually, and it is in extra time, right? And I got the ball on the right hand side.
Oh, you pegged it down the wing. I was like, fuck.
What happened? Because me and him, obviously, like we're high energy anyway. Do you know what I mean? And when you got like the fitness, I'm thinking about extra time. So I'm testing someone. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm still feeling good, and it was the first Wembley pitch as well. Remember how heavy it was? It used to slip all over the place. So like I've just knocked it as far as I can into the corner. Me and him were like that, just going for it. I got into the corner and he was like, "You prick, don't do that again."
You prick, don't do that again.
I was just like,
oh, man,
he's rapping as well.
I know, that's brilliant.
And then you got him having a meltdown after 90 minutes when he had that big chance, didn't you?
Yeah, but you know,
I didn't even see it. That's what was mad. People told me afterwards. I didn't even see it. I was too busy celebrating.
So listen, this is what. So that game. That season, I played every game. That was Avon Grant.
Yeah.
Chat from more or less every game. And for some reasons, he dropped me for that game.
Yeah.
So I had I got no thickness coming. I'm playing really well. And I got the curly finger at breakfast. I'm thinking, hey, it must be tactical. He
wants me to do something
taking me out, and he's gone. I'm taking you out.
Wow.
I was like.
What for?
Who did he play? What have I done?
Was it Shawnee?
Was it Righty? Righty played, didn't he?
He had a tactical reason for it. A Nicholas and Anelka maybe on one side. Anyway, I remember because I was in Maribor in the hotel, and I was like, I need to get away from you as quickly as possible because I'm fuming. Yeah. So I went, all right, boss, no problem. We'll win the game, brother. And I went for a walk for about 2 hours just to calm down.
Let off some steam.
And then. And you're sitting there watching the game, and you're right, you did play well. And we weren't really at it, and the goal went in. Then I come on the pitch, and I missed the chance. And your right back, or right midfielder, like Icelandic or Norwegian.
Is it Tainio?
Yeah,
Timo,
mate.
Yeah.
I wanted to kill him.
Yeah, he's a rat.
Mate, I wanted to kill him. I'm shouting at something, right, and he's come running over me for no reason like that. And he's gone, pointed at the scoreboard.
Oh my gosh!
And I wanted to go.
Ego sets in.
My ego, like, he done me. My head had gone.
He was a great lad, you know.
Was he a great lad?
Great lad,
yeah. Well, he done me.
Good teammate.
Yeah,
just a great lad. Like, you know, I remember end of year when you have like your meet. Like your end of season, get your like, you know, post season like stuff, like to go and train and stuff. And it's all kind of serious. And he just came in late in a Spider-Man outfit and just sat there in the meeting with the full mask on while Martin Yole's trying to give us this serious chat. But he was a great lad. But you're right, that was
he done me.
Yeah, I mean,
so it's a bit of a crazy one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the whole game, and we went 1-0 down, didn't we? I mean, like,
and you bit.
I bit. Yeah.
Robbo pissed me off with that goal that he conceded with Didier. Do you know what I mean? Didier puts one that free kick, and we're 1-0 down, and then I mean, like. You know, the penalty, you give away the penalty, didn't you, in the game? And I think when we got the penalty, I was like, I fancied us massively. Okay. We had big players at that time, though. When we had Keno and Berber
Woody played well.
You know that game, the first time they ever played together as well. So Woody and Ledley, first time they ever played together. So we had that foundation, do you know what I mean? And once we had that, it was like, just try and nick it, and we did.
Woody. Ledley,
good team.
Berber,
proper players.
All in one team.
There's a reason they won the
100%.
trophy, and it's been 17 years. I don't think Tottenham, maybe that little spell under Pochettino, were Tottenham had as good a team as they did in 2007, 2008.
Yeah, but also, like, I always have this, not argument, but I'm always trying to tell Spurs fans, like, I don't know where they get this God-given right to think that they can win trophies these days. You know what I mean? Like, there are so many good football clubs out there, and if you actually look at over the last 10 years, who's been winning? Man City have won everything. Liverpool have won stuff, and Chelsea have won it. There's no others that are massively putting their names in the hat. So, and these clubs are spending money, and they've got the history of winning things. Like you've got Spurs, Newcastle, Villa, are all in a similar boat. Do you know what I mean? And it's just like,
where's Arsenal win this?
Well, Arsenal were winning stuff, but I still, you know, when I was at Newcastle playing against Arsenal, and you're probably early years at West Ham and then to Chelsea, Arsenal were the best team.
Yeah, they were unbelievable.
Then Man United were the two best teams in the league. You couldn't get near them. But then when it went more Fabregas, Van Persie, like they're probably the best footballing team, but they weren't winning like you'd expect them to win. No, but they were there definitely.
But you had fantastic career at Newcastle, Tottenham. Then injuries, started to come, which we've all sort of, all four of us have. There's probably about half a knee and one hip between us. and you finished up at QPR, JT. What was it like? Talk to me about when did you realise, because you went straight into your media thing. When did you realise I need to go in this direction now? The body's not working.
As soon as I signed for QPR.
Really?
Just got in and took the money and started planning. This will set me up.
you know what, right? I went to when I went to Villa. Yeah. I went there with a real kind of like positive mindset, and I ruptured my Achilles.
That's it, Achilles.
After like a month or something like that. So I went back to Spurs, rehabbed and everything, and once I kind of got back fit, we had AVB at the Andre Villas-Boas at the football club, and I didn't really get on with him, if I'm honest with you, which was weird because I actually had a phone call from JT about 18 months before, and he was like, "Oh, I've just had a meeting with the gaffer," and I think he said him and Lamps, and he's earmarked. There was me, Romeu, and another midfield player to come into the club, whether it was to like squad player or whatever it was, and he said, "Look, me and Lamps have said to bring me in as the English lad or whatever."
Yeah.
So in my mind, I'm like, well, he likes me because I'm on this list of people that he was thinking about taking to Chelsea. Yeah. And then when he turned up, I think it was just very similar to what he did at Chelsea. There was something about him being a young manager, and I don't know whether it's because he didn't play football, but he was just like, the ego was a bit too much, if you know what I mean. So kind of like, when I left Spurs and obviously ended up at QPR, I was just more like, right, fresh start, let's just try and get fit and get playing, after, leaving Villa and everything. But when I walked into that QPR dressing room, I was just like, oh no. And weirdly, because
who was in the dressing room?
Mate, this is what annoyed me most. I was looking at them going, how are you lot bottom of the league? Yeah. Like, this is January when I arrived.
What year was this?
Mate, they got Julio Cesar, probably 2011, something like that. 2011, 2012, something.
I think I was supposed to join.
You probably was. Everyone was. Yeah. You know what I mean? They had like Julio Cesar, Josie Basingwa, right back. Armand Traore, left back. Bobby was up top. We had Jason Park was there. Righty's there. No, Rio came back the year after. Loic Remy up top.
Loic Remy,
yeah. Like Stefan Mbia midfield, myself. Esteban Granero was there from Madrid. Yeah. Mate, the team was a joke. But then, like, you go into training and you're like, these lot are taking a mick. Like, this is not what I thought it was going to be.
It's a retirement home.
Basically, it was an expensive retirement home. You know what I mean? And look, the lads were decent lads and everything, but it was the first dressing room I was in where I was like, this is pretty toxic.
Harry Redknapp, the gaffer then?
Yeah, Harry brought me in, and mine and Harry's relationship was always kind of like mixed, if I'm honest with you.
Really?
Only because he was just one of these managers that was like, for me personally, he'd always he'd put you in, take you out, put you in, take you out, and it was just a bit annoying. Like I had an incredible Champions League run with him, and then you'd be coming back to like White Hart Lane playing against like West Brom, and you wouldn't start, and I'm like, I just want to play all the time, so we was always just
like, as you get older, you just need to
continuity
because you can't stop because you can't just to kickstart again.
You need two things: you need to play, or you need to adjust your position.
Or and you need consistency.
And you need a manager that accepts that as well. Like, I really probably should have gone to Harry at some point during my QPR days and gone, listen, I'm not a box-to-box midfielder anymore.
Okay.
Get me in here and I'll just control the game from here. Because I could have done it, but I was just... Everyone always G'd me up. I don't like... Bridge, you might have had a similar thing. Once you're kind of known as the fitness guy, that's just your bag. Do you know what I mean? And it's like, get up and down, box to box, and then you try and live up to it, and then your body starts going, mate. Pulling my hamstring every other week. And I was like, my body's saying, Jay, just chill. And I just never listened to it. So it was a tricky time. I'll tell you one quick story about Harry. When we played against Real Madrid, it's not really about Harry, but he was the manager, but it kind of gave me an insight as to kind of like top managers. And Harry was a top manager in his own right, obviously, but it was just like, we've gone to Real Madrid, this quarter-final Champions League, and we pulled up in the coach, and Real Madrid got those steps, haven't they, that go up to that door. And at the top of the door, Jose Mourinho has just stood there. Right, and I'm like, that's odd, like really odd. But this guy's always playing some kind of game. So we've come off the coach and we're walking up the steps, and he's just at the top going like, every single player that comes, even Harry's come, shook his hand, welcome, like good on you. Like players have come through, and it literally didn't land until about 6 months later. I was like, this guy just buoyed us off. He literally shook our hands and patted us on the back of the head, like, well done getting this far, but this is as far as it goes. That's basically what he was saying to us, and none of us saw it. That's when you know you're in like an amateur Champions League team. Because he was just like, these guys don't know what's coming.
They don't know what's going. We're gonna rip them apart.
Enjoy your time at the Santiago Bernabéu.
He does that thing where he shakes hands and gives you all the time as well.
That's a point.
You take it because it's Jose, and you're like,
Surely you didn't do that to Harry.
What am I
Surely you
doing?
didn't do that to Harry.
He didn't tap him up. He shook his hand.
Yeah.
You know, even then, like, but in hindsight, Harry might have had the same thing, but he probably should have said, "Oh, like, don't touch my players, do one." Like, you know what I mean? But it was funny anyway.
Oh, mate, that's brilliant. So after, so we at QPR. You've called it quits.
Yeah.
And then now you're looking at, okay, what's the next plan for you? Why did you want to go into broadcasting? And was it a thing that you just was already planning at the back end of QPR?
No, I wasn't planning it. Didn't want to do it. The thing was, I just done my knee and I was trying to get back fit, and I was like, right, how do I just keep my head straight?
Okay.
And I had an opportunity to go to the World Cup in Brazil and do some broadcasting for radio at the time. But I was on crutches, and I'm like, I'm not hobbling around Brazil doing that. So I said to the BBC, look, give me a shout when I'm back, and maybe we'll do some stuff. And I think it's just one of those things where, because from a career perspective with my injuries, it felt like to me it just went like that. It just went down. And so my confidence kind of went with it. Yeah. And once I was told I was never going to play football again, I'm like rock bottom. Do you know what I mean? I'm because you essentially every day as a footballer, you know where you're going, you know what you're doing, you got a place to turn up to, you're getting paid, life's good. And then all of a sudden I wake up and it's like, you know, your friends in football, when you really look back on it, your colleagues, really. We've all had so many people we've met in football who we probably don't speak to anymore. And so they were and then so the phone's not even ringing from anyone of like, even like, are you okay or whatever. So I just needed to kind of get my confidence back. So when I started doing the media work, I remember doing my first match of the day, which weirdly it was match of day 2, and it was QPR against Man United at Old Trafford.
Right.
And I was still going into the club doing rehab. Right. So I'm obviously like, and they got battered something like 4-5-0, and this is when Rio was there. So I'm doing my analysis and I'm going, he's not getting tight enough, he's not doing this, he's not doing that. And then obviously on the Monday I'm going into training and I'm bumping into Harry in the corridor, and Harry was like, oh, I saw your match of the day. And I was like, yeah. And he went, can't disagree with anything you said, to be fair. And then I went into the dressing room and all the lads kind of like created like a circle around me, and I was like, here we go, what's going to go on here? And every single one of them just went, what's it like on match of the day? Like, what's it like? Yeah. So they, you know what it's like as a player. You get to that point at your end where you're like thinking about the next thing. And I just got a good response from it, basically. And I think from a confidence point of view and like my mental health, it really helped. That's good. I just kind of stuck with it.
Yeah, well, you're brilliant at it, JG.
You're brilliant.
And you ended up, like, we worked together, obviously.
Yeah.
Brilliant. But you know, like the one show, you transcended. You know, you was the guy, wouldn't you? Do you know what I mean?
I don't think there's anybody that's done it, really. I think that, like, obviously, Wrighty had like Ian Wright's Friday night show, I think, at one point. But I don't think there's ever been a footballer that has gone on, say, like a daytime, evening, live television slot and presented in an entertainment space.
And how did you find that stepping into that world compared to a football dressing room? Because
I'd sometimes
message you'd be there like with like Tom Cruise, and you'll be
Yeah. That side
true
of it,
though, man.
it is mad. It is
crazy,
mad.
isn't it?
It was crazy. I think that side of it was strange, if I'm totally honest with you. I think that what you realise when you go into kind of television is, you know, the football world is just very different, because we are naturally competitive. We're naturally, and also I've always been the type of person that's very much like, if I'm not doing something right, just tell me.
Tell me, I want to hear you.
Yeah, because it's like that in training, isn't it? If I'm not playing, I go knock on the manager's door. What am I not doing?
So I can improve.
Correct
it.
You're going out too much. You're not working out enough. You're not in the gym enough. Right, I'm going to do all those things, and then I want to be playing. It's simple. Television's not like that. Television, they just talk behind your back.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You are say, is that all right?
Yeah,
is it?
And then everyone will say,
if it ain't, just tell me.
Correct.
If it ain't, just tell me.
Try correct me so I can improve.
No. Everybody in television will just lie to your face.
Yeah.
And I work with so many people. When I was like a main presenter on the show, we would have, sometimes if Alex Jones weren't working because she was having children at the time, I was working with various different kind of like female presenters, and we'd come off air and they'd go, oh, did you like her, JJ? I'd be like, yeah, she's really hot. It's her first time or whatever. She's done really well. And then I just see them talking crap about them,
Yeah.
like going,
Really?
yeah,
And
she's
you're-
not coming back. And I
and
think,
you're
why
being
don't you just
positive?
Well,
You're
I'm
being
like,
positive, and then they're just being sneaky.
Well, it was more to do with I'm thinking, tell them, tell them what they didn't do well then, and then they can improve. And I just hated that side of it.
Why do you think the culture is like that? Do you think it's insecurity around people's jobs, or do you?
That's a big part.
Yeah?
I think there's a lot of like I always used to say on the show that I always felt really fortunate. And it's why I never took any crap from people who came on the show. Because every now and again, you get the odd comedian who'll come on who'd try and be a bit of a smart ass or whatever.
Yeah.
But in my head, I was like, I lived my dream. My dream was to play football. My dream was not to present on the one show.
I've done that.
I've lived my dream. So if you think I'm going to sit here and take crap from you, that's not happening. I'm going to give it to you. Do you know what I mean? But I think in the television world, you underestimate how little amount of these spaces are available,
right?
And and what people are doing to try and get those spaces, and people are literally like beg, steal, and borrowing and creating scenarios just to get that seat. So when they get it, they're like cling on to it. And my mindset weren't really like that. My mindset was
crabs in a bucket kind of.
Yeah. I was doing the one show because I was just like, well, I want to be able to present live television so that when things come along like hosting the FIFA World Cup draw, I'm prepared for it. I'm ready for it.
Well
because,
practiced.
in those, there's nothing like hosting like live television in really difficult moments that prepares you. So it was like a training ground for me. That was my mentality with it. But it was just, I'm speaking to like Dolly Parton and stuff. This is mad.
That's mad.
It's actually mad.
So what moment, like, was there any moments when you're like obviously Dolly Parton, of course, you're like, do you know what I mean? Just trying to keep the eye line working for me.
Honestly,
But like, is there any moments you're like, wow, what's going on here?
There was one time like I almost fell out with Jennifer Aniston. That was strange.
What? Fell out, yeah?
It was weird. She was just rude.
Really?
Yeah. It was on
Rachel, yeah?
Yeah, it was on a Zoom. It was on a Zoom. That's what I was thinking.
That's
as well.
disappointing.
Bro, trust
on,
me.
Rachel.
So there's like her and like Reese Witherspoon were on about the morning show.
Right, yeah.
But they're on Zoom. And you get like a list of questions like before, and I'm always trying to like adjust them based on how I feel they're talking to me. And you'll see one, you think I'll swerve that because they're like in a good mood or whatever. Yeah. And I asked her something about being a morning person or something like that, and she just like snapped back at me, and I was just a bit like, all right, Rach, you know what I mean? Chill out, will you?
Really?
And it was just like it kept coming, and
she obviously doesn't want to be there.
I don't know what it was. I just think that like what you underestimate again is we are one interview in a run of 20, and you might be the last one,
and they might be having a bad day.
Yeah,
don't know.
Yeah, they're humans, and I think you just forget that sometimes. But I remember thinking, oh man, Rachel don't like me, man. I'm devastated. Yeah, but honestly, like everybody that came on, like Tom Hanks came on, and he was just unreal. Really? He came on a couple of times, but like George Clooney's quite easily the coolest person I've ever met.
Really?
What's cool about him?
It's just like his voice, the way he sits, the way he dresses, just everything about him. You're just like, I get it. I get it.
Big man like George.
I get it.
Hey, that's my middle name, you know.
And that ended
up like George Cole, bro. You know what I mean, George? Man, I'm a George, bro.
But that ended up being the funniest part of the show in the end. Was just like meeting all of these kind of like stars and getting to like speak to them afterwards and stuff like that and how they were, and there's loads that kind of like stick out in the mind, but that was it was an enjoyable
so you've
experience.
done all of this and it's amazing. What a journey, because now you've evolved, because I always say that that humans, we'll never stay in one place. We always evolve into the next stage, and you've lived your dream, as we were just talking about with football. You've done that, captained. Do you know what I mean? And well respected in the game. Then you move on to presenting and broadcasting and doing all of that stuff that we're just talking about now. Now you've had a misdemeanor. We won't delve into that too much. But how's that made you evolve? How have you evolved again now? How are you feeling how's the future looking?
It's a unique
for
thing.
Because we're just talking about how crabs in the bucket. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And now you know the dark side of it fully.
Yeah, definitely. I think.
So how's that going to change? Because I don't know if you want to talk about it or not.
No, I will do. Yeah, definitely. I think that look, there's a couple of elements to it. I think one of the big things was what a lot of people probably didn't see, because everybody looked at my life through a lens of like social media essentially, and you kind of go,
basically,
JJ's having a great time. He's talking to all these stars and this, that, and the other. But I wasn't enjoying, I'd say, probably like the last 3 years of work. And a lot of it was to do with like missing out on a lot of the things the kids were doing, because I was working pretty much every single day, including weekends and stuff as well. And then when I took Formula E into that, you know, I would literally fly to Brazil. I'd work in Brazil for like Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'd land back in England on Monday, and I'd go straight to do the one show, and then do Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on the one show. I'd do Europa League on TNT on a Thursday, and it was just like this for years. And it just became. It's not like the work wasn't fun, but I just didn't even know who I was anymore. Like it just consumed me. So I started to really fall out of love with it, and so my mind was drifting into kind of what I wanted to do. So yeah, obviously in terms of how it changed me, the reality is, when you lose everything, you know, that you've built. So the agency that helped me kind of get to where I was supposed to get to, they dropped me.
Thanks.
Which was absolute like madness to me at the time as to why. Then it's a weird scenario. I've got this like analogy in my mind of what it was like, and it's almost like being not like at a mountaintop, but almost like almost like a mountain, but like with a crevice in it, right? And it's like you fall and you hit the first ledge, which was like maybe the agency, and you think that's it, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you've lost this job, fall again, and the phone calls just keep coming with just like losses and losses and losses, and then you know you add on top of that, you know, now me and my wife are getting divorced. I think you get stripped back completely to like your raw form, which is quite empowering in a weird way, because you have to, you know, really look inwards as to kind of like that part of your journey, which was great, but actually now analysing, what do I actually want to do? What's actually going to make me happy in my life kind of moving forward? Because as much as everybody thought I was happy, I wasn't. So then the self-destruction type things start essentially. So it's been quite a like eye-opening experience. I wouldn't like recommend it for people, but at the same time, there's been some really like key components of being able to. Like, I get to see everyone for who they are now, which is really nice, because I never had that before. Everyone's your best mate when you're doing. When I'm still earning my agency 20%, everyone's your best mate. When it all goes to crap and you really need people, you figure out who's who. It's really simple because you know, I've said to you numerous times, Joey, you've been a massively supportive component to. You know, just a phone call here and there, but then actively trying to help as well, which was massive.
Yeah, Coley's got a heart of gold.
Yeah, which was great as well. And you know, that element to it has been great. You know, in terms of the you know, the reason why I got sacked, essentially, I mean, you go through history with regards to, you know, what I done. You know, people don't get sacked for that. No. You know, people don't get sacked for two adults consensually texting each other. No. But I personally feel that the BBC had their own agenda. They knew that they were in a serious problem because of how they handled like Hugh Edwards' situation and people historically at the BBC, how they handled everything prior to me. And it was just a great opportunity for them to go, let's make an example of the fact that we at the BBC don't tolerate X, Y, and Z. So we're going to use Jermaine, who's a big enough name, to showcase that. And I just had to swallow it, because essentially I did do something wrong. So I have a wife. I shouldn't be talking to women in the first place. But you make mistakes in life. I'm a human being. And, you know, I had the ability to hold up my hands and kind of go, you know what? I was in the wrong. I will take whatever lashings and beatings you want to give me. But I just think it went too far. Personally, it was unnecessary.
It's just too much.
Yeah, but
like, I've seen it and I'm thinking, mate, you could have. There's worse things that's been out there, and that's people that's done, and you've not even touched the sides to that.
No, but like, you have to remember that they have an agenda, though, Colton. So the agenda is, right, you know, we need to push this narrative because we've got this huge stuff going on over here, but if we focus enough attention on this, it's here, they'll forget about all this big stuff. Right. So it's just like a really contrived thing that the media do. So the press get on board with it, the channels get on board with it, my agency probably got on board with it, and they're all like, look...
And like sponsors and all that sort of stuff.
They all get on board, and even like now, when you speak to like... I mean, we were talking about it the other day, today, where, what was that show? The 1% thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I was watching it last night and I was like, there's literally about 60 people involved in football on this show.
Yeah.
And I didn't even get a call. Do you know what I mean?
I didn't get one either, mate. I didn't get a call either. They've seen my work.
I was sat on the sofa thinking the same thing, mate.
I felt left out too.
But actually,
Tony, did you get a call? Did I get a call? You got a call?
Did I get one?
Tony got a call.
Oh, you never told me I got one.
Did I get one?
Did you tell me?
Yeah.
He didn't tell me. He always says he tells us.
There's no fee involved.
It's charity.
I did do that. When I saw like 50 footballers on there, I was thinking they ain't paid them that much. They can't get that many people in the room and pay them that much. But no, so I think, look, in the media, what you notice is that they're in this bubble that is like, it's not the real world. And I've been able to live with real people for the last kind of like year, whether it's kind of going down to the golf range and speak to people, school runs, mixing with like the dads and all that. And it's been like a huge reward because you realise that it's not that bad. Like, they're looking at you going, Jermaine, like, everyone's done this. Like, don't just, you know, yes, you've done wrong, but you haven't killed anybody.
Get back on the ladder,
just
mate.
keep going. And I think that element of it has been really nice, just speaking to, like, real people. Because the media, like I said, like, you step into a media kind of, like, outlet, and everyone's like, they don't want to, don't want to look at you. Like, I went and did a game at Newcastle, and bearing in mind, like, at TNT, I don't know if you were there for that one or not. I don't know who they played, but I was working for another broadcaster, and, like, half of our colleagues are like,
yeah,
and I'm
like, that fear.
That's why it happens when someone's done something wrong.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You feel bad because that person's just been basically lynched for not, and you've been a part of that. So they're not going to look at you like,
that's what I'm saying,
and come and shake your hand and say like I feel like they've not done something wrong because they've been part of that process.
But they all want to keep their jobs as well, and they're all probably been told if you mix with him, it's like come on, you know me as a person. I've been with you for 10 years working.
Nonsense, mate.
Have you changed in a way from it or grown from it? Because when you hear you, I know you, but I don't know you know that well. But when I look at you, I think you seem really well. You seem good.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But I think it may have been really hard for you, but it seems like you've really grown from it. It does happen in life. People grow from.
That's why, and it's hard for people to understand, but it kind of has been a good experience as well as a bad one. Like, what I put my family through, I hate. My kids were getting followed to school, and like pictures of us, like they camped outside my house for like a week. It was like that side of it was hell. But then the other side of it has allowed me to kind of like grow and evolve as a person, and actually, just understand everything a little bit more. I think when you're in it and it's go, everything's great, and it's like. It's a really fake world. Really fake world.
So fake.
Yeah.
I love that you know that now.
Such a fake world.
I love that you know that.
Yeah. And then when you kind of gravitate back to, like, I went back to Nottingham loads. I was with my people, my mum, my sister, my friends. And it just, and don't get me wrong, I must have read about 20 self-help books and did the work and this, that and the other. I was just searching for answers at that particular time, but I think you eventually land in a place where I am now, where I'm still feel like I'm evolving and growing. But I am happy,
The thing is that for you now, I think you're going to come back into a space and things are going to be on your terms.
Correct,
now.
You're
100%. Everything has to be on your terms because you know what this world is.
Correct, I've seen it.
And so now anything you have for the future and plans you got for the future, it's got to be on your terms. And that's the way I'm living my life as well.
Yeah, control was, when I first kind of like went, right, what do you want to do? Control was my big thing.
Yeah.
So no one's ever going to control my life again. Do you know what I mean? So whether I go back into broadcasting, whether it's for TNT or whether I go somewhere else and get back involved in television, it will all be on my terms as to kind of how much I want to do, when I want to do it. And obviously that allowed me then to start developing my own stuff as well, which is my bag anyway, because I've filmed 5 documentaries,
you're unbelievable, man.
I've done all these social issues documentaries. I've been on TV for God knows how long. I've gained enough experience to be able to kind of like run my own stuff.
I'd love to do a documentary of you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We should do one.
What should we do?
I've got a few ideas.
Have you?
Yeah, I've got a few ideas, but we'll keep them as ideas.
Yeah, we've got loads of ideas.
We've got some ideas.
Okay, anyway. You can draft me in for one of the shows.
Look, we are running out of time, but quickly before we go, you launched a new podcast with Derek Chisora.
I am, who
seems like a great lad.
He is.
I'd love a night out of him, actually.
He can set that up. We can set that up. Don't worry about
that. How's that going?
Yeah, honestly, it's been great. I think, again, kind of just taps into that that control element. So I set up my own production company, which I'd been wanting to do for years.
Brilliant.
And me and Derek have been good mates for about 10 years. And I just thought that Look, I know the image that I had in the media, it was, which is what was eating me alive a little bit, was this like pristine, corporate, perfect, family, life, wife, kids, and it's not sustainable. Like,
that's not you that do that. It's just what people.
That's what they do. Yeah, correct. So they put you in that box, but I'm like, that's not me. Then you're on the one show and it gets even more. Yeah. So like, in my mind, I knew I wanted to do a podcast, and I was thinking about it with Derek for ages because I know two sides to Derek. Derek's rogue, number one, he is, but he's also got this other side where guy loves being at home, loves his kids more than anything like we all do, loves his missus, like he's got, and he just knows how to sell fights. That's the bottom line with Derek. If Derek's got to throw a freaking table at someone's head to sell a fight, he's throwing it at your head. He don't care. But I just was like, right, I know that I can steer the ship of a podcast where I can maintain the structure and so on, but I know he's going to be coming out with some madness.
With the skills that you've got, that you've learned, you're using it for us.
That's brilliant.
And that was it. So I was like, I didn't want another kind of like polished host, essentially. I was like, I can do that. I need like a red flag in the room. I need someone who's just going to say the stuff
off the cuff
that anybody's thinking. You know what I mean? A bit like your role here, to be honest with you. I watch your stuff. That's what you do. Yeah.
Oh, I love that, bro.
That's what you do.
I see some wild stuff, man. And I think you gotta be, and I believe it too. I believe my wild stuff.
The best thing you said on TV, when the geezer scored the toe punt in the Europa League, the Conference League, and I'm looking at you and it's gone, and we're dissecting it professionally. He's gone, well, what he's done there, Jules, is he's hyperextended the toe. He's done what?
Go gadget toe. Go gadget toe. Yeah, that was it. Never underestimate the toe.
Never underestimate the hyperextended toe.
You can't. I don't think you can train that stuff.
No.
So yeah, we've called
personality, man. It's just personality.
Yeah. So it's called Let Me Tell You Something. And it's not kind of specific to sport. Kind of the framework for it is you tell me your kind of like your lessons in life, your wins, your losses, the lessons you've learned, the legacy you've left behind, and then we just go on a tangent and talk about everything. But it's loads of fun. We've filmed 10 eps and it's going to be launching June the 8th.
I can't wait for it.
So yeah.
I can't wait for it.
It's going to be.
You're going to invite us on?
Oh, mate. Well, Joey's already been on.
Oh, you've been on already?
Joey came on, but I'd love to have you two on.
Yeah, man. We'll come on. We come as a duo.
If you want to do the duo or you want to do it individually, I'd love to have you both on, man, because you both got incredible stories.
Yeah. And this is what it's about. This is what it's about. You want to be supporting each other in the journey. Like you don't ever want to be like, this is mine. Do you know what I mean? Like, as long as you push it out and put it into the world, and
we've
keep
spent
everyone
so much of our lives together. Really. And I know, like you said, like you three are obviously really tight now, but like I've dipped into kind of parts of your lives throughout your careers. We've all had moments where, like,
mate, you're in now. We drag you right in now.
So, we've got some stories to tell.
Well, I think that's all we got time for. That was brilliant, Jake.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you having me, lads. Brilliant. Thank you very much. Do it again.
You've been listening to The Dressing Room with Arabiya News.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today. Right here on Al Arabiya News.